Chapter 30 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 30. The complimentary allusion to Ovid, which Benjulia had not been able to understand, was contained in a letter from Mr. Morphew, and was expressed in these words: "Let me sincerely thank you for making us acquainted with Mr. Ovid Vere. Now that he has left us, we really feel as if we had said good-bye to an old friend. I don't know when I have met such a perfectly unselfish man, and I say this, speaking from experience of him. In my unavoidable absence, he volunteered to attend a serious case of illness, accompanied by shocking circumstances, and this at a time when, as you know, his own broken health forbids him to undertake any professional duty. While he could preserve the patient's life, and he did wonders in this way, he was every day at the bedside, taxing his strength in the service of a perfect stranger. I fancy I see you, with your impatience of letter-writing at any length, looking to the end. Don't be alarmed. I am writing to your brother Lemuel by this mail, and I have little time to spare." Was this serious case of illness described as being accompanied by shocking circumstances, a case of disease of the brain? There was the question proposed by Benjulia's inveterate suspicion of Ovid. The bare doubt cost him the loss of a day's work. He reviled poor Mr. Morphew as a born idiot for not having plainly stated what the patient's malady was, instead of wasting paper on smooth sentences encumbered by long words. If Ovid had alluded to his Canadian patient in his letters to his mother, his customary preciseness of language might be trusted to relieve Benjulia's suspense. With that purpose in view, the doctor had written to Mrs. Gallilee. Before he laid down his pen, he looked once more at Mr. Morphew's letter, and paused thoughtfully over one line. "I am writing to your brother Lemuel by this mail." The information of which he was in search might be in that letter. If Mrs. Gallilee's correspondence with her son failed to enlighten him, here was another chance of making the desired discovery. Surely the wise course to take would be to write to Lemuel as well. His one motive for hesitating was dislike of his younger brother, dislike so inveterate that he even recoiled from communicating with Lemuel through the post. There had never been any sympathy between them, but indifference had only matured into downright enmity on the doctor's part a year since. Accident, the result of his own absence of mind while he was perplexed by an unsuccessful experiment, had placed Lemuel in possession of his hideous secret. The one person in the world who knew how he was really occupied in the laboratory was his brother. Here was the true motive of the bitterly contemptuous tone in which Benjulia had spoken to Ovid of his nearest relation. Lemuel's character was certainly deserving of severe judgment in some of its aspects. In his hours of employment, as clerk in the office of a London publisher, he steadily and punctually performed the duties entrusted to him. In his hours of freedom, his sensual instincts got the better of him, and his jealous wife had her reasons for complaint. Among his friends, he was the subject of a wide diversity of opinion. Some of them agreed with his brother in thinking him little better than a fool. Others suspected him of possessing natural abilities, but of being too lazy, perhaps too cunning, to exert them. In the office he allowed himself to be called a mere machine, and escaped the overwork which fell to the share of quicker men. When his wife and her relations declared him to be a mere animal, he never contradicted them, and so gained the reputation of a person on whom reprimand was thrown away. Under the protection of this unenviable character, he sometimes said severe things with an air of perfect simplicity. When the furious doctor discovered him in the laboratory and said, "I'll be the death of you if you tell any living creature what I am doing," Lemuel answered with a stare of stupid astonishment, "Make your mind easy. I should be ashamed to mention it." Further reflection decided Benjulia on writing. Even when he had a favour to ask, he was unable to address Lemuel with common politeness. "I hear that Morphew has written to you by the last mail. I want to see the letter." So much he wrote, and no more. What was barely enough for the purpose was enough for the doctor when he addressed his brother. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 31. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, the next afternoon, Benjulia, at work in his laboratory, heard the bell which announced the arrival of a visitor at the house. No matter what the circumstances might be, the servants were forbidden to disturb him at his studies in any other way. Very unwillingly he obeyed the call, locking the door behind him. At that hour it was luncheon time in well-regulated households, and it was in the last degree unlikely that Mrs. Gallilee could be the visitor. Getting within view of the front of the house, he saw a man standing on the doorstep. Advancing a little nearer, he recognized Lemuel. "Hello!" cried the elder brother. "Hello!" answered the younger, like an echo. They stood looking at each other with the suspicious curiosity of two strange cats. Between Nathan Benjulia, the famous doctor, and Lemuel Benjulia, the publisher's clerk, there was just family resemblance enough to suggest that they were relations. The younger brother was only a little over the ordinary height. He was rather fat than thin. He wore a mustache and whiskers. He dressed smartly, and his prevailing expression announced that he was thoroughly well satisfied with himself. But he inherited Benjulia's gypsy complexion, and in form and colour he had Benjulia's eyes. "How do you do, Nathan?" he said. "What the devil brings you here?" was the answer. Lemuel passed over his brother's rudeness without notice. His mouth curled up at the corners with a mischievous smile. "I thought you wished to see my letter," he said. "Why couldn't you send it by post?" "My wife wished me to take the opportunity of calling on you." "That's a lie," said Benjulia quietly. "Try another excuse, or do a new thing. For once, speak the truth." Without waiting to hear the truth, he led the way into the room in which he had received Ovid. Lemuel followed, still showing no outward appearance of resentment. "How did you get away from your office?" Benjulia inquired. "It's easy to get a holiday at this time of year. Business is slack, old boy." "Stop! I won't allow you to speak to me in that way." "No offence, brother Nathan." "Brother Lemuel, I never allow a fool to offend me. I put him in his place. That's all." The distant barking of a dog became audible from the lane by which the house was approached. The sound seemed to annoy Benjulia. "What's that?" he asked. Lemuel saw his way to make some return for his brother's reception of him. "It's my dog," he said, "and it's lucky for you that I have left him in the cab." "Why?" "Well, he's as sweet-tempered a dog as ever lived. But he has one fault. He doesn't take kindly to scientific gentlemen in your line of business." Lemuel paused, and pointed to his brother's hands. If he smelt that, he might try his teeth at vivisecting you. The spots of blood which Ovid had once seen on Benjulia's stick were on his hands now. With unruffled composure he looked at the horrid stains, silently telling their tale of torture. "What's the use of washing my hands," he answered, "when I am going back to my work?" He wiped his finger and thumb on the tail of his coat. "Now," he resumed, "if you have got your letter with you, let me look at it." Lemuel produced the letter. "There are some bits in it," he explained, "which you had better not see. If you want the truth, that's the reason I brought it myself. Read the first page, and then I'll tell you where to skip." So far there was no allusion to Ovid. Benjulia turned to the second page, and Lemuel pointed to the middle of it. "Read as far as that," he went on, "and then skip till you come to the last bit at the end." On the last page Ovid's name appeared. He was mentioned as a delightful person, introduced by your brother, and with that the letter ended. In the first bitterness of his disappointment, Benjulia conceived an angry suspicion of those portions of the letter which he had been requested to pass over unread. "What has Morphew got to say to you that I mustn't read?" he asked. "Suppose you tell me first what you want to find in the letter," Lemuel rejoined. "Morphew is a doctor like you. Is it anything medical?" Benjulia answered this in the easiest way. He nodded his head. "Is it vivisection?" Lemuel inquired slyly. Benjulia at once handed the letter back, and pointed to the door. His momentary interest in the suppressed passages was at an end. "That will do," he answered. "Take yourself and your letter away." "Ah," said Lemuel, "I'm glad you don't want to look at it again." He put the letter away, and buttoned his coat, and tapped his pocket significantly. "You have got a nasty temper, Nathan, and there are things here that might try it." In the case of any other man, Benjulia would have seen that the one object of these prudent remarks was to irritate him. Misled by his profound conviction of his brother's stupidity, he now thought it possible that the concealed portions of the letter might be worth notice. He stopped Lemuel at the door. "I've changed my mind," he said. "I want to look at the letter again." "You had better not," Lemuel persisted. "Morphew's going to write a book against you, and he asks me to get it published at our place. I'm on his side, you know. I shall do my best to help him. I can lay my hand on literary fellows who will lick his style into shape. It will be an awful exposure." Benjulia still held out his hand. With overacted reluctance, Lemuel unbuttoned his coat. The distant dog barked again as he gave the letter back. "Please excuse my dear old dog," he said with maudlin tenderness. "The poor dumb animal seems to know that I'm taking his side in the controversy. Bow wow means, in his language, fie upon the cruel hands that bore holes in our head and use saws on our backs. Ah, Nathan, if you have got any dogs in that horrid place of yours, pat them and give them their dinner. You never heard me talk like this before, did you? I'm a new man since I joined the Society for Suppressing You. Oh, if I only had the gift of writing!" The effect of this experiment on his brother's temper failed to fulfil Lemuel's expectations. The doctor's curiosity was roused on the doctor's own subject of inquiry. "You're quite right about one thing," said Benjulia gravely. "I never heard you talk in this way before. You suggest some interesting considerations of the medical sort. Come to the light." He led Lemuel to the window, looked at him with the closest attention, and carefully consulted his pulse. Lemuel smiled. "I'm not joking," said Benjulia sternly. "Tell me this. Have you had any headaches lately? Do you find your memory failing you?" As he put those questions, he thought to himself, seriously thought, "Is this fellow's brain softening? I wish I had him on my table." Lemuel persisted in presenting himself under a sentimental aspect. He had not forgiven his elder brother's rudeness yet, and he knew, by experience, the one weakness in Benjulia's character which, with his small resources, it was possible to attack. "Thank you for your kind inquiries," he replied. "Never mind my head, so long as my heart's in the right place. I don't pretend to be clever, but I've got my feelings, and I could put some awkward questions on what you call medical research, if I had Morphew to help me." "I'll help you," said Benjulia, interested in developing the state of his brother's brain. "I don't believe you," said Lemuel, interested in developing the state of his brother's temper. "Try me, Lemuel." "All right, Nathan." The two brothers returned to their chairs, reduced for once to the same moral level. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 32. "Now," said Benjulia, "what is it to be? The favourite public bugbear? Vivisection?" "Yes." "Very well. What can I do for you?" "Tell me first," said Lemuel, "what is law?" "Nobody knows." "Well, then, what ought it to be?" "Justice, I suppose." "Let me wait a bit, Nathan, and get that into my mind." Benjulia waited with exemplary patience. "Now about yourself," Lemuel continued. "You won't be offended, will you? Should I be right if I called you a dissector of living creatures?" Benjulia was reminded of the day when he had discovered his brother in the laboratory. His dark complexion deepened in hue. His cold grey eyes seemed to promise a coming outbreak. Lemuel went on. "Does the law forbid you to make your experiments on a man?" he asked. "Of course it does." "Why doesn't the law forbid you to make your experiments on a dog?" Benjulia's face cleared again. The one penetrable point in his ironclad nature had not been reached yet. That apparently childish question about the dog appeared not only to have interested him, but to have taken him by surprise. His attention wandered away from his brother. His clear intellect put Lemuel's objection in closer logical form, and asked if there was any answer to it, thus: "The law which forbids you to dissect a living man allows you to dissect a living dog. Why?" There was positively no answer to this. Suppose he said, because a dog is an animal? Could he, as a physiologist, deny that a man is an animal too? Suppose he said, because a dog is the inferior creature in intellect? The obvious answer to this would be, but the lower order of savage, or the lower order of lunatic, compared with the dog, is the inferior creature in intellect, and in these cases the dog has, on your own showing, the better right to protection of the two. Suppose he said, because a man is a creature with a soul, and a dog is a creature without a soul? This would be simply inviting another unanswerable question. How do you know? Honestly accepting the dilemma which thus presented itself, the conclusion that followed seemed to be beyond dispute. If the law, in the matter of vivisection, asserts the principle of interference, the law has barred its right to place arbitrary limits on its own action. If it protects any living creatures, it is bound, in reason and in justice, to protect all. "Well," said Lemuel, "am I to have an answer?" "I'm not a lawyer." With this convenient reply, Benjulia opened Mr. Morphew's letter, and read the forbidden part of it, which began on the second page. There he found the very questions with which his brother had puzzled him, followed by the conclusion at which he had himself arrived. "You interpreted the language of your dog just now," he said quietly to Lemuel, "and I naturally supposed your brain might be softening. Such as it is, I perceive that your memory is in working order. Accept my excuses for feeling your pulse. You have ceased to be an object of interest to me." He returned to his reading. Lemuel watched him, still confidently waiting for results. The letter proceeded in these terms: Your employer may perhaps be inclined to publish my work, if I can satisfy him that it will address itself to the general reader. We all know what are the false pretences under which English physiologists practice their cruelties. I want to expose those false pretences in the simplest and plainest way, by appealing to my own experience as an ordinary working member of the medical profession. Take the pretense of increasing our knowledge of the curative action of poisons by trying them on animals. The very poisons, the action of which dogs and cats have been needlessly tortured to demonstrate, I have successfully used on my human patients in the practice of a lifetime. I should also like to ask what proof there is that the effect of a poison on an animal may be trusted to inform us with certainty of the effect of the same poison on a man. To quote 2 instances only which justify doubt, and to take birds this time by way of a change, a pigeon will swallow opium enough to kill a man, and will not be in the least affected by it. And parsley, which is an innocent herb in the stomach of a human being, is deadly poison to a parrot. I should deal in the same way with the other pretense of improving our practice of surgery by experiment on living animals. Not long since, I saw the diseased leg of a dog cut off at the hip joint. When the limb was removed, not a single vessel bled. Try the same operation on a man, and 12 or 15 vessels must be tied as a matter of absolute necessity. Again, we are told by a great authority that the baking of dogs in ovens has led to new discoveries in treating fever. I have always supposed that the heat in fever is not a cause of disease, but a consequence. However, let that be, and let us still stick to experience. Has this infernal cruelty produced results which help us to cure scarlet fever? Our bedside practice tells us that scarlet fever runs its course as it always did. I could multiply such examples as these by hundreds when I write my book. Briefly stated, you now have the method by which I propose to drag the scientific English savage from his shelter behind the medical interests of humanity, and to show him in his true character, as plainly as the scientific foreign savage shows himself of his own accord. He doesn't shrink behind false pretenses. He doesn't add cant to cruelty. He boldly proclaims the truth. I do it because I like it. Benjulia rose and threw the letter on the floor. I proclaim the truth, he said. I do it because I like it. There are some few Englishmen who treat ignorant public opinion with the contempt that it deserves, and I am one of them. He pointed scornfully to the letter. That wordy old fool is right about false pretenses. Publish his book, and I'll buy a copy of it. That's odd, said Lemuel. What's odd? Well, Nathan, I'm only a fool, but if you talk in that way of false pretenses and public opinion, why do you tell everybody that your horrid cutting and carving is harmless chemistry? And why were you in such a rage when I got into your workshop and found you out? Answer me that. Let me congratulate you first, said Benjulia. It isn't every fool who knows that he is a fool. Now you shall have your answer. Before the end of the year, all the world will be welcome to come into my workshop, and see me at the employment of my life. Brother Lemuel, when you stole your way through my unlocked door, you found me travelling on the road to the grandest medical discovery of this century. You stupid ass, do you think I cared about what you could find out? I am in such perpetual terror of being forestalled by my colleagues that I am not master of myself, even when such eyes as yours look at my work. In a month or two more, perhaps in a week or two, I shall have solved the grand problem. I labour at it all day. I think of it, I dream of it, all night. It will kill me. Strong as I am, it will kill me. What do you say? Am I working myself into my grave? In the medical interests of humanity? That for humanity. I am working for my own satisfaction, for my own pride, for my own unutterable pleasure in beating other men, for the fame that will keep my name living hundreds of years hence. Humanity! I say with my foreign brethren, knowledge for its own sake is the one God I worship. Knowledge is its own justification and its own reward. The roaring mob follows us with its cry of cruelty. We pity their ignorance. Knowledge sanctifies cruelty. The old anatomist stole dead bodies for knowledge. In that sacred cause, if I could steal a living man without being found out, I would tie him on my table and grasp my grand discovery in days instead of months. Where are you going? What? You're afraid to be in the same room with me? A man who can talk as I do is a man who would stick at nothing. Is that the light in which you lower order of creatures look at us? Look a little higher, and you will see that a man who talks as I do is a man set above you by knowledge. Exert yourself and try to understand me. Have I no virtues, even from your point of view? Am I not a good citizen? Don't I pay my debts? Don't I serve my friends? You miserable creature, you have had my money when you wanted it. Look at that letter on the floor. The man mentioned in it is one of those colleagues whom I distrust. I did my duty by him for all that. I gave him the information he wanted. I introduced him to a friend in a land of strangers. Have I no feeling, as you call it? My last experiments on a monkey horrified me. His cries of suffering, his gestures of entreaty, were like the cries and gestures of a child. I would have given the world to put him out of his misery, but I went on. In the glorious cause, I went on. My hands turned cold. My heart ached. I thought of a child I sometimes play with. I suffered. I resisted. I went on. All for knowledge. All for knowledge. His brother's presence was forgotten. His dark face turned livid. His gigantic frame shuddered. His breath came and went in deep, sobbing gasps. It was terrible to see him and hear him. Lemuel slunk out of the room. The jackal had roused the lion. The mean spirit of mischief in him had not bargained for this. I begin to believe in the devil, he said to himself when he got to the house door. As he descended the steps, a carriage appeared in the lane. A footman opened the gate of the enclosure. The carriage approached the house with a lady in it. Lemuel ran back to his brother. "Here's a lady coming," he said. "You're in a nice state to see her. Pull yourself together, Nathan, and, damn it, wash your hands." He took Benjulia's arm and led him upstairs. When Lemuel returned to the hall, Mrs. Gallilee was ascending the house steps. He bowed profoundly, in homage to the well-preserved remains of a fine woman. "My brother will be with you directly, ma'am. Pray allow me to give you a chair." His hat was in his hand. Mrs. Gallilee's knowledge of the world easily set him down at his true value. She got rid of him with her best grace. "Pray don't let me detain you, sir. I will wait with pleasure." If she had been 20 years younger, the hint might have been thrown away. As it was, Lemuel retired. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 33. An unusually long day's work at the office had fatigued good Mr. Moole. He pushed aside his papers and let his weary eyes rest on a glass vase full of flowers on the table, a present from a grateful client. As a man, he enjoyed the lovely colours of the nosegay. As a botanist, he lamented the act which had cut the flowers from their parent stems, and doomed them to a premature death. I should not have had the heart to do it myself, he thought, but tastes differ. The office boy came into the room with a visiting card in his hand. "I'm going home to dinner," said Mr. Moole. "The person must call to-morrow." The boy laid the card on the table. The person was Mrs. Gallilee. Mrs. Gallilee at 7 o'clock in the evening? Mrs. Gallilee without a previous appointment by letter? Mr. Moole trembled under the apprehension of some serious family emergency, in imminent need of legal interference. He submitted as a matter of course. "Show the lady in." Before a word had passed between them, the lawyer's mind was relieved. Mrs. Gallilee shone on him with her sweetest smiles, pressed his hand with her friendliest warmth, admired the nosegay with her readiest enthusiasm. "Quite perfect," she said, "especially the pansy, the round flat edge, Mr. Moole, the upper petals perfectly uniform. There is a flower that defies criticism. I long to dissect it." Mr. Moole politely resigned the pansy to dissection. Murderous mutilation, he would have called it, in the case of one of his own flowers, and waited to hear what his learned client might have to say to him. "I am going to surprise you," Mrs. Gallilee announced. "No, to shock you. No, even that is not strong enough. Let me say to horrify you." Mr. Moole's anxieties returned, complicated by confusion. The behaviour of Mrs. Gallilee exhibited the most unaccountable contrast to her language. She showed no sign of those strong emotions to which she had alluded. "How am I to put it?" she went on, with a transparent affectation of embarrassment. "Shall I call it a disgrace to our family?" Mr. Moole started. Mrs. Gallilee entreated him to compose himself. She approached the inevitable disclosure by degrees. "I think," she said, "you have met Dr. Benjulia at my house?" "I have had that honour, Mrs. Gallilee. Not a very sociable person, if I may venture to say so. Downright rude, Mr. Moole, on some occasions. But that doesn't matter now. I have just been visiting the doctor." Was this visit connected with the disgrace to the family? Mr. Moole ventured to put a question. "Dr. Benjulia is not related to you, ma'am, is he?" "Not the least in the world. Please don't interrupt me again. I am, so to speak, laying a train of circumstances before you, and I might leave one of them out. When Dr. Benjulia was a young man, I am returning to my train of circumstances, Mr. Moole, he was at Rome, pursuing his professional studies. I have all this, mind, straight from the doctor himself. At Rome he became acquainted with my late brother, after the period of his unfortunate marriage. Stop! I have failed to put it strongly enough again. I ought to have said his disgraceful marriage. Really, Mrs. Gallilee— Mr. Moole— I beg your pardon, ma'am. Don't mention it. The next circumstance is ready in my mind. One of the doctor's fellow students, described as being personally an irresistible man, was possessed of abilities which even attracted our unsociable Benjulia. They became friends. At the time of which I am now speaking, my brother's disgusting wife— oh, but I repeat it, Mr. Moole, I say again, his disgusting wife was the mother of a female child. Your niece, Mrs. Gallilee? No. Not Miss Carmina? Miss Carmina is no more my niece than she is your niece. Carry your mind back to what I have just said. I mentioned a medical student who was an irresistible man. Miss Carmina's father was that man." Mr. Moole's astonishment and indignation would have instantly expressed themselves if he had not been a lawyer. As it was, his professional experience warned him of the imprudence of speaking too soon. Mrs. Gallilee's exultation forced its way outwards. Her eyes glittered, her voice rose. "The law, Mr. Moole! What does the law say?" she broke out. "Is my brother's will no better than waste paper? Is the money divided among his only near relations? Tell me, tell me!" Mr. Moole suddenly plunged his face into his vase of flowers. Did he feel that the air of the office wanted purifying? Or was he conscious that his face might betray him unless he hid it? Mrs. Gallilee was at no loss to set her own clever interpretation on her lawyer's extraordinary proceeding. "Take your time," she said with the most patronizing kindness. "I know your sensitive nature. I know what I felt myself when this dreadful discovery burst upon me. If you remember, I said I should horrify you. Take your time, my dear sir, pray take your time." To be encouraged in this way, as if he were the emotional client and Mrs. Gallilee the impassive lawyer, was more than even Mr. Moole could endure. Shy men are, in their innermost depths of their nature, proud men. The lawyer had his professional pride. He came out of his flowery retreat with a steady countenance. For the first time in his life he was not afraid of Mrs. Gallilee. "Before we enter on the legal aspect of the case," he began. "The shocking case," Mrs. Gallilee interposed, in the interests of virtue. Under any other circumstance Mr. Moole would have accepted the correction. He actually took no notice of it now. "There is one point," he proceeded, "on which I must beg you to enlighten me." "By all means. I am ready to go into any details, no matter how disgusting they may be." Mr. Moole thought of certain ladies, objects of perfectly needless respect among men, who, being requested to leave the court at unmentionable trials, persist in keeping their places. It was a relief to him to feel, if his next questions did nothing else, that they would disappoint Mrs. Gallilee. "Am I right in supposing that you believe what you have told me?" he resumed. "Most assuredly." "Is Dr. Benjulia the only person who has spoken to you on the subject?" "The only person." "His information being derived from his friend, the fellow student whom you mentioned just now?" "In other words," Mrs. Gallilee answered viciously, "the father of that wretched girl who has been foisted on my care." If Mr. Moole's courage had been in danger of failing him, he would have found it again now. His regard for Carmina, his respect for the memory of her mother, had been wounded to the quick. Strong on his own legal ground, he proceeded as if he were examining a witness in a police court. "I suppose the doctor had some reason for believing what his friend told him?" "Ample reason. Vice and poverty generally go together. This man was poor. He showed Dr. Benjulia money received from his mistress, her husband's money, it is needless to say." "Her motive might be innocent, Mrs. Gallilee. Had the man any letters of hers to show?" "Letters? From a woman in her position? It's notorious, Mr. Moole, that Italian models don't know how to read or write." "May I ask if there are any other further proofs?" "You have had proofs enough." "With all possible respect, ma'am, I deny that." Mrs. Gallilee had not been asked to enter into disgusting details. Mrs. Gallilee had been contradicted by her obedient, humble servant of other days. She thought it high time to bring the examination to an end. "If you are determined to believe in the woman's innocence," she said, "without knowing any of the circumstances—" Mr. Moole went on from bad to worse. He interrupted her now. "Excuse me, Mrs. Gallilee. I think you have forgotten that one of my autumn holidays, many years since, was spent in Italy. I was in Rome, like Dr. Benjulia, after your brother's marriage. His wife was, to my certain knowledge, received in society. Her reputation was unblemished, and her husband was devoted to her." "In plain English," said Mrs. Gallilee, "my brother was a poor weak creature, and his wife, when you knew her, had not been found out." "That is just the difficulty I feel," Mr. Moole rejoined. "How is it that she is only found out now? Years have passed since she died. More years have passed since this attack on her character reached Dr. Benjulia's knowledge. He is an old friend of yours. Why has he only told you of it to-day? I hope I don't offend you by asking these questions." "Oh dear, no. Your questions are so easily answered. I never encouraged the doctor to speak of my brother and his wife. The subject was too distasteful to me, and I don't doubt that Dr. Benjulia felt about it as I did." "Until to-day," the lawyer remarked, "Dr. Benjulia appears to have been quite ready to mention the subject to-day." "Under special circumstances, Mr. Moole. Perhaps you will not allow that special circumstances make any difference." On the contrary, Mr. Moole made every allowance. At the same time, he waited to hear what the circumstances might be. But Mrs. Gallilee had her reasons for keeping silence. It was impossible to mention Benjulia's reception of her without inflicting a wound on her self-esteem. To begin with, he had kept the door of the room open, and had remained standing. "Have you got Ovid's letters? Leave them here. I am not fit to look at them now." Those were his first words. There was nothing in the letters which a friend might not read. She accordingly consented to leave them. The doctor had expressed his sense of obligation by bidding her get into her carriage again and go. "I have been put in a passion. I have made a fool of myself. I haven't a nerve in my body that isn't quivering with rage. Go! Go! Go!" There was his explanation, impenetrably obstinate. Mrs. Gallilee faced him, standing between the doctor and the door, without shrinking. She had not driven all the way to Benjulia's house to be sent back again without gaining her object. She had her questions to put to him, and she persisted in pressing them as only a woman can. He was left, with the education of a gentleman against him, between two vulgar alternatives, of turning her out by main force, or of yielding, and getting rid of her decently in that way. At any other time he would have flatly refused to lower himself to the level of a scandal-mongering woman by entering on the subject. In his present mood, if pacifying Mrs. Gallilee and ridding himself of Mrs. Gallilee meant one and the same thing, he was ready, recklessly ready, to let her have her own way. She heard the infamous story which she had repeated to her lawyer, and she had Lemuel Benjulia's visit and Mr. Morphew's contemplated attack on vivisection to thank for getting her information. Mr. Moole waited and waited in vain. He reminded his client of what she had just said. "You mentioned certain circumstances. May I know what they are?" he asked. Mrs. Gallilee rose before she replied. "Your time is valuable, and my time is valuable," she said. "We shall not convince each other by prolonging our conversation. I came here, Mr. Moole, to ask you a question about the law. Permit me to remind you that I have not had my answer yet. My own impression is that the girl now in my house, not being my brother's child, has no claim on my brother's property. Tell me in 2 words, if you please, am I right or wrong?" "I can do it in 1 word, Mrs. Gallilee. Wrong." "What?" Mr. Moole entered on the necessary explanation, triumphing in the reply that he had just made. "It's the smartest thing," he thought, "I ever said in my life." "While husbands and wives live together," he continued, "the law holds that all children born in wedlock are the husband's children, even if Miss Carmina's mother had not been as good and innocent a woman as ever drew the breath of life." "That will do, Mr. Moole. You really mean to say that this girl's interest in my brother's will remains quite unaffected, ma'am, by all that you have told me? Am I still obliged to keep her under my care?" "Or," Mr. Moole answered, "to resign the office of guardian in favour of Lady Northlake, appointed to act in your place." "I won't trouble you any further, sir. Good evening." She turned to leave the office. Mr. Moole actually tried to stop her. "1 word more, Mrs. Gallilee." "No, we have said enough already." Mr. Moole's audacity arrived at its climax. He put his hand on the lock of the office door, and held it shut. "The young lady, Mrs. Gallilee. I am sure you will never breathe a word of this to the pretty, gentle young lady. Even if it was true, and as God is my witness, I am sure it's false." "Good evening, Mr. Moole." He opened the door and let her go. Her looks and tones told him that remonstrance was worse than useless. From year's end to year's end, this modest and amiable man had never been heard to swear. He swore now. "Damn Dr. Benjulia!" he burst out in the solitude of his office. His dinner was waiting for him at home. Instead of putting on his hat, he went back to his writing table. His thoughts projected themselves into the future, and discovered possibilities from which they recoiled. He took up his pen and began a letter. "To John Gallilee, Esquire. Dear Sir, circumstances have occurred which I am not at liberty to mention, but which make it necessary for me, in justice to my own views and feelings, to withdraw from the position of legal adviser to yourself and family." He paused and considered with himself. "No," he decided, "I may be of some use to that poor child, while I am the family lawyer." He tore up his unfinished letter. When Mr. Moole got home that night, it was noticed that he had a poor appetite for his dinner. On the other hand, he drank more wine than usual. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 34. I don't know what is the matter with me. Sometimes I think I am going to be really ill. It was the day after Mrs. Gallilee's interview with her lawyer, and this was Carmina's answer when the governess entered her room after the lessons of the morning and asked if she felt better. "Are you still taking medicine?" Miss Minerva inquired. "Yes, Mr. Null says it's a tonic, and it's sure to do me good. It doesn't seem to have begun yet. I feel so dreadfully weak, Frances. The least thing makes me cry, and I put off doing what I ought to do and want to do, without knowing why. You remember what I told you about Teresa. She may be with us in a few days more, for all I know to the contrary. I must find a nice lodging for her, poor dear, and here I am, thinking about it instead of doing it." "Let me do it," Miss Minerva suggested. Carmina's sad face brightened. "That's kind indeed," she said. "Nonsense! I shall take the children out after dinner to-day. Looking over lodgings will be an amusement to me and to them." "Where is Zoe? Why haven't you brought her with you?" "She is having her music lesson, and I must go back to keep her in order. About the lodging? A sitting room and bedroom will be enough, I suppose. In this neighbourhood I am afraid the terms will be rather high." "Oh, never mind that. Let us have clean, airy rooms, and a kindly landlady. Teresa mustn't know it, if the terms are high." "Will she allow you to pay her expenses?" "Ah, you put it delicately. My aunt seemed to doubt if Teresa had any money of her own. I forgot at the time that my father had left her a little income. She told me so herself, and wondered, poor dear, how she was to spend it all. She mustn't be allowed to spend it all. We will tell her that the terms are half what they may really be, and I will pay the other half. Isn't it cruel of my aunt not to let my old nurse live in the same house with me?" At that moment a message arrived from one of the persons of whom she was speaking. Mrs. Gallilee wished to see Miss Carmina immediately. "My dear," said Miss Minerva, when the servant had withdrawn, "why do you tremble so?" "There's something in me, Frances, that shudders at my aunt, ever since—" She stopped. Miss Minerva understood that sudden pause. The undesigned allusion to Carmina's guiltless knowledge of her feelings towards Ovid. By unexpressed consent on either side, they still preserved their former relations, as if Mrs. Gallilee had not spoken. Miss Minerva looked at Carmina sadly and kindly. "Good-bye for the present," she said, and went upstairs again to the schoolroom. In the hall, Carmina found the servant waiting for her. He opened the library door. The learned lady was at her studies. "I have been speaking to Mr. Null about you," said Mrs. Gallilee. On the previous evening, Carmina had kept her room. She had breakfasted in bed, and she now saw her aunt for the first time since Mrs. Gallilee had left the house on her visit to Benjulia. The girl was instantly conscious of a change, to be felt rather than to be realized, a subtle change in her aunt's way of looking at her and speaking to her. Her heart beat fast. She took the nearest chair in silence. "The doctor," Mrs. Gallilee proceeded, "thinks it is of importance to your health to be as much as possible in the air. He wishes you to drive out every day while the fine weather lasts. I have ordered the open carriage to be ready after luncheon. Other engagements will prevent me from accompanying you. You will be under the care of my maid, and you will be out for 2 hours. Mr. Null hopes you will gain strength. Is there anything you want?" "Nothing, thank you." "Perhaps you wish for a new dress?" "Oh, no." "You have no complaint to make of the servants?" "The servants are always kind to me." "I needn't detain you any longer. I have a person coming to speak to me." Carmina had entered the room in doubt and fear. She left it with strangely mingled feelings of perplexity and relief. Her sense of a mysterious change in her aunt had strengthened with every word that Mrs. Gallilee had said to her. She had heard of reformatory institutions, and of discreet persons called matrons who managed them. In her imaginary picture of such places, Mrs. Gallilee's tone and manner realized, in the strangest way, her idea of a matron speaking to a penitent. As she crossed the hall, her thoughts took a new direction. Some indefinable distrust of the coming time got possession of her. An ugly model of the Colosseum, in cork, stood on the hall table. She looked at it absently. "I hope Teresa will come soon," she thought, and turned away to the stairs. She ascended slowly, her head drooping, her mind still preoccupied. Arrived at the first landing, a sound of footsteps disturbed her. She looked up, and found herself face to face with Mr. Le Frank, leaving the schoolroom after his music lesson. At that sudden discovery, a cry of alarm escaped her, the common little scream of a startled woman. Mr. Le Frank made an elaborately formal bow. He apologized with sternly stupid emphasis. "I beg your pardon." Moved by a natural impulse, penitently conscious of those few foolish words of hers which he had so unfortunately overheard, the poor girl made an effort to conciliate him. "I have very few friends, Mr. Le Frank," she said timidly. "May I still consider you as one of them? Will you forgive and forget? Will you shake hands?" Mr. Le Frank made another magnificent bow. He was proud of his voice. In his most resonant and mellifluous tones he said, "You do me honour," and took the offered hand, and lifted it grandly, and touched it with his lips. She held by the baluster with her free hand, and controlled the sickening sensation which that momentary contact with him produced. He might have detected the outward signs of the struggle, but for an interruption which preserved her from discovery. Mrs. Gallilee was standing at the open library door. Mrs. Gallilee said, "I am waiting for you, Mr. Le Frank." Carmina hurried up the stairs, pursued already by a sense of her own imprudence. In her first confusion and dismay, but one clear idea presented itself. "Oh," she said, "have I made another mistake?" Meanwhile, Mrs. Gallilee had received her music master with the nearest approach to an indulgent welcome of which a hardened nature is capable. "Take the easy chair, Mr. Le Frank. You are not afraid of the open window?" "Oh dear no, I like it." He rapidly unrolled some leaves of music which he had brought downstairs. "With regard to the song that I had the honour of mentioning," Mrs. Gallilee pointed to the table, "put the song there for the present. I have a word to say first. How came you to frighten my niece?" "I heard something like a scream. and naturally looked out. She was making an apology. She asked you to forgive and forget. What does all this mean?" Mr. Le Frank exhausted his ingenuity in efforts of polite evasion without the slightest success. From first to last, if the expression may be permitted, Mrs. Gallilee had him under her thumb. He was not released until he had literally reported Carmina's opinion of him as a man and a musician, and had exactly described the circumstances under which he had heard it. Mrs. Gallilee listened with an interest which, under less embarrassing circumstances, would have even satisfied Mr. Le Frank's vanity. She was not for a moment deceived by the clumsy affectation of good humour with which he told his story. Her penetration discovered the vindictive feeling towards Carmina, which offered him, in case of necessity, as an instrument ready made to her hand. By fine degrees she presented herself in the new character of a sympathizing friend. "I know now, Mr. Le Frank, why you declined to be my niece's music master. Allow me to apologize for having ignorantly placed you in a false position. I appreciate the delicacy of your conduct. I understand and admire you." Mr. Le Frank's florid cheeks turned redder still. His cold blood began to simmer, heated by an all-pervading glow of flattered self-esteem. "My niece's motives for concealment are plain enough," Mrs. Gallilee proceeded. "Let me hope that she was ashamed to confess the total want of taste, delicacy, and good manners which has so justly offended you. Miss Minerva, however, has no excuse for keeping me in the dark. Her conduct in this matter offers, I regret to say, one more instance of her habitual neglect of the duties which attach to her position in my house. There seems to be some private understanding between my governess and my niece, of which I highly disapprove. However, the subject is too distasteful to dwell on. You were speaking of your song, the last effort of your genius, I think." "His genius?" The inner glow in Mr. Le Frank grew warmer and warmer. "I asked for the honour of an interview," he explained, "to make a request." He took up his leaves of music. "This is my last, and I hope my best, effort at composition. May I dedicate it?" "To me?" Mrs. Gallilee exclaimed with a burst of enthusiasm. Mr. Le Frank felt the compliment. He bowed gratefully. "Need I say how gladly I accept the honour?" With this gracious answer Mrs. Gallilee rose. Was the change of position a hint, suggesting that Mr. Le Frank might leave her to her studies, now that his object was gained? Or was it an act of homage offered by science to art? Mr. Le Frank was incapable of placing an unfavourable interpretation on any position which a woman, and such a woman, could assume in his presence. He felt the compliment again. "The first copy published shall be sent to you," he said, and snatched up his hat, eager to set the printers at work. "And 25 copies more, for which I subscribe," cried his munificent patroness, cordially shaking hands with him. Mr. Le Frank attempted to express his sense of obligation. Generous Mrs. Gallilee refused to hear him. He took his leave. He got as far as the hall, and then he was called back, softly, confidentially called back to the library. "A thought has just struck me," said Mrs. Gallilee. "Please shut the door for a moment. About that meeting between you and my niece. Perhaps I am taking a morbid view?" She paused. Mr. Le Frank waited with breathless interest. "Or is there something out of the common way in that apology of hers?" Mrs. Gallilee proceeded. "Have you any idea what the motive might be?" Mr. Le Frank's ready suspicion was instantly aroused. "Not the least idea," he answered. "Can you tell me?" "I am as completely puzzled as you are," Mrs. Gallilee rejoined. Mr. Le Frank considered. His suspicions made an imaginative effort, assisted by his vanity. "After my refusal to teach her," he suggested, "that proposal to shake hands may have a meaning." There his invention failed him. He stopped, and shook his head ominously. Mrs. Gallilee's object being attained, she made no attempt to help him. "Perhaps time will show," she answered discreetly. "Good bye again. Best wishes for the success of the song." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 35. The solitude of her own room was no welcome refuge to Carmina in her present state of mind. She went on to the schoolroom. Miss Minerva was alone. The two girls, in obedience to domestic regulations, were making their midday toilet before dinner. Carmina described her interview with Mrs. Gallilee and her meeting with Mr. Lefrank. "Don't scold me," she said. "I make no excuse for my folly." "If Mr. Lefrank had left the house after you spoke to him," Miss Minerva answered, "I should not have felt the anxiety which troubles me now. I don't like his going to Mrs. Gallilee afterwards, especially when you tell me of that change in her manner towards you. Yours is a vivid imagination, Carmina. Are you sure that it has not been playing you any tricks?" "Perfectly sure." Miss Minerva was not quite satisfied. "Will you help me to feel as certain about it as you do?" she asked. "Mrs. Gallilee generally looks in for a few minutes while the children are at dinner. Stay here and say something to her in my presence. I want to judge for myself." The girls came in. Maria's perfect toilet reflected Maria's perfect character. She performed the duties of politeness with her usual happy choice of words. "Dear Carmina, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again in our schoolroom. We are naturally anxious about your health. This lovely weather is no doubt in your favour, and papa thinks Mr. Null a remarkably clever man." Zoe stood by frowning, while these smooth conventionalities trickled over her sister's lips. Carmina asked what was the matter. Zoe looked gloomily at the dog on the rug. "I wish I was Tinker," she said. Maria smiled sweetly. "Dear Zoe, what a strange wish! What would you do if you were Tinker?" The dog, hearing his name, rose and shook himself. Zoe pointed to him with an appearance of the deepest interest. "He hasn't got to brush his hair before he goes out for a walk. His nails don't look black when they're dirty. And I say," she whispered the next words in Carmina's ear, "he hasn't got a governess." The dinner made its appearance, and Mrs. Gallilee followed the dinner. Maria said grace. Zoe, always ravenous at meals, forgot to say amen. Carmina, standing behind her chair, prompted her. Zoe said, "Amen. Oh, bother!" The first word at the top of her voice, and the last two in a whisper. Mrs. Gallilee looked at Carmina as she might have looked at an obtrusive person who had stepped in from the street. "You had better dress before luncheon," she suggested, "or you will keep the carriage waiting." Hearing this, Zoe laid down her knife and fork, and looked over her shoulder. "Ask if I may go with you," she said. Carmina made the request. "No," Mrs. Gallilee answered. "The children must walk. My maid will accompany you." Carmina glanced at Miss Minerva on leaving the room. The governess replied by a look. She too had seen the change in Mrs. Gallilee's manner, and was at a loss to understand it. Mrs. Gallilee's maid Marceline belonged to a quick-tempered race. She was a Jersey woman. It was not easy to say which of the two felt most depressed by their enforced companionship in the carriage. The maid was perhaps the most to be pitied. Secretly drawn towards Carmina, like the other servants in the house, she was forced by her mistress's private instruction to play the part of a spy. "If the young lady changes the route which the coachman has my orders to take, or if she communicates with any person while you are out, you are to report it to me." Mrs. Gallilee had not forgotten the discovery of the travelling bag, and Mr. Moole's exposition of the law had informed her that the superintendence of Carmina was as much a matter of serious pecuniary interest as ever. But recent events had, in one respect at least, improved the prospect. If Ovid, as his mother actually ventured to hope, broke off his engagement when he heard the scandalous story of Carmina's birth, there was surely a chance that she, like other girls of her sensitive temperament, might feel the calamity that had fallen on her so acutely as to condemn herself to a single life. Misled, partly by the hope of relief from her own vile anxieties, partly by the heartless incapability of appreciating generous feeling in others, developed by the pursuits of her later life, Mrs. Gallilee seriously contemplated her son's future decision as a matter of reasonable doubt. In the meanwhile, this detestable child of adultery, this living obstacle in the way of the magnificent prospects which otherwise awaited Maria and Zoe, to say nothing of their mother, must remain in the house, submitted to her guardian's authority, watched by her guardian's vigilance. The hateful creature was still entitled to medical attendance when she was ill, and must still be supplied with every remedy that the doctor's ingenuity could suggest. A liberal allowance was paid for the care of her, and the trustees were bound to interfere if it was not fairly earned. Looking after the carriage as it drove away, Marcelin on the front seat presenting the picture of discomfort, and Carmina opposite to her, unendurably pretty and interesting, with the last new poem on her lap, Mrs. Gallilee's reflections took their own bitter course. Accidents happen to other carriages with other girls in them. Not to my carriage with that girl in it. Nothing will frighten my horses to-day, and fat as he is, my coachman will not have a fit on the box. It was only too true. At the appointed hour the carriage appeared again, and, to complete the disappointment, Marcelin had no report to make. Miss Minerva had not forgotten her promise. When she returned from her walk with the children, the rooms had been taken. Teresa's London lodging was within 5 minutes' walk of the house. That evening Carmina sent a telegram to Rome, on the chance that the nurse might not yet have begun her journey. The message, deferring other explanations until they met, merely informed her that her rooms were ready, adding the address and the landlady's name. Guessing in the dark, Carmina and the governess had ignorantly attributed the sinister alteration in Mrs. Gallilee's manner to the prospect of Teresa's unwelcome return. "While you have the means in your power," Miss Minerva advised, "it may be as well to let your old friend know that there is a home for her when she reaches London." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 36. The weather, to Carmina's infinite relief, changed for the worse the next day. Incessant rain made it impossible to send her out in the carriage again. But it was an eventful day nevertheless. On that rainy afternoon, Mr. Gallilee asserted himself as a free agent, in the terrible presence of his wife. "It's an uncommonly dull day, my dear," he began. This passed without notice, which was a great encouragement to go on. "If you will allow me to say so, Carmina wants a little amusement." Mrs. Gallilee looked up from her book. Fearing that he might stop altogether if he took his time as usual, Mr. Gallilee proceeded in a hurry. "There's an afternoon performance of conjuring tricks, and, do you know, I really think I might take Carmina to see it. We shall be delighted if you will accompany us, my dear, and they do say, perhaps you have heard of it yourself, that there's a good deal of science in this exhibition." His eyes rolled in uneasy expectation as he waited to hear what his wife might decide. She waved her hand contemptuously in the direction of the door. Mr. Gallilee retired with the alacrity of a young man. "Now we shall enjoy ourselves," he thought, as he went up to Carmina's room. They were just leaving the house when the music master arrived at the door to give his lesson. Mr. Gallilee immediately put his head out of the cab window. "We are going to see The Conjuring," he shouted cheerfully. "Carmina, don't you see Mr. Le Frank? He is bowing to you. Do you like conjuring, Mr. Le Frank? Don't tell the children where we are going. They would be disappointed, poor things. But they must have their lessons, mustn't they? Good-bye. I say, stop a minute. If you ever want your umbrella mended, I know a man who will do it cheap and well. Nasty day, isn't it? Go on, go on. The general opinion, which ranks vanity among the lighter failings of humanity, commits a serious mistake. Vanity wants nothing but the motive power to develop into absolute wickedness. Vanity can be savagely suspicious and diabolically cruel. What are the two typical names which stand revealed in history as the names of the two vainest men that ever lived? Nero and Robespierre. In his obscure sphere, and within his restricted means, the vanity of Mrs. Gallilee's music-master had developed its inherent qualities under her cunning and guarded instigation. Once set in action, his suspicion of Carmina passed beyond all limits. There could be no reason but a bad reason for that bare-faced attempt to entrap him into a reconciliation. Every evil motive which it was possible to attribute to a girl of her age, no matter how monstrously improbable it might be, occurred to him when he recalled her words, her look, and her manner at their meeting on the stairs. His paltry little mind, at other times preoccupied in contemplating himself and his abilities, was now so completely absorbed in imagining every variety of conspiracy against his social and professional position, that he was not even capable of giving his customary lesson to two children. Before the appointed hour had expired, Miss Minerva remarked that his mind did not appear to be at ease, and suggested that he had better renew the lesson on the next day. After a futile attempt to assume an appearance of tranquillity, he thanked her and took his leave. On his way downstairs, he found the door of Carmina's room left half open. She was absent with Mr. Gallilee. Miss Minerva remained upstairs with the children. Mrs. Gallilee was engaged in scientific research. At that hour of the afternoon, there were no duties which called the servants to the upper part of the house. He listened. He hesitated. He went into the room. It was possible that she might keep a journal. It was certain that she wrote and received letters. If he could only find her desk unlocked, and her drawers open, the inmost secrets of her life would be at his mercy. He tried her desk. He tried the cupboard under the bookcase. They were both locked. The cabinet between the windows and the drawer of the table were left unguarded. No discovery rewarded the careful search that he pursued in these two repositories. He opened the books that she had left on the table, and shook them. No forgotten letter, no private memorandum, used as marks, dropped out. He looked all round him. He peeped into the bedroom. He listened, to make sure that nobody was outside. He entered the bedroom, and examined the toilet table, and opened the doors of the wardrobe. And still the search was fruitless, persevere as he might. Returning to the sitting-room, he shook his fist at the writing-desk. "You wouldn't be locked," he thought, "unless you had some shameful secrets to keep. I shall have other opportunities, and she may not always remember to turn the key." He stole quietly down the stairs, and met no one on his way out. The bad weather continued on the next day. The object of Mr. Lefrank's suspicion remained in the house, and the second opportunity failed to offer itself as yet. The visit to the exhibition of conjuring had done Carmina harm instead of good. Her head ached. In the close atmosphere, she was too fatigued to be able to stay in the room until the performance came to an end. Poor Mr. Gallilee retired in disgrace to the shelter of his club. At dinner, even his perfect temper failed him for the moment. He found fault with the champagne, and then apologized to the waiter. "I'm sorry I was a little hard on you just now. The fact is, I'm out of sorts. You have felt in that way yourself, haven't you? The wine's first rate, and really the weather is so discouraging, I think I'll try another pint." But Carmina's buoyant heart defied the languor of illness and the gloomy day. The post had brought her a letter from Ovid, enclosing a photograph, taken at Montreal, which presented him in his travelling costume. He wrote in a tone of cheerfulness, which revived Carmina's sinking courage, and renewed for a time at least the happiness of other days. The air of the plains of Canada he declared to be literally intoxicating. Every hour seemed to be giving him back the vital energy that he had lost in his London life. He slept on the ground, in the open air, more soundly than he had ever slept in a bed. But one anxiety troubled his mind. In the roving life which he now enjoyed, it was impossible that his letters could follow him, and yet every day that passed made him more unreasonably eager to hear that Carmina was not weary of waiting for him, and that all was well at home. "And how have these vain aspirations of mine ended?" the letter went on. "They have ended, my darling, in a journey for one of my guides, an Indian, whose fidelity I have put to the proof, and whose zeal I have stimulated by a promise of reward. The Indian takes these lines to be posted at Quebec. He is also provided with an order authorizing my bankers to trust him with the letters that are waiting for me. I begin a canoe voyage to-morrow, and after due consultation with the crew, we have arranged a date and a place at which my messenger will find me on his return. Shall I confess my own amiable weakness, or do you know me well enough already to suspect the truth? My love, I am sorely tempted to be false to my plans and arrangements to go back with the Indian to Quebec, and to take a berth in the first steamer that returns to England. Don't suppose that I am troubled by any misgivings about what is going on in my absence. It is one of the good signs of my returning health that I take the brightest view of our present lives, and of our lives to come. I feel tempted to go back, for the same reason that makes me anxious for letters. I want to hear from you, because I love you. I want to return at once, because I love you. There is longing, unutterable longing in my heart. No doubts, my sweet one, and no fears. But I was a doctor before I became a lover. My medical knowledge tells me that this is an opportunity of thoroughly fortifying my constitution, and, with God's blessing, of securing to myself reserves of health and strength, which will take us together happily on the way to old age. Dear love, you must be my wife, not my nurse. There is the thought that gives me self-denial enough to let the Indian go away by himself." Carmina answered this letter as soon as she had read it. Before the mail could carry her reply to its destination, she well knew that the Indian messenger would be on the way back to his master. But Ovid had made her so happy that she felt the impulse to write to him at once, as she might have felt the impulse to answer him at once if he had been present and speaking to her. When the pages were filled, and the letter had been closed and addressed, the effort produced its depressing effect on her spirits. There now appeared to her a certain wisdom in the loving rapidity of her reply. Even in the fullness of her joy she was conscious of an underlying distrust of herself. Although he refused to admit it, Mr. Null had betrayed a want of faith in the remedy from which he had anticipated such speedy results, by writing another prescription. He had also added a glass to the daily allowance of wine, which he had thought sufficient thus far. Without despairing of herself, Carmina felt that she had done wisely in writing her answer while she was still well enough to rival the cheerful tone of Ovid's letter. She lay down to rest on the sofa, with the photograph in her hand. No sense of loneliness oppressed her now. The portrait was the best of all companions. Outside, the heavy rain pattered. In the room, the busy clock ticked. She listened lazily, and looked at her lover, and kissed the faithful image of him, peacefully happy. The opening of the door was the first little event that disturbed her. Zo peeped in. Her face was red, her hair was tousled, her fingers presented inky signs of a recent writing lesson. "I'm in a rage," she announced, "and so is the other one." Carmina called her to the sofa, and tried to find out who this second angry person might be. "Oh, you know," Zo answered doggedly. "She rapped my knuckles. I call her a beast." "Hush! You mustn't talk in that way." "She'll be here directly," Zo proceeded. "You look out. She'd rap your knuckles, only you're too big. If it wasn't raining, I'd run away." Carmina assumed an air of severity, and entered a serious protest, adapted to her young friend's intelligence. She might as well have spoken in a foreign language. Zo had another reason to give, besides the rap on the knuckles, for running away. "I say," she resumed, "you know the boy?" "What boy, dear?" "He comes round sometimes. He's got a hurdy-gurdy. He's got a monkey. He grins. He says, 'Aha, gimme. Hey, Penny.' I mean to go to that boy." As a confession of Zo's first love, this was irresistible. Carmina burst out laughing. Zo indignantly claimed a hearing. "I haven't done yet," she burst out. "The boy dances, like this." She cocked her head, and slapped her thigh, and imitated the boy. "And sometimes he sings," she cried with another outburst of admiration. "Ya, ya, ya, bella, vida, ya." "That's Italian, Carmina." The door opened again, while the performer was in full vigour, and Miss Minerva appeared. When she entered the room, Carmina at once saw that Zo had correctly observed her governess. Miss Minerva's heavy eyebrows lowered, her lips were pale, her head was held angrily erect. "Carmina," she said sharply, "you shouldn't encourage that child." She turned round, in search of the truant pupil. Incurably stupid at her lessons, Zo's mind had its gleams of intelligence, in a state of liberty. One of those gleams had shone propitiously, and had lighted her out of the room. Miss Minerva took a chair. She dropped into it like a person worn out with fatigue. Carmina spoke to her gently. Words of sympathy were thrown away on that self-tormenting nature. "No, I'm not ill," she said. "A night without sleep, a perverse child to teach in the morning, and a detestable temper at all times. That's what is the matter with me." She looked at Carmina. "You seem to be wonderfully better to-day. Has stupid Mr. Null really done you some good at last?" She noticed the open writing desk, and discovered the letter. "Or is it good news?" "I have heard from Ovid," Carmina answered. The photograph was still in her hand, but her inbred delicacy of feeling kept the portrait hidden. The governess's sallow complexion turned, little by little, to a dull greyish white. Her hands, loosely clasped in her lap, tightened when she heard Ovid's name. That slight movement over, she stirred no more. After waiting a little, Carmina ventured to speak. "Frances," she said, "you have not shaken hands with me yet." Miss Minerva slowly looked up, keeping her hands still clasped on her lap. "When is he coming back?" she asked. It was said quietly. Carmina quietly replied, "Not yet, I am sorry to say." "I am sorry too." "It's good of you, Frances, to say that." "No, it's not good of me. I'm thinking of myself, not of you." She suddenly lowered her tone. "I wish you were married to him," she said. There was a pause. Miss Minerva was the first to speak again. "Do you understand me?" she asked. "Perhaps you will help me to understand," Carmina answered. "If you were married to him, even my restless spirit might be at peace. The struggle would be over." She left her chair, and walked restlessly up and down the room. The passionate emotion which she had resolutely suppressed began to get beyond her control. "I was thinking about you last night," she abruptly resumed. "You are a gentle little creature, but I have seen you show some spirit, when your aunt's cold-blooded insolence roused you. Do you know what I would do if I were in your place? I wouldn't wait tamely till he came back to me. I would go to him. Carmina! Carmina! Leave this horrible house." She stopped, close by the sofa. "Let me look at you. Ha! I believe you have thought of it yourself." "I have thought of it." "What did I say? You poor little prisoner, you have the right spirit in you. I wish I could give you some of my strength." The half-mocking tone in which she spoke suddenly failed her. Her piercing eyes grew dim. The hard lines in her face softened. She dropped on her knees, and wound her lithe arms round Carmina, and kissed her. "You sweet child," she said, and burst passionately into tears. Even then the woman's fiercely self-dependent nature asserted itself. She pushed Carmina back on the sofa. "Don't look at me, don't speak to me," she gasped. "Leave me to get over it." She stifled the sobs that broke from her. Still on her knees, she looked up, shuddering. A ghastly smile distorted her lips. "Ah, what fools we are!" she said. "Where is that lavender water, my dear, your favourite remedy for a burning head?" She found the bottle before Carmina could help her, and soaked her handkerchief in the lavender water and tied it round her head. "Yes," she went on, as if they had been gossiping on the most commonplace subjects, "I think you're right. This is the best of all perfumes." She looked at the clock. "The children's dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. I must and will say what I have to say to you. It may be the last poor return I can make, Carmina, for all your kindness." She returned to her chair. "I can't help it if I frighten you," she resumed. "I must tell you plainly that I don't like the prospect. In the first place, the sooner we two are parted, only for a while, the better for you. And after what I went through last night, no, I am not going to enter into any particulars. I am only going to repeat what I have said already. Don't trust me. I mean it, Carmina. Your generous nature shall not mislead you, if I can help it. When you are a happy married woman, when he is farther removed from me than he is even now, remember your ugly, ill-tempered friend, and let me come to you. Enough of this. I have other misgivings that are waiting to be confessed. You know that old nurse of yours intimately, while I only speak from a day or two's experience of her. To my judgment, she is a woman whose fondness for you might be turned into a tigerish fondness on very small provocation. You write to her constantly. Does she know what you have suffered? Have you told her the truth?" "Yes." "Without reserve?" "Entirely without reserve. When that old woman comes to London, Carmina, and sees you, and sees Mrs. Gallilee, don't you think the consequences may be serious, and your position between them something, if you were 10 times stronger than you are, that no fortitude can endure?" Carmina started up on the sofa. She was not able to speak. Miss Minerva gave her time to recover herself. After another look at the clock, "I am not alarming you for nothing," she proceeded. "I have something hopeful to propose. Your friend Teresa has energies, wild energies. Make a good use of them. She will do anything you ask of her. Take her with you to Canada." "Oh, Frances!" Miss Minerva pointed to the letter on the desk. "Does he tell you when he will be back?" "No. He feels the importance of completely restoring his health. He is going farther and farther away. He has sent to Quebec for his letters." "Then there is no fear of your crossing each other on the voyage. Go to Quebec, and wait for him there." "I should frighten him." "Not you. What can I say to him?" "What you must say, if you are weak enough to wait for him here. Do you think his mother will consider his feelings when he comes back to marry you? I tell you again I am not talking at random. I have thought it all out. I know how you can make your escape, and defy pursuit. You have plenty of money. You have Teresa to take care of you. Go! For your own sake, for his sake, go!" The clock struck the hour. She rose and removed the handkerchief from her head. "Hush!" she said. "Do I hear the rustling of a dress on the landing below?" She snatched up a bottle of Mr. Null's medicine, as a reason for being in the room. The sound of the rustling dress came nearer and nearer. Mrs. Gallilee, on her way to the schoolroom dinner, opened the door. She instantly understood the purpose which the bottle was intended to answer. "It is my business to give Carmina her medicine," she said. "Your business is at the schoolroom table." She took possession of the bottle, and advanced to Carmina. There were 2 looking-glasses in the room. One in the usual position, over the fireplace, the other opposite, on the wall behind the sofa. Turning back before she left the room, Miss Minerva saw Mrs. Gallilee's face, when she and Carmina looked at each other, reflected in the glass. The girls were waiting for their dinner. Maria received the unpunctual governess with her ready smile and her appropriate speech. "Dear Miss Minerva, we were really almost getting alarmed about you. Pardon me for noticing it. You look—" She caught the eye of the governess and stopped confusedly. "Well," said Miss Minerva, "how do I look?" Maria still hesitated. Zoe spoke out as usual. "You look as if somebody had frightened you." End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 37. After 2 days of rain, the weather cleared again. It was the calm, sunshiny Sunday morning. The flat country round Benjulia's house wore its brightest aspect on that clear autumn day. Even the doctor's gloomy domestic establishment reflected in some degree the change for the better. When he rose that morning, Benjulia presented himself to his household in a character which they were little accustomed to see, the character of a good-humoured master. He astonished his silent servant by attempting to whistle a tune. "If you ever looked cheerful in your life," he said to the man, "look cheerful now. I'm going to take a holiday." After working incessantly, never leaving his laboratory, eating at his dreadful table, snatching an hour's rest occasionally on the floor, he had completed a series of experiments with results on which he could absolutely rely. He had advanced by one step nearer towards solving that occult problem in brain disease, which had thus far baffled the investigations of medical men throughout the civilized world. If his present rate of progress continued, the lapse of another month might add his name to the names that remain immortal among physicians in the annals of discovery. So completely had his labours absorbed his mind, that he only remembered the letters which Mrs. Gallilee had left with him when he finished his breakfast on Sunday morning. Upon examination there appeared no allusion in Ovid's correspondence to the mysterious case of illness which he had attended at Montreal. The one method now left by which Benjulia could relieve the doubt that still troubled him was to communicate directly with his friend in Canada. He decided to celebrate his holiday by taking a walk, his destination being the Central Telegraph Office in London. But before he left the house, his domestic duties claimed attention. He issued his orders to the cook. At 3 o'clock he would return to dinner. That day was to witness the celebration of his first regular meat for 48 hours past, and he expected the strictest punctuality. The cook, lately engaged, was a vigorous little woman, with fiery hair and a high colour. She, like the manservant, felt the genial influence of her master's amiability. He looked at her for the first time since she entered the house. A twinkling light showed itself furtively in his dreary grey eyes. He took a dusty old hand-screen from the sideboard and made her a present of it. "There," he said with his dry humour, "don't spoil your complexion before the kitchen fire." The cook possessed a sanguine temperament, and a taste to be honoured and encouraged, the taste for reading novels. She put her own romantic construction on the extraordinary compliment which the doctor's jesting humour had paid to her. As he walked out, grimly smiling and thumping his big stick on the floor, a new idea illuminated her mind. Her master admired her. Her master was no ordinary man. It might end in his marrying her. On his way to the telegraph office, Benjulia left Ovid's letters at Mrs. Gallilee's house. If he had personally returned them, he would have found the learned lady in no very gracious humour. On the previous day she had discovered Carmina and Miss Minerva engaged in a private conference, without having been able even to guess what the subject under discussion between them might be. They were again together that morning. Maria and Zoe had gone to church with their father. Miss Minerva was kept at home by a headache. At that hour, and under those circumstances, there was no plausible pretence which could justify Mrs. Gallilee's interference. She seriously contemplated the sacrifice of a month's salary, and the dismissal of her governess without notice. When the footman opened the door, Benjulia handed in the packet of letters. After his latest experience of Mrs. Gallilee, he had no intention of returning her visit. He walked away without uttering a word. The cable took his message to Mr. Morphew in these terms: Ovid's patient at Montreal. Was the complaint brain disease? Yes or no? Having made arrangements for the forwarding of the reply from his club, he set forth on the walk back to his house. At 3:05 he was at home again. As the clock struck the hour, he rang the bell. The manservant appeared without the dinner. Benjulia's astonishing amiability on his holiday was even equal to this demand on its resources. "I ordered roast mutton at 3, he said, with terrifying tranquillity. "Where is it?" "The dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, sir." "Why is it not ready now?" "The cook hopes you will excuse her, sir. She is a little behindhand to-day." "What has hindered her, if you please?" The silent servant, on all other occasions the most impenetrable of human beings, began to tremble. The doctor had literally kicked a man out of the house who had tried to look through the laboratory skylight. He had turned away a female servant at half an hour's notice for forgetting to shut the door a second time in one day. But what were these high-handed proceedings compared with that awful composure which, being kept waiting for dinner, only asked what had hindered the cook, and put the question politely by saying, "If you please"? "Perhaps you were making love to her?" the doctor suggested as gently as ever. This outrageous insinuation stung the silent servant into speech. "I'm incapable of the action, sir," he answered indignantly. "The woman was reading a story." Benjulia bent his head as if in acknowledgment of a highly satisfactory explanation. "Oh, reading a story? People who read stories are said to have excitable brains. Should you call the cook excitable?" "I should, sir. Most cooks are excitable. They say it's the kitchen fire." "Do they? You can go now. Don't hurry the cook. I'll wait." He waited, apparently following some new train of thought which highly diverted him. 10 minutes passed, then a quarter of an hour, then another 5 minutes. When the servant returned with the dinner, the master's private reflections continued to amuse him, his thin lips still widening grimly, distended by his formidable smile. On being carved, the mutton proved to be underdone. At other times this was an unpardonable crime in Benjulia's domestic code of laws. All he said now was, "Take it away." He dined on potatoes and bread and cheese. When he had done, he was rather more amiable than ever. He said, "Ask the cook to come and see me." The cook presented herself with one hand to her palpitating heart, and the other holding her handkerchief to her eyes. "What are you crying about?" Benjulia inquired. "I haven't scolded you, have I?" The cook began an apology. The doctor pointed to a chair. "Sit down and recover yourself." The cook sat down, faintly smiling through her tears. This otherwise incomprehensible reception of a person who had kept the dinner waiting 20 minutes, and who had not done the mutton properly even then, taken in connection with the master's complimentary inquiries, reported downstairs by the footman, could bear but one interpretation. It wasn't every woman who had her beautiful hair and her rosy complexion. Why had she not thought of going upstairs first, just to see whether she looked her best in the glass? Would he begin by making a confession, or would he begin by kissing her? He began by lighting his pipe. For a while he smoked placidly with his eye on the cook. "I hear you've been reading a story," he resumed. "What is the name of it?" "Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, sir." Benjulia went on with his smoking. The cook, thus far demure and downcast, lifted her eyes experimentally. He was still looking at her. Did he want encouragement? The cook cautiously offered a little literary information. "The author's name is on the book, sir. Name of Richardson." The information was graciously received. "Yes, I've heard of the name, and heard of the book. Is it interesting?" "Oh, sir, it's a beautiful story. My only excuse for being late with the dinner. Who's Pamela?" "A young person in service, sir. I'm sure I wish I was more like her. I felt quite broken-hearted when you sent the mutton down again, and you so kind as to overlook the error in the roasting." Benjulia stopped the apology once more. He pursued his own ends with a penitent cook, just as he pursued his own ends with a vivisected animal. Nothing moved him out of his appointed course, in the one or in the other. He returned to Pamela. "And what becomes of her at the end of the story?" he asked. The cook simpered. "It's Pamela who is the virtuous young person, sir, and so the story comes true. Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded." "Who rewards her?" Was there ever anything so lucky as this? Pamela's situation was fast becoming the cook's situation. The bosom of the vigorous little woman began to show signs of tender agitation, distributed over a large surface. She rolled her eyes amorously. Benjulia puffed out another mouthful of smoke. "Well," he repeated, "who rewards Pamela?" "Her master, sir." "What does he do?" The cook's eyes sank modestly to her lap. The cook's complexion became brighter than ever. "Her master marries her, sir." "Oh?" That was all he said. He was not astonished, or confused, or encouraged. He simply intimated that he now knew how Pamela's master had rewarded Pamela, and, more dispiriting still, he took the opportunity of knocking the ashes out of his pipe, and filled it and lit it again. If the cook had been one of the few miserable wretches who never read novels, she might have felt her fondly founded hopes already sinking from under her. As it was, Richardson sustained her faith in herself. Richardson reminded her that Pamela's master had hesitated, and that Pamela's virtue had not earned its reward on easy terms. She stole another look at the doctor. The eloquence of the woman's eyes, so widely and justly celebrated in poetry and prose, now spoke in the cook's eyes. They said, "Marry me, dear sir, and you shall never have underdone mutton again." The hearts of other savages have been known to soften under sufficient influences. Why should the scientific savage, under similar pressure, not melt a little too? The doctor took up the talk again. He made a kind allusion to the cook's family circumstances. "When you first came here, I think you told me you had no relations." "I am an orphan, sir." "And you had been some time out of a situation when I engaged you?" "Yes, sir. My poor little savings were nearly at an end." Could he resist that pathetic picture of the orphan's little savings, framed, as it were, in a delicately designed reference to her fellow servant in the story? "I was as poor as Pamela," she suggested softly. "And as virtuous," Benjulia added. The cook's eloquent eyes said, "Thank you, sir." He laid down his pipe. That was a good sign, surely. He drew his chair nearer to her. Better and better. His arm was long enough in the new position to reach her waist. Her waist was ready for him. "You have nothing in particular to do this afternoon, and I have nothing particular to do." He delivered himself of this assertion rather abruptly. At the same time, it was one of those promising statements which pave the way for anything he might say. "Having nothing particular to do today, why shouldn't we make love?" Or he might say, "Having nothing particular to do tomorrow, why shouldn't we get the marriage license?" Would he put it that way? No. He made a proposal of quite another kind. He said, "You seem to be fond of stories. Suppose I tell you a story." Perhaps there was some hidden meaning in this. There was unquestionably a sudden alteration in his look and manner. The cook asked herself what it meant. If she had seen the doctor at his secret work in the laboratory, the change in him might have put her on her guard. He was now looking experimentally at the inferior creature seated before him in the chair, as he looked experimentally at the other inferior creatures stretched under him on the table. His story began in the innocent old-fashioned way. Once upon a time there was a master and there was a maid. We will call the master by the first letter of the alphabet, Mr. A, and we will call the maid by the second letter, Miss B. The cook drew a long breath of relief. There was a hidden meaning in the doctor's story. The unfortunate woman thought to herself, "I have not only got fine hair and a beautiful complexion, I am clever as well." On her rare evenings of liberty she sometimes gratified another highly creditable taste. Besides the taste for reading novels, she was an eager play-goer. That notable figure in the drama, the man who tells his own story under pretence of telling the story of another person, was no unfamiliar figure in her stage experience. Her encouraging smile made its modest appearance once more. In the very beginning of her master's story she saw already the happy end. "We all of us have our troubles in life," Benjulia went on, "and Miss B had her troubles. For a long time she was out of a situation, and she had no kind parents to help her. Miss B was an orphan. Her little savings were almost gone." It was too distressing. The cook took out her handkerchief and pitied Miss B with all her heart. The doctor proceeded. "But, virtue as we know when we read Pamela, be sure of its reward. Circumstances occurred in the household of Mr. A which made it necessary for him to engage a cook. He discovered an advertisement in a newspaper which informed him that Miss B was in search of a situation. Mr. A found her to be a young and charming woman. Mr. A engaged her." At that critical part of the story Benjulia paused. "And what did Mr. A do next?" he asked. The cook could restrain herself no longer. She jumped out of her chair and threw her arms around the doctor's neck. Benjulia went on with his story as if nothing had happened. "And what did Mr. A do next?" he repeated. "He put his hand in his pocket, he gave Miss B a month's wages, and he turned her out of the house. You impudent hussy! You have delayed my dinner, spoilt my mutton, and hugged me round the neck. There is your money. Go!" With glaring eyes and gaping mouth the cook stood looking at him like a woman struck to stone. In a moment more the rage burst out of her in a furious scream. She turned to the table, snatched up a knife. Benjulia wrenched it from her hand, and dropped back into his chair, completely overpowered by the success of his little joke. He did what he had never done within the memory of his oldest friend. He burst out laughing. "This has been a holiday," he said. "Why haven't I got somebody with me to enjoy it?" At that laugh, at those words, the cook's fury in its fiercest heat became frozen by terror. There was something superhuman in the doctor's diabolical joy. Even he felt the wild horror in the woman's eyes as they rested on him. "What's the matter with you?" he asked. She muttered and mumbled, and shrinking away from him, crept towards the door. As she approached the window, a man outside passed by it on his way to the house. She pointed to him, and repeated Benjulia's own words. "Somebody to enjoy it with you," she said. She opened the dining-room door. The manservant appeared in the hall, with a gentleman behind him. The gentleman was a scrupulously polite person. He looked with alarm at the ghastly face of the cook, as she ran past him, making for the kitchen stairs. "I'm afraid I intrude on you at an unfortunate time," he said to Benjulia. "Pray excuse me. I will call again." "Come in, sir." The doctor spoke absently, looking towards the hall and thinking of something else. The gentleman entered the room. "My name is Moole," he said. "I have had the honour of meeting you at one of Mrs. Gallilee's parties." "Very likely. I don't remember it myself. Take a seat." He was still thinking of something else. Modest Mr. Moole took a seat in confusion. The doctor crossed the room and opened the door. "Excuse me for a minute," he said. "I'll be back directly." He went to the top of the kitchen stairs and called to the housemaid. "Is the cook down there?" "Yes, sir." "What is she doing?" "Crying her heart out." Benjulia turned away again with the air of a disappointed man. A violent moral shock sometimes has a serious effect on the brain, especially when it is the brain of an excitable woman. Always a physiologist, even in those rare moments when he was amusing himself, it had just struck Benjulia that the cook, after her outbreak of fury, might be a case worth studying. But she had got relief in crying. Her brain was safe. She had ceased to interest him, and so he returned to the dining room. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 38. "You look hot, sir. Have a drink. Old English ale out of the barrel." The tone was hearty. He poured out the sparkling ale into a big tumbler with hospitable goodwill. Mr. Moole was completely and most agreeably taken by surprise. He too was feeling the influence of the doctor's good humour, enriched in quality by pleasant remembrances of his interview with the cook. "I live in the suburbs, Dr. Benjulia, on this side of London," Mr. Moole explained, "and I have had a nice walk from my house to yours. If I have done wrong, sir, in visiting you on Sunday, I can only plead that I am engaged in business during the week." "All right. One day is the same as another, provided you don't interrupt me. You don't interrupt me now. Do you smoke?" "No, thank you." "Do you mind my smoking?" "I like it, doctor." "Very amiable on your part, I'm sure. What did you say your name was?" "Moole." Benjulia looked at him suspiciously. Was he a physiologist and a rival? "You're not a doctor, are you?" he said. "I am a lawyer." One of the few popular prejudices which Benjulia shared with his inferior fellow creatures was the prejudice against lawyers. But for his angry recollection of the provocation successfully offered to him by his despicable brother, Mrs. Gallilee would never have found her way into his confidence. But for his hearty enjoyment of the mystification of the cook, Mr. Moole would have been requested to state the object of his visit in writing, and would have gone home again a baffled man. The doctor's holiday amiability had reached its full development indeed, when he allowed a strange lawyer to sit and talk with him. "Gentlemen of your profession," he muttered, "never pay visits to people whom they don't know, without having their own interests in view. Mr. Moole, you want something of me. What is it?" Mr. Moole's professional tact warned him to waste no time on prefatory phrases. "I venture on my present intrusion," he began, "in consequence of a statement recently made to me in my office by Mrs. Gallilee." "Stop!" cried Benjulia. "I don't like your beginning. I can tell you, is it necessary to mention the name of that old—" He used a word described in dictionaries as having a twofold meaning. First, a female of the canine kind. Second, a term of reproach for a woman. It shocked Mr. Moole, and it is therefore unfit to be reported. "Really, Dr. Benjulia." "Does that mean you must positively talk about her?" Mr. Moole smiled. "Let us say that it may bear that meaning," he answered. "Go on, then. Get it over. She made a statement in your office. Out with it, my good fellow. Has it anything to do with me?" I should not otherwise, Dr. Benjulia, have ventured to present myself at your house." With that necessary explanation, Mr. Moole related all that had passed between Mrs. Gallilee and himself. At the outset of the narrative, Benjulia angrily laid aside his pipe, on the point of interrupting the lawyer. He changed his mind, and, putting a strong constraint on himself, listened in silence. "I hope, sir," Mr. Moole concluded, "you will not take a hard view of my motive. It is only the truth to say that I am interested in Miss Carmina's welfare. I felt the sincerest respect and affection for her parents. You knew them too. They were good people. On reflection, you must surely regret it, if you have carelessly repeated a false report. Won't you help me to clear the poor mother's memory of this horrid stain?" Benjulia smoked in silence. Had that simple and touching appeal found its way to him? He began very strangely, when he consented at last to open his lips. "You're what they call a middle-aged man," he said. "I suppose you have had some experience of women?" Mr. Moole blushed. "I am a married man, sir," he replied gravely. "Very well, that's experience of one kind. When a man's out of temper, and a woman wants something of him, do you know how cleverly she can take advantage of her privileges to aggravate him, till there's nothing he won't do to get her to leave him in peace? That's how I came to tell Mrs. Gallilee what she told you." He waited a little, and comforted himself with his pipe. "Mind this," he resumed. "I don't profess to feel any interest in the girl, and I never cared 2 straws about her parents. At the same time, if you can turn to good account what I am going to say next, do it, and welcome. This scandal began in the bragging of a fellow student of mine at Rome. He was angry with me and angry with another man for laughing at him when he declared himself to be Mrs. Robert Graywell's lover, and he laid us a wager that we should see the woman alone in his room that night. We were hidden behind a curtain, and we did see her in his room. I paid the money I had lost, and left Rome soon afterwards. The other man refused to pay." "On what ground?" Mr. Moole eagerly asked. "On the ground that she wore a thick veil, and never showed her face." "An unanswerable objection, Dr. Benjulia." "Perhaps it might be. I didn't think so myself. 2 hours before, Mrs. Robert Graywell and I had met in the street. She had on a dress of a remarkable colour in those days, a sort of sea green, and a bonnet to match, which everybody stared at because it was not half the size of the big bonnets then in fashion. There was no mistaking the strange dress or the tall figure when I saw her again in the student's room, so I paid the bet." "Do you remember the name of the man who refused to pay?" "His name was Egisto Bacconi." "Have you heard anything of him since?" "Yes. He got into some political scrape, and took refuge, like the rest of them, in England, and got his living, like the rest of them, by teaching languages. He sent me his prospectus, and that's how I came to know about it." "Have you got the prospectus?" "Torn up long ago." Mr. Moole wrote down the name in his pocket-book. "There's nothing more you can tell me?" he said. "Nothing." "Accept my best thanks, doctor. Good day." "If you find Baccani, let me know. Another drop of ale? Are you likely to see Mrs. Gallilee soon?" "Yes, if I can find Baccani." "Do you ever play with children?" "I have 5 of my own to play with," Mr. Moole answered. "Very well. Ask for the youngest child when you go to Mrs. Gallilee's. We call her Zoe. Put your finger on her spine, here, just below the neck. Press on the place, so. And when she wriggles, say, 'With the big doctor's love.'" Getting back to his own house, Mr. Moole was surprised to find an open carriage at the garden gate. A smartly dressed woman, on the front seat, surveyed him with an uneasy look. "If you please, sir," she said, "would you kindly tell Miss Carmina that we really mustn't wait any longer?" The woman's uneasiness was reflected in Mr. Moole's face. A visit from Carmina at his private residence could have no ordinary motive. The fear instantly occurred to him that Mrs. Gallilee might have spoken to her of her mother. Before he opened the drawing-room door, this alarm passed away. He heard Carmina talking with his wife and daughters. "May I say one little word to you, Mr. Moole?" He took her into his study. She was shy and confused, but certainly neither angry nor distressed. "My aunt sends me out every day when it's fine for a drive," she said. "As the carriage passed close by, I thought I might ask you a question." "Certainly, my dear, as many questions as you please." "It's about the law. My aunt says she has the authority over me now which my dear father had while he was living. Is that true?" "Quite true." "For how long is she my guardian?" "Until you are 21 years old." The faint colour faded from Carmina's face. "More than 3 years, perhaps, to suffer," she said sadly. "To suffer? What do you mean, my dear?" She turned paler still, and made no reply. "I want to ask one thing more," she resumed in sinking tones. "Would my aunt still be my guardian, supposing I was married?" Mr. Moole answered this with his eyes fixed on her in grave scrutiny. "In that case, your husband is the only person who has any authority over you. These are rather strange questions, Carmina. Won't you take me into your confidence?" In sudden agitation she seized his hand and kissed it. "I must go," she said. "I have kept the carriage waiting too long already." She ran out without once looking back. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 39. Mrs. Gallilee's maid looked at her watch when the carriage left Mr. Moole's house. "We shall be nearly an hour late before we get home," she said. "It's my fault, Marceline. Tell your mistress the truth, if she questions you. I shall not think the worse of you for obeying your orders." "I'd rather lose my place, miss, than get you into trouble." The woman spoke truly. Carmina's sweet temper had made her position not only endurable, but delightful. She had been treated like a companion and a friend. But for that circumstance, so keenly had Marceline felt the degradation of being employed as a spy, she would undoubtedly have quitted Mrs. Gallilee's service. On the way home, instead of talking pleasantly as usual, Carmina was silent and sad. Had this change in her spirits been caused by the visit to Mr. Moole? It was even so. The lawyer had innocently decided her on taking the desperate course which Miss Minerva had proposed. If Mrs. Gallilee's assertion of her absolute right of authority as guardian had been declared by Mr. Moole to be incorrect, Carmina, hopefully forgetful of her aunt's temper, had thought of a compromise. She would have consented to remain at Mrs. Gallilee's disposal until Ovid returned, on condition of being allowed, when Teresa arrived in London, to live in retirement with her old nurse. This change of abode would prevent any collision between Mrs. Gallilee and Teresa, and would make Carmina's life as peaceful and even as happy as she could wish. But now that the lawyer had confirmed her aunt's statement of the position in which they stood towards one another, instant flight to Ovid's love and protection seemed to be the one choice left, unless Carmina could resign herself to a life of merciless persecution and perpetual suspense. The arrangements for the flight were already complete. That momentary view of Mrs. Gallilee's face, reflected in the glass, had confirmed Miss Minerva's resolution to interfere. Closeted with Carmina on the Sunday morning, she had proposed a scheme of escape, which would even set Mrs. Gallilee's vigilance and cunning at defiance. No pecuniary obstacle stood in the way. The first quarterly payment of Carmina's allowance of 500 a year had been already made by Moule's advice. Enough was left, even without the assistance which the nurse's resources would render, to purchase the necessary outfit and to take the two women to Quebec. On the day after Teresa's arrival, at an hour of the morning while the servants were still in bed, Carmina and her companion could escape from the house on foot, and not leave a trace behind them. Meanwhile, Fortune befriended Mrs. Gallilee's maid. No questions were put to her, no notice even was taken of the late return. 5 minutes before the carriage drew up at the house, a learned female friend from the country called, by appointment, on Mrs. Gallilee. On the coming Tuesday afternoon, an event of the deepest scientific interest was to take place. A new professor had undertaken to deliver himself, by means of a lecture, of subversive opinions on matter. A general discussion was to follow, and in that discussion, upon certain conditions, Mrs. Gallilee herself proposed to take part. "If the professor attempts to account for the mutual action of separate atoms," she said, "I defy him to do it, without assuming the existence of a continuous material medium in space. And this point of view being accepted, follow me here, what is the result? In plain words," cried Mrs. Gallilee, rising excitedly to her feet, "we dispense with the idea of atoms." The friend looked infinitely relieved by the prospect of dispensing with atoms. "Now observe," Mrs. Gallilee proceeded, "in connection with this part of the subject, I shall wait to see if the professor adopts Thomson's theory. You are acquainted with Thomson's theory? No? Let me put it briefly. Mere heterogeneity, together with gravitation, is sufficient to explain all the apparently discordant laws of molecular action. You understand? Very well. If the professor passes over Thomson, then I rise in the body of the hall and take my stand. Follow me again. On these grounds." While Mrs. Gallilee's grounds were being laid out for the benefit of her friend, the coachman took the carriage back to the stables. The maid went downstairs to tea, and Carmina joined Miss Minerva in the schoolroom, all three being protected from discovery by Mrs. Gallilee's rehearsal of her performance in the comedy of atoms. The Monday morning brought with it news from Rome, serious news which confirmed Miss Minerva's misgivings. Carmina received a letter, bearing the Italian postmark, but not addressed to her in Teresa's handwriting. She looked to the signature before she began to read. Her correspondent was the old priest, Father Patrizio. He wrote in these words: "My dear child, our good Teresa leaves us today on her journey to London. She has impatiently submitted to the legal ceremonies rendered necessary by her husband having died without making a will. He hardly left anything in the way of money, after payment of his burial expenses and his few little debts. What is of far greater importance, he lived and died a good Christian. I was with him in his last moments. Offer your prayers, my dear, for the repose of his soul. Teresa left me, declaring her purpose of travelling night and day, so as to reach you the sooner. In her headlong haste, she has not even waited to look over her husband's papers, but has taken the case containing them to England, to be examined at leisure in your beloved company. Strong as this good creature is, I believe she will be obliged to rest on the road for a night at least. Calculating on this, I assume that my letter will get to you first. I have something to say about your old nurse, which it is well that you should know. Do not for a moment suppose that I blame you for having told Teresa of the unfriendly reception which you appear to have met with from your aunt and guardian. Who should you confide in, if not in the excellent woman who has filled the place of a mother to you? Besides, from your earliest years, have I not always instilled into you the reverence of truth? You have told the truth in your letters. My child, I commend you, and feel for you. But the impression produced on Teresa is not what you or I could wish. It is one of her merits that she loves you with the truest devotion. It is one of her defects that she is fierce and obstinate in resentment. Your aunt has become an object of absolute hatred to her. I have combated successfully, as I hope and believe, this unchristian state of feeling. She is now beyond the reach of my influence. My purpose in writing is to beg you to continue the good work that I have begun. Compose this impetuous nature. Restrain this fiery spirit. Your gentle influence, Carmina, has a power of its own over those who love you, and who loves you like Teresa, of which perhaps you are not yourself aware. Use your power discreetly, and with the blessing of God and his saints, I have no fear of the result. Write to me, my child, when Teresa arrives, and let me hear that you are happier and better in health. Tell me also whether there is any speedy prospect of your marriage. If I may presume to judge from the little I know, your dearest earthly interests depend on the removal of obstacles to this salutary change in your life. I send you my good wishes and my blessing. If a poor old priest like me can be of any service, do not forget. Father Patrizio. Any lingering hesitation that Carmina might still have felt was at an end when she read this letter. Good Father Patrizio, like good Mr. Moole, had innocently urged her to set her guardian's authority at defiance. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 40. When the morning lessons were over, Carmina showed the priest's letter to Miss Minerva. The governess read it and handed it back in silence. "Have you nothing to say?" Carmina asked. "Nothing. You know my opinion already. That letter says what I have said, with greater authority." "It has determined me to follow your advice, Frances." "Then it has done well." "And you see," Carmina continued, "that Father Patrizio speaks of obstacles in the way of my marriage. Teresa has evidently shown him my letters. Do you think he fears, as I do, that my aunt may find some means of separating us, even when Ovid comes back?" "Very likely." She spoke in faint, weary tones, listlessly leaning back in her chair. Carmina asked if she had passed another sleepless night. "Yes," she said, "another bad night, and the usual martyrdom in teaching the children. I don't know which disgusts me most, Zoe's impudent stupidity, or Maria's unendurable humbug." She had never yet spoken of Maria in this way. Even her voice seemed to be changed. Instead of betraying the usual angry abruptness, her tones coldly indicated impenetrable contempt. In the silence that ensued, she looked up, and saw Carmina's eyes resting on her anxiously and kindly. "Any other human being but you," she said, "would find me disagreeable and rude, and would be quite right too. I haven't asked after your health. You look paler than usual. Have you, too, had a bad night?" "I fell asleep towards the morning, and, oh, I had such a delightful dream. I could almost wish that I had never awakened from it." "Who did you dream of?" She put the question mechanically, frowning, as if at some repellent thought suggested to her by what she had just heard. "I dreamed of my mother," Carmina answered. Miss Minerva raised herself at once in the chair. Whatever that passing impression might have been, she was free from it now. There was some little life again in her eyes, some little spirit in her voice. "Take me out of myself," she said. "Tell me your dream." "It is nothing very remarkable, Frances. We all of us sometimes see our dear lost ones in sleep. I saw my mother again, as I used to see her in the nursery at bedtime, tall and beautiful, with her long dark hair falling over her white dressing gown to the waist. She stooped over me and kissed me, and she looked surprised. She said, 'My little angel, why are you here in a strange house? I have come to take you back to your own cot by my bedside.' I wasn't surprised or frightened. I put my arms around her neck, and we floated away together through the cool starry night. and we were at home again. I saw my cot, with its pretty white curtains and pink ribbons. I heard my mother tell me an English fairy story out of a book which my father had given to her, and her kind voice grew fainter and fainter, while I grew more and more sleepy, and it ended softly, just as it used to end in the happy old days. And I woke crying. Do you ever dream of your mother now? I? God forbid! Oh, Frances, what a dreadful thing to say! Is it? It was the thought in me when you spoke, and with good reason, too. I was the last of a large family, the ugly one, the ill-tempered one, the encumbrance that made it harder than ever to find money enough to pay the household expenses. My father swore at my mother for being my mother. She reviled him just as bitterly in return, and vented the rest of her ill-temper on my wretched little body with no sparing hand. Bedtime was her time for beating me. Talk of your mother, not of mine. You were very young, were you not, when she died? Too young to feel my misfortune, but old enough to remember the sweetest woman that ever lived. Let me show you my father's portrait of her again. Doesn't that face tell you what an angel she was? There was some charm in her that all children felt. I can just remember some of my playfellows who used to come to our garden. Other good mothers were with us, but the children all crowded round my mother. They would have her in all their games. They fought for places on her lap when she told them stories. Some of them cried, and some of them screamed, when it was time to take them away from her. Oh, why do we live? Why do we die? I have bitter thoughts sometimes, Frances, like you. I have read in poetry that death is a fearful thing. To me, death is a cruel thing, and it has never seemed so cruel as in these later days, since I have known Ovid. If my mother had but lived till now, what happiness would have been added to my life and hers! How Ovid would have loved her! How she would have loved Ovid! Miss Minerva listened in silence. It was the silence of true interest and sympathy, while Carmina was speaking of her mother. When her lover's name became mingled with the remembrances of her childhood, the change came. Once more the tell-tale lines began to harden in the governess's face. She lay back again in her chair. Her fingers irritably plaited and unplaited the edge of her black apron. Carmina was too deeply absorbed in her thoughts, too eagerly bent on giving them expression, to notice these warning signs. "I have all my mother's letters to my father," she went on, when he was away from her on his sketching excursions. "You have still a little time to spare. I should so like to read some of them to you. I was reading one last night, which perhaps accounts for my dream. It is on a subject that interests everybody. In my father's absence, a very dear friend of his met with a misfortune, and my mother had to prepare his wife to hear the bad news. Oh, that reminds me, there is something I want to say to you first." "About yourself?" Miss Minerva asked. "About Ovid. I want your advice." Miss Minerva was silent. Carmina went on. "It's about writing to Ovid," she explained. "Write, of course." The reply was sudden and sharply given. "Surely I have not offended you?" Carmina said. "Nonsense. Let me hear your mother's letter." "Yes, but I want you to hear the circumstances first." "You have mentioned them already." "No, no, I mean the circumstances in my case." She drew her chair closer to Miss Minerva. "I want to whisper, for fear of somebody passing on the stairs. The more I think of it, the more I feel that I ought to prepare Ovid for seeing me before I make my escape. You said when we talked of it—" "Never mind what I said." "Oh, but I do mind. You said I could go to Ovid's bankers at Quebec, and then write, when I knew where he was. I have been thinking it over since, and I see a serious risk. He might return from his inland journey on the very day that I get there. He might even meet me in the street. In his delicate health, I daren't think of what the consequences of such a surprise might be. And then there is the dreadful necessity of telling him that his mother has driven me into taking this desperate step. In my place, wouldn't you feel that you could do it more delicately in writing?" "I dare say. I might write tomorrow, for instance. Tomorrow is one of the American mail days. My letter would get to Canada, remembering the roundabout way by which Teresa and I are to travel, for fear of discovery, days and days before we could arrive. I should shut myself up in a hotel at Quebec, and Teresa could go every day to the bank to hear if Ovid was likely to send for his letters, or likely to call soon and ask for them. Then he would be prepared. Then, when we meet—" The governess left her chair, and pointed to the clock. Carmina looked at her, and rose in alarm. "Are you in pain?" she asked. "Yes, neuralgia, I think. I have the remedy in my room. Don't keep me, my dear. Mrs. Gallilee mustn't find me here again." The paroxysm of pain which Carmina had noticed passed over her face once more. She subdued it, and left the room. The pain mastered her again. A low cry broke from her when she closed the door. Carmina ran out. "Frances, what is it?" Frances looked over her shoulder, while she slowly ascended the stairs. "Never mind," she said gently. "I have got my remedy." Carmina advanced a step to follow her, and drew back. Was that expression of suffering really caused by pain of the body, or was it attributable to anything that she had rashly said? She tried to recall what had passed between Frances and herself. The effort wearied her. Her thoughts turned self-reproachfully to Ovid. If he had been speaking to a friend whose secret sorrow was known to him, would he have mentioned the name of the woman whom they both loved? She looked at his portrait, and reviled herself as a selfish, insensible wretch. "Will Ovid improve me?" she wondered. "Shall I be a little worthier of him when I am his wife?" Luncheon time came, and Mrs. Gallilee sent word that they were not to wait for her. "She's studying," said Mr. Gallilee, with awestruck looks. "She's going to make a speech at the discussion to-morrow. The man who gives the lecture is the man she's going to pitch into. I don't know him, but how do you feel about it yourself, Carmina? I wouldn't stand in his shoes for any sum of money you could offer me. Poor devil! I beg your pardon, my dear. Let me give you a wing of the fowl. Boiled fowl, eh? And tongue. Ha! Do you know the story of the foreigner? He dined out 15 times with his English friends, and there was boiled fowl and tongue at every dinner. The 15th time the foreigner couldn't stand it any longer. He slapped his forehead, and he said, 'Ah, merciful heaven! Cock and bacon again!' You won't mention it, will you? And perhaps you think as I do. I'm sick of cock and bacon myself." Mr. Null's medical orders still prescribed fresh air. The carriage came to the door at the regular hour, and Mr. Gallilee, with equal regularity, withdrew to his club. Carmina was too uneasy to leave the house without seeing Miss Minerva first. She went up to the schoolroom. There was no sound of voices when she opened the door. Miss Minerva was writing, and silence had been proclaimed. The girls were ready dressed for their walk. Industrious Maria had her book. Idle Zoe, perched on a high chair, sat kicking her legs. "If you say a word," she whispered, as Carmina passed her, "you'll be called an imp, and stuck up on a chair. I shall go to the boy." "Are you better, Frances?" "Much better, my dear." Her face denied it. The look of suffering was there still. She tore up the letter which she had been writing, and threw the fragments into the waste-paper basket. "That's the second letter you've torn up," Zoe remarked. "Say a word more, and you shall have bread and water for tea." Miss Minerva was not free from irritation, although she might be free from pain. Even Zoe noticed how angry the governess was. "I wish you could drive with me in the carriage," said Carmina. "The air would do you so much good." "Impossible! But you may soothe my irritable nerves in another way, if you like." "How?" "Relieve me of these girls. Take them out with you. Do you mind?" Zoe instantly jumped off her chair, and even Maria looked up from her book. "I will take them with pleasure. Must we ask my aunt's permission?" "We will dispense with your aunt's permission. She is shut up in her study, and we are all forbidden to disturb her. I will take it on myself." She turned to the girls with another outbreak of irritability. "Be off!" Maria rose with dignity, and made one of her successful exits. "I am sorry, dear Miss Minerva, if I have done anything to make you angry." She pointed the emphasis on "I" by a side look at her sister. Zoe bounced out of the room, and performed the Italian boy's dance on the landing. "For shame!" said Maria. Zoe burst into singing, "Ya, ya, ya, bella vida, ya. Jolly, jolly, jolly. We are going out for a drive." Carmina waited to say a friendly word before she followed the girls. "You didn't think me neglectful, Frances, when I let you go upstairs by yourself?" Miss Minerva answered sadly and kindly, "The best thing you could do was to leave me by myself." Carmina's mind was still not quite at ease. "Yes, but you were in pain," she said. "You curious child, I am not in pain now. Will you make me comfortable, Frances? Give me a kiss." "Two, my dear, if you like." She kissed Carmina on one cheek and on the other. "Now leave me to write," she said. Carmina left her. The drive ought to have been a pleasant one, with Zoe in the carriage. To Marceline it was a time of the heartiest enjoyment. Maria herself condescended to smile now and then. There was only one dull person among them. Miss Carmina was but poor company, the maid remarked when they got back. Mrs. Gallilee herself received them in the hall. "You will never take the children out again without my leave," she said to Carmina. "The person who is really responsible for what you have done will mislead you no more." With these words she entered the library and closed the door. Maria and Zoe, at the sight of their mother, had taken flight. Carmina stood alone in the hall. Mrs. Gallilee had turned her cold. After a while she followed the children as far as her own room. There her resolution failed her. She called faintly upstairs, "Frances!" There was no answering voice. She went into her room. A small paper packet was on the table, sealed and addressed to herself. She tore it open. A ring with a spinel ruby in it dropped out. She recognized the stone. It was Miss Minerva's ring. Some blotted lines were traced on the paper inside. "I have tried to pour out my heart to you in writing, and I have torn up the letters. The fewest words are the best. Look back at my confession, and you will know why I have left you. You shall hear from me when I am more worthy of you than I am now. In the meantime, wear my ring. It will tell you how mean I once was. F.M." Carmina looked at the ring. She remembered that Frances had tried to make her accept it as security in return for the loan of £30. She referred to the confession. 2 passages in it were underlined. "The wickedness in me, on which Mrs. Gallilee calculated, may be in me still." And again, "Even now, when you have found me out, I love him. Don't trust me." Never had Carmina trusted her more faithfully than at that bitter moment. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 41. The ordinary aspect of the schoolroom was seen no more. Installed in a position of temporary authority, the parlour maid sat silently at her needlework. Maria stood by the window, in the new character of an idle girl, with her handkerchief in her hand, and her everlasting book dropped unnoticed on the floor. Zoe lay flat on her back, on the hearthrug, hugging the dog in her arms. At intervals she rolled herself over slowly from side to side, and stared at the ceiling with wondering eyes. Miss Minerva's departure had struck the parlour maid dumb, and had demoralized the pupils. Maria broke the silence at last. "I wonder where Carmina is," she said. "In her room, most likely," the parlour maid suggested. "Had I better go and see after her?" The cautious parlour maid declined to offer advice. Maria's well-balanced mind was so completely unhinged that she looked with languid curiosity at her sister. Zoe still stared at the ceiling, and still rolled slowly from one side to the other, The dog on her breast, lulled by the regular motion, slept profoundly, not even troubled by a dream of fleas. While Maria was still considering what it might be best to do, Carmina entered the room. She looked, as the servant afterwards described it, like a person who had lost her way. Maria exhibited the feeling of the schoolroom by raising her handkerchief in solemn silence to her eyes. Without taking notice of this demonstration, Carmina approached the parlour maid, and said, "Did you see Miss Minerva before she went away?" "I took her message, miss." "What message?" "The message saying she wished to see my mistress for a few minutes." "Well?" "Well, miss, I was told to show the governess into the library. She went down with her bonnet on, ready dressed to go out. Before she had been 5 minutes with my mistress, she came out again, and rang the hall bell, and spoke to Joseph. 'My boxes are packed and directed,' she says. 'I will send for them in an hour's time. Good day, Joseph.' And she stepped into the street as quietly as if she was going out shopping round the corner." "Have the boxes been sent for?" "Yes, miss." Carmina lifted her head, and spoke in steadier tones. "Where have they been taken to?" "To the flower shop at the back, to be kept till called for." "No other address?" "None." The last faint hope of tracing Frances was at an end. Carmina turned wearily to leave the room. Zo called to her from the hearthrug. Always kind to the child, she retraced her steps. "What is it?" she asked. Zo got on her legs before she spoke, like a member of Parliament. "I've been thinking about that governess," she announced. "Didn't I once tell you I was going to run away? And wasn't it because of her? Hush! Here's the part of it I can't make out. She's run away from me. I don't bear malice. I'm only glad in myself. No more dirty nails. No more bread and water for tea. That's all. Good morning." Zo laid herself down again on the rug, and the dog laid himself down again on Zo. Carmina returned to her room, to reflect on what she had heard from the parlour maid. It was now plain that Mrs. Gallilee had not been allowed the opportunity of dismissing her governess at a moment's notice. Miss Minerva's sudden departure was unquestionably due to Miss Minerva herself. Thus far Carmina was able to think clearly, and no farther. The confused sense of helpless distress which she had felt, after reading the few farewell words that Frances had addressed to her, still oppressed her mind. There were moments when she vaguely understood, and bitterly lamented, the motives which had animated her unhappy friend. Other moments followed, when she impulsively resented the act which had thrown her on her own resources, at the very time when she had most need of the encouragement that could be afforded by the sympathy of a firmer nature than her own. She began to doubt the steadiness of her resolution, without Frances to take leave of her on the morning of the escape. For the first time, she was now tortured by distrust of Ovid's reception of her, by dread of his possible disapproval of her boldness, by morbid suspicion even of his taking his mother's part. Bewildered and reckless, she threw herself on the sofa, her heart embittered against Frances, indifferent whether she lived or died. At dinner time she sent a message, begging to be excused from appearing at the table. Mrs. Gallilee at once presented herself, harder and colder than ever, to inspect the invalid. Perceiving no immediate necessity for summoning Mr. Maule, she said, "Ring if you want anything," and left the room. Mr. Gallilee followed, after an interval, with a little surreptitious offering of wine, hidden under his coat, and with a selection of tarts crammed into his pocket. "Smuggled goods, my dear," he whispered. "Picked up when nobody happened to be looking my way. When we are miserable, has the idea ever occurred to you? It's a sign from kind Providence that we are intended to eat and drink. The sherry's old, and the pastry melts in your mouth. Shall I stay with you? You would rather not? Just my feeling. Remarkable similarity in our opinions, don't you think so yourself? I'm sorry for poor Miss Minerva. Suppose you go to bed?" Carmina was in no mood to profit by this excellent advice. She was still walking restlessly up and down her room, when the time came for shutting up the house. With the sound of closing locks and bolts, there was suddenly mingled a sharp ring at the bell, followed by another unexpected event. Mr. Gallilee paid her a second visit, in a state of transformation. His fat face was flushed. He positively looked as if he was capable of feeling strong emotion, unconnected with champagne and the club. He presented a telegram to Carmina, and when he spoke, there were thrills of agitation in the tones of his piping voice. "My dear, something very unpleasant has happened. I met Joseph taking this to my wife. Highly improper, in my opinion. What do you say yourself? To take it to Mrs. Gallilee when it's addressed to you. It was no mistake. He was so impudent as to say he had his orders. I have reproved Joseph." Mr. Gallilee looked astonished at himself when he made this latter statement, then relapsed into his customary sweetness of temper. "No bad news?" he asked anxiously, when Carmina opened the telegram. "Good news! The best of good news!" she answered impetuously. Mr. Gallilee looked as happy as if the welcome telegram had been addressed to himself. On his way out of the room, he underwent another relapse. The footman's audacious breach of trust began to trouble him once more, this time in its relation to Mrs. Gallilee. The serious part of it was, that the man had acted under his mistress's orders. Mr. Gallilee said, he actually said, without appealing to anybody, "If this happens again, I shall be obliged to speak to my wife." The telegram was from Teresa. It had been dispatched from Paris that evening, and the message was thus expressed: "Too tired to get on to England by tonight's mail. Shall leave by the early train tomorrow morning, and be with you by 6 o'clock." Carmina's mind was exactly in the state to feel unmingled relief at the prospect of seeing the dear old friend of her happiest days. She laid her head on the pillow that night without a thought of what might follow the event of Teresa's return. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 42. The next day, the important Tuesday of the lecture on matter, the delightful Tuesday of Teresa's arrival, brought with it special demands on Carmina's pen. Her first letter was addressed to Frances. It was frankly and earnestly written, entreating Miss Minerva to appoint a place at which they might meet, and assuring her in the most affectionate terms that she was still loved, trusted, and admired by her faithful friend. Helped by her steadier flow of spirits, Carmina could now see that all was worthy of sympathy and admiration, all that claimed loving submission and allowance from herself, in the sacrifice to which Miss Minerva had submitted. How bravely the poor governess had controlled the jealous misery that tortured her! How nobly she had pronounced Carmina's friendship for Carmina's sake! Later in the day, Marceline took the letter to the flower shop, and placed it herself under the cord of one of the boxes still waiting to be claimed. The second letter filled many pages, and occupied the remainder of the morning. With the utmost delicacy, but with perfect truthfulness at the same time, Carmina revealed to her betrothed husband the serious reasons which had forced her to withdraw herself from his mother's care. Bound to speak at last in her own defence, she felt that concealments and compromises would be alike unworthy of Ovid and of herself. What she had already written to Teresa, she now wrote again, with but one modification. She expressed herself forbearingly towards Ovid's mother. The closing words of the letter were worthy of Carmina's gentle, just, and generous nature. "You will perhaps say, why do I only hear now of all that you have suffered? My love, I have longed to tell you of it. I have even taken up my pen to begin. But I thought of you and put it down again. How selfish, how cruel to hinder your recovery by causing you sorrow and suspense, to bring you back perhaps to England before your health was restored. I don't regret the effort that it has cost me to keep silence. My only sorrow in writing to you is, that I must speak of your mother in terms which may lower her in her son's estimation." Joseph brought the luncheon up to Carmina's room. The mistress was still at her studies. The master had gone to his club. As for the girls, their only teacher for the present was the teacher of music. When the ordeal of the lecture and the discussion had been passed, Mrs. Gallilee threatened to take Miss Minerva's place herself, until a new governess could be found. For once, Maria and Zoe showed a sisterly similarity in their feelings. It was hard to say which of the two looked forward to her learned mother's instruction with the greatest terror. Carmina heard the pupils at the piano while she was eating her luncheon. The profanation of music ceased when she went into the bedroom to get ready for her daily drive. She took her letter, duly closed and stamped, downstairs with her, to be sent to the post with the other letters of the day, placed in the hall basket. In the weakened state of her nerves, the effort she had made in writing to Ovid had shaken her. Her heart beat uneasily, her knees trembled as she descended the stairs. Arrived in sight of the hall, she discovered a man walking slowly to and fro. He turned towards her as she advanced, and disclosed the detestable face of Mr. Le Frank. The music master's last reserves of patience had come to an end. Watch for them as he might, no opportunities had presented themselves of renewing his investigation in Carmina's room. In the interval that had passed, his hungry suspicion of her had been left to feed on itself. The motives for that incomprehensible attempt to make a friend of him remained hidden in as thick a darkness as ever. Victim of adverse circumstances, he had determined, with the greatest reluctance, to take the straightforward course. Instead of secretly getting his information from Carmina's journals and letters, he was now reduced to openly applying for enlightenment to Carmina herself. Occupying for the time being the position of an honourable man, he presented himself at cruel disadvantage. He was not master of his own glorious voice. He was without the self-possession indispensable to the perfect performance of his magnificent bow. "I have waited to have a word with you," he began abruptly, "before you go out for your drive." Already unnerved, even before she had seen him, painfully conscious that she had committed a serious error on the last occasion when they had met, in speaking at all, Carmina neither answered him nor looked at him. She bent her head confusedly, and advanced a little nearer to the house door. He at once moved so as to place himself in her way. "I must request you to call to mind what passed between us," he resumed, "when we met by accident some little time since." He had speculated on frightening her. His insolence stirred her spirit into asserting itself. "Let me by, if you please," she said. "The carriage is waiting for me." "The carriage can wait a little longer," he answered coarsely. "On the occasion to which I have referred, you were so good as to make advances, to which I cannot consider myself as having any claim. Perhaps you will favour me by stating your motives." "I don't understand you, sir." "Oh yes, you do." She stepped back, and laid her hand on the bell which rang below the stairs in the pantry. "Must I ring?" she said. It was plain that she would do it, if he moved a step nearer to her. He drew aside, with a look which made her tremble. On passing the hall table, she placed her letter in the post basket. His eye followed it as it left her hand. He became suddenly penitent and polite. "I am sorry if I have alarmed you," he said, and opened the house door for her, without showing himself to Marceline and the coachman outside. The carriage having been driven away, he softly closed the door again, and returned to the hall table. He looked into the post basket. Was there any danger of discovery by the servants? The footman was absent, attending his mistress on her way to the lecture. None of the female servants were on the stairs. He took up Carmina's letter, and looked at the address, "To Ovid Vere, Esquire." His eyes twinkled furtively. His excellent memory for injuries reminded him that Ovid Vere had formerly endeavoured, without even caring to conceal it, to prevent Mrs. Gallilee from engaging him as her music master. By subtle links of its own forging, his vindictive nature now connected his hatred of the person to whom the letter was addressed with his interest in stealing the letter itself for the possible discovery of Carmina's secrets. The clock told him that there was plenty of time to open the envelope, and, if the contents proved to be of no importance, to close it again and take it himself to the post. After a last look round, he withdrew undiscovered with the letter in his pocket. On its way back to the house, the carriage was passed by a cab with a man in it, driven at such a furious rate that there was a narrow escape of collision. The maid screamed. Carmina turned pale. The coachman wondered why the man in the cab was in such a hurry. The man was Mr. Moole's head clerk, charged with news for Dr. Benjulia. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 43. The mind of the clerk's master had been troubled by serious doubts after Carmina left his house on Sunday. Her agitated manner, her strange questions, and her abrupt departure all suggested to Mr. Moole's mind some rash project in contemplation, perhaps even the plan of an elopement. To most other men, the obvious course to take would have been to communicate with Mrs. Gallilee. But the lawyer preserved a vivid remembrance of the interview which had taken place at his office. The detestable pleasure which Mrs. Gallilee had betrayed in profaning the memory of Carmina's mother had so shocked and disgusted him, that he recoiled from the idea of holding any further intercourse with her, no matter how pressing the emergency might be. It was possible, after what had passed, that Carmina might feel the propriety of making some explanation by letter. He decided to wait until the next morning, on the chance of hearing from her. On the Monday no letter arrived. Proceeding to the office, Mr. Moole found, in his business correspondence, enough to occupy every moment of his time. He had proposed writing to Carmina, but the idea was now inevitably pressed out of his mind. It was only at the close of the day's work that he had leisure to think of a matter of greater importance, that is to say, of the necessity of discovering Benjulia's friend of other days, the Italian teacher Baccani. He left instructions with one of his clerks to make inquiries, the next morning, at the shops of foreign booksellers. There, and only there, the question might be answered, whether Baccani was still living, and living in London. The inquiries proved successful. On Tuesday afternoon, Baccani's address was in Mr. Moole's hands. Busy as he still was, the lawyer set aside his own affairs in deference to the sacred duty of defending the memory of the dead, and to the pressing necessity of silencing Mrs. Gallilee's cruel and slanderous tongue. Arriving at Baccani's lodgings, he was informed that the language master had gone to his dinner at a neighbouring restaurant. Mr. Moole waited at the lodgings and sent a note to Baccani. In 10 minutes more he found himself in the presence of an elderly man, of ascetic appearance, whose looks and tones showed him to be apt to take offence on small provocation, and more than half ready to suspect an eminent solicitor of being a spy. But Mr. Moole's experience was equal to the call on it. Having fully explained the object that he had in view, he left the apology for his intrusion to be inferred, and concluded by appealing, in his own modest way, to the sympathy of an honourable man. Silently forming his opinion of the lawyer, while he listened, Baccani expressed the conclusion at which he had arrived, in these terms: "My experience of mankind, sir, has been a bitterly bad one. You have improved my opinion of human nature since you entered this room. That is not a little thing to say, at my age and in my circumstances." He bowed gravely, and turned to his bed. From under it he pulled out a clumsy tin box. Having opened the rusty lock with some difficulty, he produced a ragged pocket-book, and picked out from it a paper which looked like an old letter. "There," he said, handing the paper to Mr. Moole, "is the statement which vindicates this lady's reputation. Before you open the manuscript, I must tell you how I came by it." He appeared to feel such embarrassment in approaching the subject that Mr. Moole interposed. "I am already acquainted," he said, "with some of the circumstances to which you are about to allude. I happen to know of the wager in which the calumny originated, and of the manner in which that wager was decided. The events which followed are the only events that I need trouble you to describe." Baccani's grateful sense of relief avowed itself without reserve. "I feel your kindness," he said, "almost as keenly as I feel my own disgraceful conduct, in permitting a woman's reputation to be made the subject of a wager. From whom did you obtain your information?" "From the person who mentioned your name to me, Dr. Benjulia." Baccani lifted his hand with a gesture of angry protest. "Don't speak of him again in my presence," he burst out. "That man has insulted me. When I took refuge from political persecution in this country, I sent him my prospectus. From my own humble position as a teacher of languages, I looked up without envy to his celebrity among doctors. I thought I might remind him, not unfavourably, of our early friendship. I, who had done him 100 kindnesses in those past days. He has never taken the slightest notice of me. He has not even acknowledged the receipt of my prospectus. Despicable wretch! Let me hear no more of him." "Pray forgive me if I refer to him again, for the last time," Mr. Moole pleaded. "Did your acquaintance with him continue after the question of the wager had been settled?" "No, sir," Baccani answered sternly. "When I was at leisure to go to the club at which we were accustomed to meet, he had left Rome. From that time to this, I rejoice to say it, I have never set eyes on him." The obstacles which had prevented the refutation of the calumny from reaching Benjulia were now revealed. Mr. Moole had only to hear next how that refutation had been obtained. A polite hint sufficed to remind Baccani of the explanation that he had promised. "I am naturally suspicious," he began abruptly, "and I doubted the woman when I found that she had kept her veil down. Besides, it was not in my way of thinking to believe that an estimable married lady could have compromised herself with the scoundrel who had boasted that she was his mistress. I waited in the street until the woman came out. I followed her and saw her meet a man. The two went together to a theatre. I took my place near them. She lifted her veil as a matter of course. My suspicion of foul play was instantly confirmed. When the performance was over, I traced her back to Mr. Robert Graywell's house. He and his wife were both absent at a party. I was too indignant to wait till they came back. Under the threat of charging the wretch with stealing her mistress's clothes, I extorted from her the signed confession, which you have in your hand. She was under notice to leave her place for insolent behaviour. The personation which had been intended to deceive me was an act of revenge, planned between herself and the blackguard who had employed her to make his lie look like truth. A more shameless creature I never met with. She said to me, 'I am as tall as my mistress, and a better figure, and I've often worn her fine clothes on holiday occasions.' In your country, Mr. Moole, such women, so I am told, are ducked in a pond. There is one more thing to add before you read the confession. Mrs. Robert Graywell did imprudently send the man some money, in answer to a begging letter artfully enough written to excite her pity. A second application was refused by her husband. What followed on that you already know." Having read the confession, Mr. Moole was permitted to take a copy, and to make any use of it which he might think desirable. His one remaining anxiety was to hear what had become of the person who had planned the deception. "Surely," he said, "that villain has not escaped punishment?" Baccani answered this in his own bitter way. "My dear sir, how can you ask such a simple question? That sort of man always escapes punishment. In the last extreme of poverty his luck provides him with somebody to cheat. Common respect for Mrs. Robert Graywell closed my lips, and I was the only person acquainted with the circumstances. I wrote to our club, declaring the fellow to be a cheat, and leaving it to be inferred that he cheated at cards. He knew better than to insist on my explaining myself. He resigned and disappeared. I dare say he is living still, living in clover on some unfortunate woman. The beautiful and the good die untimely deaths. He and his kind last and live." Mr. Moole had neither time nor inclination to plead in favour of the more hopeful view, which believes in the agreeable fiction called poetical justice. He tried to express his sense of obligation at parting, but Connie refused to listen. "The obligation is all on my side," he said. "As I have already told you, your visit has added a bright day to my calendar. In our pilgrimage, my friend, through this world of rogues and fools, we may never meet again. Let us remember gratefully that we have met. Farewell." So they parted. Returning to his office, Mr. Moole attached to the copy of the confession a brief statement of the circumstances under which the Italian had become possessed of it. He then added these lines, addressed to Benjulia: "You set the false report afloat. I leave it to your sense of duty to decide whether you ought not to go at once to Mrs. Gallilee and tell her that the slander which you repeated is now proved to be a lie. If you don't agree with me, I must go to Mrs. Gallilee myself. In that case, please return, by the bearer, the papers which are enclosed." The clerk instructed to deliver these documents within the shortest possible space of time found Mr. Moole waiting at the office on his return. He answered his master's inquiries by producing Benjulia's reply. The doctor's amiable humour was still in the ascendant. His success in torturing his unfortunate cook had been followed by the receipt of a telegram from his friend at Montreal, containing this satisfactory answer to his question: "Not brain disease." With his mind now set completely at rest, his instincts as a gentleman were at full liberty to control him. "I entirely agree with you," he wrote to Mr. Moole. "I go back with your clerk. The cab will drop me at Mrs. Gallilee's house." Mr. Moole turned to the clerk. "Did you wait to hear if Mrs. Gallilee was at home?" he asked. "Mrs. Gallilee was absent, sir, attending a lecture." "What did Dr. Benjulia do?" "He went into the house to wait her return." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 44. Mrs. Gallilee's page, attending to the house door in the footman's absence, had just shown Benjulia into the library, when there was another ring at the bell. The new visitor was Mr. Lefrank. He appeared to be in a hurry. Without any preliminary questions, he said, "Take my card to Mrs. Gallilee." "My mistress is out, sir." The music master looked impatiently at the hall clock. The hall clock answered him by striking the half hour after 5. "Do you expect Mrs. Gallilee back soon?" "We don't know, sir. The footman had his orders to be in waiting with the carriage at 5. After a moment of irritable reflection, Mr. Lefrank took a letter from his pocket. "Say that I have an appointment, and am not able to wait. Give Mrs. Gallilee that letter the moment she comes in." With those directions he left the house. The page looked at the letter. It was sealed, and over the address 2 underlined words were written: "Private, immediate." Mindful of visits from tradespeople, anxious to see his mistress, and provided beforehand with letters to be delivered immediately, the boy took a pecuniary view of Mr. Lefrank's errand at the house. "Another of them," he thought, "wanting his money." As he placed the letter on the hall table, the library door opened, and Benjulia appeared, weary already of waiting, without occupation, for Mrs. Gallilee's return. "Is smoking allowed in the library?" he asked. The page looked up at the giant towering over him with the envious admiration of a short boy. He replied with a discretion beyond his years: "Would you please step into the smoking room, sir?" "Anybody there?" "My master, sir." Benjulia at once declined the invitation to the smoking room. "Anybody else at home?" he inquired. Miss Carmina was upstairs, the page answered, and I think, he added, Mr. Null is with her. Who's Mr. Null? The doctor, sir. Benjulia declined to disturb the doctor. He tried a third and last question. Where's Zoe? Here, cried a shrill voice from the upper regions. Who are you? To the page's astonishment, the giant gentleman with the resonant bass voice answered this quite gravely. I'm Benjulia, he said. Come up, cried Zoe. Benjulia ascended the stairs. Stop, shouted the voice from above. Benjulia stopped. Have you got your big stick? Yes. Bring it up with you. Benjulia retraced his steps into the hall. The page respectfully handed him his stick. Zoe became impatient. Look sharp, she called out. Benjulia obediently quickened his pace. Zoe left the schoolroom, in spite of the faintly heard protest of the maid in charge, to receive him on the stairs. They met on the landing, outside Carmina's room. Zoe possessed herself of the bamboo cane, and led the way in. Carmina, here's the big stick I told you about, she announced. Whose stick, dear? Zoe returned to the landing. Come in, Benjulia, she said, and seized him by the coat-tails. Mr. Null rose instinctively. Was this his celebrated colleague? With some reluctance, Carmina appeared at the door, thinking of the day when Ovid had fainted, and when the great man had treated her so harshly. In fear of more rudeness, she unwillingly asked him to come in. Still immovable on the landing, he looked at her in silence. The serious question occurred to him, which had formerly presented itself to Mr. Moole. Had Mrs. Gallilee repeated, in Carmina's presence, the lie which slandered her mother's memory? The lie which he was then in the house to expose? Watching Benjulia respectfully, Mr. Null saw, in that grave scrutiny, an opportunity of presenting himself under a favourable light. He waved his hand persuasively towards Carmina. "Some nervous prostration, sir, in my interesting patient, as you no doubt perceive," he began. "Not such rapid progress towards recovery as I had hoped. I think of recommending the air of the seaside." Benjulia's dreary eyes turned on him slowly, and estimated his mental calibre at its exact value, in a moment. Mr. Null felt that look in the very marrow of his bones. He bowed with servile submission, and took his leave. In the meantime, Benjulia had satisfied himself that the embarrassment in Carmina's manner was merely attributable to shyness. She was now no longer an object even of momentary interest to him. He was ready to play with Zoe, but not on condition of amusing himself with the child in Carmina's presence. "I am waiting till Mrs. Gallilee returns," he said to her in his quietly indifferent way. "If you will excuse me, I'll go downstairs again. I won't intrude." Her pale face flushed as she listened to him. Innocently supposing that she had made her little offer of hospitality in too cold a manner, she looked at Benjulia with a timid and troubled smile. "Pray wait here till my aunt comes back," she said. "Zoe will amuse you, I'm sure." Zoe seconded the invitation by hiding the stick, and laying hold again on her big friend's coat-tails. He let the child drag him into the room, without noticing her. The silent questioning of his eyes had been again directed to Carmina, at the moment when she smiled. His long and terrible experience made its own merciless discoveries, in the nervous movement of her eyelids and her lips. The poor girl, pleasing herself with the idea of having produced the right impression on him at last, had only succeeded in becoming an object of medical inquiry, pursued in secret. When he companionably took a chair by her side, and let Zoe climb on his knee, he was privately regretting his cold reception of Mr. Null. Under certain conditions of nervous excitement, Carmina might furnish an interesting case. "If I had been commonly civil to that fawning idiot," he thought, "I might have been called into consultation." They were all three seated, but there was no talk. Zoe set the example. "You haven't tickled me yet," she said. "Show Carmina how you do it." He gravely operated on the back of Zoe's neck, and his patient acknowledged the process with a wriggle and a scream. The performance being so far at an end, Zo called to the dog and issued her orders once more. "Now make Tinker kick his leg." Benjulia obeyed once again. The young tyrant was not satisfied yet. "Now tickle Carmina," she said. He heard this without laughing. His fleshless lips never relaxed into a smile. To Carmina's unutterable embarrassment, he looked at her, when she laughed, with steadier attention than ever. Those coldly inquiring eyes exercised some inscrutable influence over her. Now they made her angry, and now they frightened her. The silence that had fallen on them again became an unendurable infliction. She burst into talk. She was loud and familiar, ashamed of her own boldness, and quite unable to control it. "You are very fond of Zo," she said suddenly. It was a perfectly commonplace remark, and yet it seemed to perplex him. "Am I?" he answered. She went on. Against her own will, she persisted in speaking to him. "And I'm sure Zo is fond of you." He looked at Zo. "Are you fond of me?" he asked. Zo, staring hard at him, got off his knee, retired to a little distance to think, and stood staring at him again. He quietly repeated the question. Zo answered this time, as she had formerly answered Teresa in the gardens, "I don't know." He turned again to Carmina, in a slow, puzzled way. "I don't know either," he said. Hearing the big man own that he was no wiser than herself, Zo returned to him, without, however, getting on his knee again. She clasped her chubby hands under the inspiration of a new idea. "Let's play at something," she said to Benjulia. "Do you know any games?" He shook his head. "Didn't you know any games when you were only as big as me?" "I have forgotten them." "Haven't you got children?" "No." "Haven't you got a wife?" "No." "Haven't you got a friend?" "No." "Well, you are a miserable chap." Thanks to Zo, Carmina's sense of nervous oppression burst its way into relief. She laughed loudly and wildly. She was on the verge of hysterics, when Benjulia's eyes, silently questioning her again, controlled her at the critical moment. Her laughter died away, but the exciting influence still possessed her, still forced her into the other alternative of saying something, she neither knew or cared what. "I couldn't live such a lonely life as yours," she said to him, so loudly and so confidently that even Zo noticed it. "I couldn't live such a life either," he admitted, "but for one thing." "And what is that?" "Why are you so loud?" Zo interposed. "Do you think he's deaf?" Benjulia made a sign, commanding the child to be silent, without turning towards her. He answered Carmina as if there had been no interruption. "My medical studies," he said, "reconcile me to my life." "Suppose you got tired of your studies?" she asked. "I should never get tired of them." "Suppose you couldn't study any more?" "In that case, I shouldn't live any more." "Do you mean that it would kill you to leave off?" "No." "Then what do you mean?" He laid his great soft fingers on her pulse. She shrank from his touch. He deliberately held her by the arm. "You're getting excited," he said. "Never mind what I mean." Zo, left unnoticed and not liking it, saw a chance of asserting herself. "I know why Carmina's excited," she said. "The old woman's coming at 6 o'clock." He paid no attention to the child. He persisted in keeping watch on Carmina. "Who is the woman?" he asked. "The most lovable woman in the world!" she cried. "My dear old nurse!" She started up from the sofa, and pointed with theatrical exaggeration of gesture to the clock on the mantelpiece. "Look! It's only 10 minutes to 6. In 10 minutes I shall have my arms round Teresa's neck. Don't look at me in that way. It's your fault if I'm excited. It's your dreadful eyes that do it. Come here, Zo. I want to give you a kiss." She seized on Zo with a roughness that startled the child, and looked wildly at Benjulia. "Ha! You don't understand loving and kissing, do you? What's the use of speaking to you about my old nurse?" He pointed imperatively to the sofa. "Sit down again." She obeyed him, but he had not quite composed her yet. Her eyes sparkled. She went on talking. "Ah, you're a hard man, a miserable man, a man that will end badly. You never loved anybody. You don't know what love is." "What is it?" That icy question cooled her in an instant. Her head sank on her bosom. She suddenly became indifferent to persons and things about her. "When will Teresa come?" she whispered to herself. "Oh, when will Teresa come?" Any other man, whether he really felt for her or not, would, as a mere matter of instinct, have said a kind word to her at that moment. Not the vestige of a change appeared in Benjulia's impenetrable composure. She might have been a man, or a baby, or the picture of a girl instead of the girl herself, as far as he was concerned. He quietly returned to his question. "Well," he resumed, "and what is love?" Not a word, not a movement escaped her. "I want to know," he persisted, waiting for what might happen. Nothing happened. He was not perplexed by the sudden change. "This is the reaction," he thought. "We shall see what comes of it." He looked about him. A bottle of water stood on one of the tables. "Likely to be useful," he concluded, "in case she feels faint." Zo had been listening. Zo saw her way to getting noticed again. Not quite sure of herself this time, she appealed to Carmina. "Didn't he say, just now, he wanted to know?" Carmina neither heard nor heeded her. Zo tried Benjulia next. "Shall I tell you what we do in the schoolroom, when we want to know?" His attention, like Carmina's attention, seemed to be far away from her. Zo impatiently reminded him of her presence. She laid her hand on his knee. It was only the hand of a child, an idle, quaint, perverse child, but it touched, ignorantly touched, the one tender place in his nature, unprofaned by the infernal cruelties which made his life acceptable to him, the one tender place hidden so deep from the man himself that even his far-reaching intellect groped in vain to find it out. There, nevertheless, was the feeling which drew him to Zo, contending successfully with his medical interest in a case of nervous derangement. That unintelligible sympathy with a child looked dimly out of his eyes, spoke faintly in his voice, when he replied to her. "Well," he said, "what do you do in the schoolroom?" "We look in the dictionary," Zo answered. "Carmina's got a dictionary. I'll get it." She climbed on a chair and found the book, and laid it on Benjulia's lap. "I don't so much mind trying to spell a word," she explained. "What I hate is being asked what it means. Miss Minerva won't let me off. She says, 'Look, I won't let you off. I'm Miss Minerva, and you're Zo. Look.'" He humoured her silently and mechanically, just as he had humoured her in the matter of the stick, and in the matter of the tickling. Having opened the dictionary, he looked again at Carmina. She had not moved. She seemed to be weary enough to fall asleep. The reaction, nothing but the reaction. It might last for hours, or it might be at an end in another minute. An interesting temperament, whichever way it ended. He opened the dictionary. "Love?" he muttered grimly to himself. "It seems I'm an object of compassion, because I know nothing about love. Well, what does the book say about it?" He found the word, and ran his finger down the paragraphs of explanation which followed. 7 meanings to love, he remarked. First, an affection of the mind, excited by beauty and worth of any kind, or by the qualities of an object, which communicate pleasure. Second, courtship. Third, patriotism, as the love of country. Fourth, benevolence. Fifth, the object beloved. Sixth, a word of endearment. Seventh, Cupid, the god of love. He paused and reflected a little. Zo, hearing nothing to amuse her, strayed away to the window, and looked out. He glanced at Carmina. Which of those meanings makes the pleasure of her life, he wondered? Which of them might have made the pleasure of mine? He closed the dictionary in contempt. The very man whose business is to explain it, tries 7 different ways, and doesn't explain it after all. and yet there is such a thing. He reached that conclusion unwillingly and angrily. For the first time a doubt about himself forced its way into his mind. Might he have looked higher than his torture table and his knife? Had he gained from his life all that his life might have given to him? Left by herself, Zo began to grow tired of it. She tried to get Carmina for a companion. "Come and look out of the windows," she said. Carmina gently refused. She was unwilling to be disturbed. Since she had spoken to Benjulia, her thoughts had been dwelling restfully on Ovid. In another day she might be on her way to him. When would Teresa come? Benjulia was too preoccupied to notice her. The weak doubt that had got the better of his strong reason still held him in thrall. "Love!" he broke out, in the bitterness of his heart. "It isn't a question of sentiment. It's a question of use. Who is the better for love?" She heard the last words, and answered him. "Everybody is the better for it." She looked at him with sorrowful eyes, and laid her hand on his arm. "Everybody," she added, "but you." He smiled scornfully. "Everybody is the better for it," he repeated, "and who knows what it is?" She drew away her hand, and looked towards the heavenly tranquillity of the evening sky. "Who knows what it is?" he reiterated. "God," she said. Benjulia was silent. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 45. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 6. Zo, turning suddenly from the window, ran to the sofa. "Here's the carriage!" she cried. "Teresa!" Carmina exclaimed. Zo crossed the room on tiptoe to the door of the bedchamber. "It's mamma," she said. "Don't tell. I'm going to hide." "Why, dear?" The answer to this was given mysteriously in a whisper. "She said I wasn't to come to you. She's a quick one on her legs. She might catch me on the stairs." With that explanation, Zo slipped into the bedroom, and held the door ajar. The minutes passed, and Mrs. Gallilee failed to justify the opinion expressed by her daughter. Not a sound was audible on the stairs. Not a word more was uttered in the room. Benjulia had taken the child's place at the window. He sat there thinking. Carmina had suggested to him some new ideas, relating to the intricate connection between human faith and human happiness. Slowly, slowly, the clock recorded the lapse of minutes. Carmina's nervous anxiety began to forecast disaster to the absent nurse. She took Teresa's telegram from her pocket, and consulted it again. There was no mistake. 6 o'clock was the time named for the traveller's arrival, and it was close on 10 minutes past the hour. In her ignorance of railway arrangements, she took it for granted that trains were punctual. But her reading had told her that trains were subject to accident. "I suppose delays occur," she said to Benjulia, "without danger to the passengers?" Before he could answer, Mrs. Gallilee suddenly entered the room. She had opened the door so softly that she took them both by surprise. To Carmina's excited imagination, she glided into their presence like a ghost. Her look and manner showed serious agitation, desperately suppressed. In certain places, the paint and powder on her face had cracked, and revealed the furrows and wrinkles beneath. Her hard eyes glittered. Her laboured breathing was audible. Indifferent to all demonstrations of emotion which did not scientifically concern him, Benjulia quietly rose and advanced towards her. She seemed to be unconscious of his presence. He spoke, allowing her to ignore him without troubling himself to notice her temper. "When you are able to attend to me, I want to speak to you. Shall I wait downstairs?" He took his hat and stick to leave the room, looked at Carmina as he passed her, and at once went back to his place at the window. Her aunt's silent and sinister entrance had frightened her. Benjulia waited, to the interests of physiology, to see how the new nervous excitement would end. Thus far Mrs. Gallilee had kept one of her hands hidden behind her. She advanced close to Carmina, and allowed her hand to be seen. It held an open letter. She shook the letter in her niece's face. In the position which Mrs. Gallilee now occupied, Carmina was hidden, for the moment, from Benjulia's view. Biding his time at the window, he looked out. A cab, with luggage on it, had just drawn up at the house. Was this the old nurse who had been expected to arrive at 6 o'clock? The footman came out to open the cab door. He was followed by Mr. Gallilee, eager to help the person inside to alight. The traveller proved to be a very grey-headed woman, shabbily dressed. Mr. Gallilee cordially shook hands with her, patted her on the shoulder, gave her his arm, led her into the house. The cab with the luggage on it remained at the door. The nurse had evidently not reached the end of her journey yet. Carmina shrank back on the sofa, when the leaves of the letter touched her face. Mrs. Gallilee's first words were now spoken in a whisper. The inner fury of her anger, struggling for a vent, began to get the better of her. She gasped for breath and speech. "Do you know this letter?" she said. Carmina looked at the writing. It was the letter to Ovid, which she had placed in the post-basket that afternoon. The letter which declared that she could no longer endure his mother's cold-blooded cruelty, and that she only waited Teresa's arrival to join him at Quebec. After one dreadful moment of confusion, her mind realized the outrage implied in the stealing and reading of her letter. In the earlier time of Carmina's sojourn in the house, Mrs. Gallilee had accused her of deliberate deceit. She had instantly resented the insult by leaving the room. The same spirit in her, the finely strung spirit that vibrates unfelt in gentle natures while they live in peace, steadied those quivering nerves, roused that failing courage. She met the furious eyes fixed on her without shrinking. She spoke gravely and firmly. "The letter is mine," she said. "How did you come by it?" "How dare you ask me?" "How dare you steal my letter?" Mrs. Gallilee tore open the fastening of her dress at the throat to get breath. "You impudent bastard!" she burst out in a frenzy of rage. Waiting patiently at the window, Benjulia heard her. "Hold your damned tongue!" he cried. "She's your niece!" Mrs. Gallilee turned on him. Her fury broke into a screaming laugh. "My niece!" she repeated. "You lie, and you know it. She's the child of an adulteress. She's the child of her mother's lover." The door opened as those horrible words passed her lips. The nurse and her husband entered the room. She was in no position to see them. She was incapable of hearing them. The demon in her urged her on. She attempted to reiterate the detestable falsehood. Her first word died away in silence. The lean brown fingers of the Italian woman had her by the throat, held her as the claws of a tigress might have held her. Her eyes rolled in the mute agony of an appeal for help. In vain! In vain! Not a cry, not a sound, had drawn attention to the attack. Her husband's eyes were fixed, horror-struck, on the victim of her rage. Benjulia had crossed the room to the sofa, when Carmina heard the words spoken of her mother. From that moment he was watching the case. Mr. Gallilee alone looked round, when the nurse tightened her hold in a last merciless grasp, dashed the insensible woman on the floor, and, turning back, fell on her knees at her darling's feet. She looked up in Carmina's face. A ghastly stare, through half-closed eyes, showed death in life, blankly returning her look. The shock had struck Carmina with a stony calm. She had not started, she had not swooned. Rigid, immovable, there she sat, voiceless and tearless, insensible even to touch, her arms hanging down, her clenched hands resting on either side of her. Teresa grovelled and groaned at her feet. Those ferocious hands, that had laid the slanderer prostrate on the floor, feebly beat her bosom and her grey head. "O saints beloved of God! O blessed Virgin, Mother of Christ, spare my child, my sweet child!" She rose in wild despair. She seized Benjulia, and madly shook him. "Who are you? How dare you touch her? Give her to me, or I'll be the death of you. Oh, my Carmina, is it sleep that holds you? Wake! Wake! Wake!" "Listen to me," said Benjulia sternly. She dropped on the sofa by Carmina's side, and lifted one of the cold, clenched hands to her lips. The tears fell slowly over her haggard face. "I am very fond of her, sir," she said humbly. "I'm only an old woman. See what a dreadful welcome my child gives to me. It's hard on an old woman, hard on an old woman." His self-possession was not disturbed, even by this. "Do you know what I am?" he asked. "I am a doctor. Leave her to me." "He's a doctor. That's good. A doctor's good. Yes, yes. Does the old man know this doctor? The kind old man?" She looked vacantly for Mr. Gallilee. He was bending over his wife, sprinkling water on her deathly face. Teresa got on her feet, and pointed to Mrs. Gallilee. "The breath of that she-devil poisons the air," she said. "I must take my child out of it. To my place, sir, if you please. Only to my place." She attempted to lift Carmina from the sofa, and drew back, breathlessly watching her. Her rigid face faintly relaxed, her eyelids closed and quivered. Mr. Gallilee looked up from his wife. "Will one of you help me?" he asked. His tone struck Benjulia. It was the hushed tone of sorrow, no more. "I'll see to it directly." With that reply, Benjulia turned to Teresa. "Where is your place?" he said. "Far or near?" "The message," she answered confusedly. "The message says—" She signed to him to look in her handbag, dropped on the floor. He found Carmina's telegram, containing the address of the lodgings. The house was close by. After some consideration, he sent the nurse into the bedroom, with instructions to bring him the blankets off the bed. In the minute that followed, he examined Mrs. Gallilee. "There's nothing to be frightened about. Let her maid attend to her." Mr. Gallilee again surprised Benjulia. He turned from his wife, and looked at Carmina. "For God's sake, don't leave her here!" he broke out. "After what she has heard, this house is no place for her. Give her to the old nurse." Benjulia only answered, as he had answered already, "I'll see to it." Mr. Gallilee persisted. "Is there any risk in moving her?" he asked. "It's the least of two risks. No more questions. Look to your wife." Mr. Gallilee obeyed in silence. When he lifted his head again, and rose to ring the bell for the maid, the room was silent and lonely. A little, pale, frightened face peeped out through the bedroom door. Zo ventured in. Her father caught her in his arms, and kissed her as he had never kissed her yet. His eyes were wet with tears. Zo noticed that he never said a word about mamma. The child saw the change in her father, as Benjulia had seen it. She shared one human feeling with her big friend. She, too, was surprised. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 46. The first signs of reviving life had begun to appear, when Marceline answered the bell. In a few minutes more, it was possible to raise Mrs. Gallilee, and to place her on the sofa. Having so far assisted the servant, Mr. Gallilee took Zo by the hand, and drew back. Daunted by the terrible scene which she had witnessed from her hiding-place, the child stood by her father's side in silence. The two waited together, watching Mrs. Gallilee. She looked wildly round the room. Discovering that she was alone with the members of her family, she became composed. Her mind slowly recovered its balance. Her first thought was for herself. "Has that woman disfigured me?" she said to the maid. Knowing nothing of what had happened, Marceline was at a loss to understand her. "Bring me a glass," she said. The maid found a hand glass in the bedroom, and presented it to her. She looked at herself, and drew a long breath of relief. That first anxiety at an end, she spoke to her husband. "Where is Carmina?" "Out of the house, thank God." The answer seemed to bewilder her. She appealed to Marcelin. "Did he say, 'Thank God'?" "Yes, ma'am." "Can you tell me nothing? Who knows where Carmina has gone?" "Joseph knows, ma'am. He heard Dr. Benjulia give the address to the cabman." With that answer, she turned anxiously to her master. "Is Miss Carmina seriously ill, sir?" Her mistress spoke again, before Mr. Gallilee could reply. "Marcelin, send Joseph up here." "No," said Mr. Gallilee. His wife eyed him with astonishment. "Why not?" she asked. He said quietly, "I forbid it." Mrs. Gallilee addressed herself to the maid. "Go to my room, and bring me another bonnet and a veil. Stop!" She tried to rise, and sank back. "I must have something to strengthen me. Get the sal volatile." Marcelin left the room. Mr. Gallilee followed her as far as the door, still leading his little daughter. "Go back, my dear, to your sister in the schoolroom," he said. "I am distressed, so be a good girl, and you will console me. Say the same to Maria. It will be dull for you, I am afraid. Be patient, my child, and try to bear it for a while." "May I whisper something?" said Zo. "Will Carmina die?" "God forbid!" "Will they bring her back here?" In her eagerness, the child spoke above a whisper. Mrs. Gallilee heard the question, and answered it. "They will bring Carmina back," she said, "the moment I can get out." Zo looked at her father. "Do you say that?" she asked. He shook his head gravely, and told her again to go to the schoolroom. On the first landing she stopped, and looked back. "I'll be good, papa," she said, and went on up the stairs. Having reached the schoolroom, she became the object of many questions, not one of which she answered. Followed by the dog, she sat down in a corner. "What are you thinking about?" her sister inquired. This time she was willing to reply. "I am thinking about Carmina." Mr. Gallilee closed the door when Zo left him. He took a chair, without speaking to his wife or looking at her. "What are you here for?" she asked. "I must wait," he said. "What for?" "To see what you do." Marcelin returned, and administered a dose of sal volatile. Strengthened by the stimulant, Mrs. Gallilee was able to rise. "My head is giddy," she said, as she took the maid's arm, "but I think I can get downstairs with your help." Mr. Gallilee silently followed them out. At the head of the stairs the giddiness increased. Firm as her resolution might be, it gave way before the bodily injury which Mrs. Gallilee had received. Her husband's help was again needed to take her to her bedroom. She stopped them at the antechamber, still obstinately bent on following her own designs. "I shall be better directly," she said. "Put me on the sofa." Marcelin relieved her of her bonnet and veil, and asked respectfully if there was any other service required. She looked defiantly at her husband, and reiterated the order, "Send for Joseph." Intelligent resolution is sometimes shaken. The inert obstinacy of a weak creature, man or animal, is immovable. Mr. Gallilee dismissed the maid with these words: "You needn't wait, my good girl. I'll speak to Joseph myself, downstairs." His wife heard him with amazement and contempt. "Are you in your right senses?" she asked. He paused on his way out. "You were always hard and headstrong," he said sadly. "I knew that. A cleverer man than I am might, I suppose it's possible, a clear-headed man might have found out how wicked you are." She lay thinking, indifferent to anything he could say to her. "Are you not ashamed?" he asked wonderingly. "And not even sorry?" She paid no heed to him. He left her. Descending to the hall, he was met by Joseph. "Dr. Benjulia has come back, sir. He wishes to see you." "Where is he?" "In the library." "Wait, Joseph. I have something to say to you. If your mistress asks where they have taken Miss Carmina, you mustn't this is my order, Joseph you mustn't tell her. If you have mentioned it to any of the other servants, it's quite likely they may have asked you, isn't it?" he said, falling into his old habit for a moment. "If you have mentioned it to the others," he resumed, "they mustn't tell her. That's all, my good man, that's all." To his own surprise, Joseph found himself regarding his master with a feeling of respect. Mr. Gallilee entered the library. "How is she?" he asked, eager for news of Carmina. "The worse for being moved," Benjulia replied. "What about your wife?" Answering that question, Mr. Gallilee mentioned the precautions that he had taken to keep the secret of Teresa's address. "You need be under no anxiety about that," said Benjulia. "I have left orders that Mrs. Gallilee is not to be admitted. There is a serious necessity for keeping her out. In these cases of partial catalepsy, there is no saying when the change may come. When it does come, I won't answer for her niece's reason, if those two see each other again. Send for your own medical man. The girl is his patient, and he is the person on whom the responsibility rests. Let the servant take my card to him directly. We shall meet in consultation at the house." He wrote a line on one of his visiting cards. It was at once sent to Mr. Null. "There's another matter to be settled before I go," Benjulia proceeded. "Here are some papers which I have received from your lawyer, Mr. Moot. They relate to a slander which your wife unfortunately repeated." Mr. Gallilee got up from his chair. "Don't take my mind back to that. Pray don't!" he pleaded earnestly. "I can't bear it, Dr. Benjulia. I can't bear it. Please to excuse my rudeness. It isn't intentional. I don't know myself what's the matter with me. I've always led a quiet life, sir. I'm not fit for such things as these. Don't suppose I speak selfishly. I'll do what I can, if you will kindly spare me." He might as well have appealed to the sympathy of the table at which they were sitting. Benjulia was absolutely incapable of understanding the state of mind which those words revealed. "Can you take these papers to your wife?" he asked. "I called here this evening, being the person to blame, to set the matter right. As it is, I leave her to make the discovery for herself. I desire to hold no more communication with your wife. Have you anything to say to me before I go?" "Only one thing. Is there any harm in my calling at the house to ask how poor Carmina goes on?" "Ask as often as you like, provided Mrs. Gallilee doesn't accompany you. If she's obstinate, it may not be amiss to give your wife a word of warning. In my opinion, the old nurse is not likely to let her off, next time, with her life. I've had a little talk with that curious foreign savage. I said, 'You have committed what we consider in England a murderous assault. If Mrs. Gallilee doesn't mind the public exposure, you may find yourself in a prison.' She snapped her fingers in my face. 'Suppose I find myself with the hangman's rope round my neck,' she said. 'What do I care, so long as Carmina is safe from her aunt?' After that pretty answer, she sat down by her girl's bedside, and burst out crying. Mr. Gallilee listened absently. His mind still dwelt on Carmina. 'I meant well,' he said, 'when I asked you to take her out of this house. It's no wonder if I was wrong. What I am too stupid to understand is, why you allowed her to be moved.'" Benjulia listened with a grim smile. Mr. Gallilee's presumption amused him. "I wonder whether there was any room left for memory, when nature furnished your narrow little head," he answered pleasantly. "Didn't I say that moving her was the least of two risks? And haven't I just warned you of what might have happened, if we had left your wife and her niece together in the same house? When I do a thing at my time of life, Mr. Gallilee, don't think me conceited. I know why I do it." While he was speaking of himself in these terms, he might have said something more. He might have added that his dread of the loss of Carmina's reason really meant his dread of a commonplace termination to an exceptionally interesting case. He might also have acknowledged that he was not yielding obedience to the rules of professional etiquette in confiding the patient to her regular medical attendant, but following the selfish suggestions of his own critical judgment. His experience, brief as it had been, had satisfied him that stupid Mr. Null's course of action could be trusted to let the instructive progress of the malady proceed. Mr. Null would treat the symptoms in perfect good faith, without a suspicion of the nervous hysteria which, in such a constitution as Carmina's, threatened to establish itself, in course of time, as the hidden cause. These motives, not only excused, but even ennobled, by their scientific connection with the interests of medical research, he might have avowed, under more favourable circumstances. While his grand discovery was still barely within reach, Dr. Benjulia stood committed to a system of diplomatic reserve, which even included simple Mr. Gallilee. He took his hat and stick, and walked out into the hall. "Can I be of further use?" he asked carelessly. "You will hear about the patient from Mr. Null." "You won't desert Carmina," said Mr. Gallilee. "You will see her yourself from time to time, won't you?" "Don't be afraid. I'll look after her." He spoke sincerely in saying this. Carmina's case had already suggested new ideas. Even the civilized savage of modern physiology, where his own interests are concerned, is not absolutely insensible to a feeling of gratitude. Mr. Gallilee opened the door for him. "By the bye," he added as he stepped out, "what's become of Zo?" "She's upstairs in the schoolroom." He made one of his dreary jokes. "Tell her, when she wants to be tickled again, to let me know. Good evening." Mr. Gallilee returned to the upper part of the house, with the papers left by Benjulia in his hand. Arriving at the dressing-room door, he hesitated. The papers were enclosed in a sealed envelope, addressed to his wife. Secured in this way from inquisitive eyes, there was no necessity for personally presenting them. He went on to the schoolroom, and beckoned to the parlour-maid to come out and speak to him. Having instructed her to deliver the papers, telling her mistress that they had been left at the house by Dr. Benjulia, he dismissed the woman from duty. "You needn't return," he said. "I'll look after the children myself." Maria was busy with her book, and even idle Zo was employed. She was writing at her own inky desk, and she looked up in confusion when her father appeared. Unsuspicious Mr. Gallilee took it for granted that his favourite daughter was employed on a writing lesson, following Maria's industrious example for once. "Good children," he said, looking affectionately from one to the other. "I won't disturb you. Go on." He took a chair, satisfied, comforted even, to be in the same room with the girls. If he had placed himself nearer to the desk, he might have seen that Zo had been thinking of Carmina to some purpose. What could she do to make her friend and playfellow well and happy again? There was the question which Zo asked herself, after having seen Carmina carried insensible out of the room. Possessed of that wonderful capacity for minute observation of the elder persons about them, which is one among the many baffling mysteries presented by the minds of children, Zo had long since discovered that the member of the household, preferred to all others by Carmina, was the good brother who had gone away and left them. In his absence she was always talking of him, and Zo had seen her kiss his photograph before she put it back in the case. Dwelling on these recollections, the child's slowly working mental process arrived more easily than usual at the right conclusion. The way to make Carmina well and happy again was to bring Ovid back. One of the 2 envelopes which he had directed for her still remained, waiting for the letter which might say to him, "Come home." Zo determined to write that letter, and to do it at once. She might have confided this design to her father, the one person besides Carmina who neither scolded her nor laughed at her. If Mr. Gallilee had distinguished himself by his masterful position in the house. But she had seen him, as everybody else had seen him, afraid of mamma. The doubt whether he might not tell mamma decided her on keeping her secret. As the event proved, the one person who informed Ovid of the terrible necessity that existed for his return was the little sister whom it had been his last kind effort to console when he left England. When Mr. Gallilee entered the room, Zo had just reached the end of her letter. Her system of composition excluded capitals and stops, and reduced all the words in the English language by a simple process of abridgment to words of one syllable. "Dear Ove, you come back. Car is ill. She wants you be quick. Be quick. Don't say I write this. Miss Min is gone. I hate books. I like you. Zo." With the pen still in her hand, the wary writer looked round at her father. She had her directed envelope, sadly crumpled, in her pocket, but she was afraid to take it out. Maria, she thought, would know what to do in my place. Horrid Maria! Fortune, using the affairs of the household as an instrument, befriended Zo. In a minute more her opportunity arrived. The parlour maid unexpectedly returned. She addressed Mr. Gallilee with the air of mystery in which English servants, in possession of a message, especially delight. "If you please, sir, Joseph wishes to speak to you." "Where is he?" "Outside, sir." "Tell him to come in." Thanks to the etiquette of the servants' hall, which did not permit Joseph to present himself voluntarily in the regions above the drawing-room, without being first represented by an ambassadress, attention was now diverted from the children. Zo folded her letter, enclosed it in the envelope, and hid it in her pocket. Joseph appeared. "I beg your pardon, sir. I don't quite know whether I ought to disturb my mistress. Mr. Le Frank has called, and asked if he can see her." Mr. Gallilee consulted the parlour maid. "Was your mistress asleep when I sent you to her?" "No, sir. She told me to bring her a cup of tea." On those rare former occasions, when Mrs. Gallilee had been ill, her attentive husband never left it to the servants to consult her wishes. That time had gone by for ever. "Tell your mistress, Joseph, that Mr. Le Frank is here." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 47. The slander on which Mrs. Gallilee had reckoned as a means of separating Ovid and Carmina was now a slander refuted by unanswerable proof, and the man whose exertions had achieved this result was her own lawyer, the agent whom she had designed to employ in asserting that claim of the guardian over the ward which Teresa had defied. As a necessary consequence, the relations between Mr. Mool and herself were already at an end. There she lay helpless, her authority set at naught, her person outraged by a brutal attack. There she lay, urged to action by every reason that a resolute woman could have for asserting her power, and avenging her wrong, without a creature to take her part, without an accomplice to serve her purpose. She got on her feet, with the resolution of despair. Her heart sank. The room whirled around her. She dropped back on the sofa. In a recumbent position, the giddiness subsided. She could ring the handbell on the table at her side. "Send instantly for Mr. Null," she said to the maid. "If he is out, let the messenger follow him, wherever he may be." The messenger came back with a note. Mr. Null would call on Mrs. Gallilee as soon as possible. He was then engaged in attendance on Miss Carmina. At that discovery, Mrs. Gallilee's last reserves of independent resolution gave way. The services of her own medical attendant were only at her disposal when Carmina had done with him? At the top of his letter the address, which she had thus far tried vainly to discover, stared her in the face. The house was within 5 minutes' walk, and she was not even able to cross the room. For the first time in her life, Mrs. Gallilee's imperious spirit acknowledged defeat. For the first time in her life, she asked herself the despicable question, "Who can I find to help me?" Someone knocked at the door. "Who is it?" she cried. Joseph's voice answered her. "Mr. Le Frank has called, ma'am, and wishes to know if you can see him." She never stopped to think. She never even sent for the maid to see to her personal appearance. The horror of her own helplessness drove her on. Here was the man whose timely betrayal of Carmina had stopped her on her way to Ovid, in the nick of time. Here was the self-devoted instrument, waiting to be employed. "I'll see Mr. Le Frank," she said. "Show him up." The music master looked round the obscurely lit room, and bowed to the recumbent figure on the sofa. "I fear I disturb you, madame, at an inconvenient time." "I am suffering from illness, Mr. Le Frank, but I am able to receive you, as you see." She stopped there. Now, when she saw him, and heard him, some perverse hesitation in her began to doubt him. Now, when it was too late, she weakly tried to put herself on her guard. What a decay of energy, she felt it herself, in the ready and resolute woman, equal to any emergency at other times. "To what am I to attribute the favour of your visit?" she resumed. Even her voice failed her. It faltered, in spite of her efforts to steady it. Mr. Le Frank's vanity drew its own encouraging conclusion from this one circumstance. "I am anxious to know how I stand in your estimation," he replied. "Early this evening I left a few lines here, enclosing a letter, with my compliments. Have you received the letter?" "Yes." "Have you read it?" Mrs. Gallilee hesitated. Mr. Le Frank smiled. "I won't trouble you, madame, for any more direct reply," he said. "I will speak plainly. Be so good as to tell me plainly on your side, which I am. A man who has disgraced himself by stealing a letter, or a man who has distinguished himself by doing you a service? An unpleasant alternative, neatly defined. To disavow Mr. Le Frank, or to use Mr. Le Frank, there was the case for Mrs. Gallilee's consideration. She was incapable of pronouncing judgment. The mere effort of decision, after what she had suffered, fatigued and irritated her. "I can't deny," she said, with weary resignation, "that you have done me a service." He rose, and made a generous return for the confidence that had been placed in him. He repeated his magnificent bow, and sat down again. "Our position towards each other seems too plain to be mistaken," he proceeded. "Your niece's letter, perfectly useless for the purpose with which I opened it, offers me a means of being even with Miss Carmina, and a chance of being useful to you. Shall I begin by keeping an eye on the young lady?" "Is that said, Mr. Le Frank, out of devotion to me?" "My devotion to you might wear out," he answered audaciously. "You may trust my feeling towards your niece to last. I never forget an injury." "Is it indiscreet to inquire how you mean to keep Miss Carmina from joining her lover in Quebec? Does a guardian's authority extend to locking her up in her room?" Mrs. Gallilee felt the underlying familiarity in these questions, elaborately concealed, as it was, under an assumption of respect. "My niece is no longer in my house," she answered coldly. "Gone!" cried Mr. Le Frank. She corrected the expression. "Removed," she said, and dropped the subject there. Mr. Le Frank took the subject up again. "Removed, I presume, under the care of her nurse?" he rejoined. The nurse? What did he know about the nurse? "May I ask?" Mrs. Gallilee began. He smiled indulgently, and stopped her there. "You are not quite yourself to-night," he said. "Permit me to remind you that your niece's letter to Mr. Ovid Vere is explicit, and that I took the liberty of reading it before I left it at your house." Mrs. Gallilee listened in silence, conscious that she had committed another error. She had carefully excluded from her confidence a man who was already in possession of her secrets. Mr. Le Frank's courteous sympathy forbade him to take advantage of the position of superiority which he now held. "I will do myself the honour of calling again," he said, "when you are better able to place the right estimate on my humble offers of service. I wouldn't fatigue you, Mrs. Gallilee, for the world. At the same time, permit me to put one last question, which ought not to be delayed. When Miss Carmina left you, did she take away her writing desk and her keys?" "No." "Allow me to suggest that she may send for them at any moment." Before it was possible to ask for an explanation, Joseph presented himself again. Mr. Null was waiting downstairs. Mrs. Gallilee arranged that he should be admitted when she rang her bell. Mr. Le Frank approached the sofa, when they were alone, and returned to his suggestion in a whisper. "Surely you see the importance of using your niece's keys," he resumed. "We don't know what correspondence may have been going on, in which the nurse and the governess have been concerned. After we have already intercepted a letter, hesitation is absurd. You are not equal to the effort yourself. I know the room. Don't be afraid of discovery. I have a naturally soft footfall, and my excuse is ready if somebody else has a soft footfall too. Leave it to me." He lit a candle as he spoke, but for that allusion to the nurse, Mrs. Gallilee might have ordered him to blow it out again. Eager for any discovery which might, by the barest possibility, place Teresa at her mercy, she silently submitted to Mr. Le Frank. "I'll call to-morrow," he said, and slipped out of the room. When Mr. Null was announced, Mrs. Gallilee pushed up the shade over the globe of the lamp. Her medical attendant's face might be worth observing under a clear light. His timid look, his confused manner, when he made the conventional apologies, told her at once that Teresa had spoken, and that he knew what had happened. Even he had never before been so soothing and so attentive. But he forgot, or he was afraid, to consult appearances by asking what was the matter, before he felt the pulse, and took the temperature, and wrote his prescription. Not a word was uttered by Mrs. Gallilee until the medical formalities came to an end. "Is there anything more that I can do?" he asked. "You can tell me," she said, "when I shall be well again." Mr. Null was polite. Mr. Null was sympathetic. Mrs. Gallilee might be herself again in a day or two, or Mrs. Gallilee might be unhappily confined to her room for some little time. He had hope in his prescription, and hope in perfect quiet and repose. He would suggest the propriety of going to bed at once, and would not fail to call early the next morning. "Sit down again," said Mrs. Gallilee. Mr. Null turned pale. He foresaw what was coming. "You have been in attendance on Miss Carmina. I wish to know what her illness is." Mr. Null began to prevaricate at the outset. "The case causes us serious anxiety. The complications are formidable. Dr. Benjulia himself—" "In plain words, Mr. Null, can she be moved?" This produced a definite answer. Quite impossible. She only ventured to put her next question after waiting a little to control herself. "Is that foreign woman, the nurse, the only nurse, in attendance?" "Don't speak of her, Mrs. Gallilee. A dreadful woman. Coarse, furious, a perfect savage. When I suggested a second nurse—" "I understand. You asked just now if you could do anything for me. You can do me a great service. You can recommend me a trustworthy lawyer." Mr. Null was surprised. As the old medical attendant of the family, he was not unacquainted with the legal adviser. He mentioned Mr. Moole's name. "Mr. Moole has forfeited my confidence," Mrs. Gallilee announced. "Can you, or can you not, recommend a lawyer?" "Oh, certainly. My own lawyer." "You will find writing materials on the table behind me. I won't keep you more than 5 minutes. I want you to write from my dictation." "My dear lady, in your present condition—" "Do as I tell you. My head is quiet while I lie down. Even a woman in my condition can say what she means to do. I shall not close my eyes to-night, unless I can feel that I have put that wretch in her right place. Who are your lawyers?" Mr. Null mentioned the names, and took up his pen. "Introduce me in the customary form," Mrs. Gallilee proceeded, "and then refer the lawyers to my brother's will. Is it done?" In due time it was done. "Tell them next how my niece has been taken away from me, and where she has been taken to." To the best of his ability, Mr. Null complied. "Now," said Mrs. Gallilee, "write what I mean to do." The prospect of being revenged on Teresa revived her. For the moment at least she almost looked like herself again. Mr. Null turned over to a new leaf, and with a hand that trembled a little. The dictating voice pronounced these words: "I forbid the woman Teresa to act in the capacity of nurse to Miss Carmina, and even to enter the room in which that young lady is now lying ill. I further warn this person that my niece will be restored to my care the moment her medical attendants allow her to be removed, and I desire my legal advisers to assert my authority as guardian to-morrow morning." Mr. Null finished his task in silent dismay. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead. "Is there any very terrible effort required in saying those few words, even to a shattered creature like me?" Mrs. Gallilee asked bitterly. "Let me hear that the lawyers have got their instructions, when you come to-morrow, and give me the name and address of a nurse whom you can thoroughly recommend. Good night." At last Mr. Null got away. As he softly closed the dressing-room door, the serious question still dwelt on his mind. What would Teresa do? End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 48. Even in the welcome retirement of the schoolroom, Mr. Gallilee's mind was not at ease. He was troubled by a question entirely new to him, the question of himself, in the character of husband and father. Accustomed through long years of conjugal association to look up to his wife as a superior creature, he was now conscious that her place in his estimation had been lost, beyond recovery. If he considered next what ought to be done with Maria and Zoe, he only renewed his perplexity and distress. To leave them, as he had hitherto left them, absolutely submitted to their mother's authority, was to resign his children to the influence of a woman who had ceased to be the object of his confidence and respect. He pondered over it in the schoolroom. He pondered over it when he went to bed. On the next morning he arrived at a conclusion in the nature of a compromise. He decided on applying to his good friend, Mr. Moole, for a word of advice. His first proceeding was to call at Teresa's lodgings, in the hope of hearing better news of Carmina. The melancholy report of her was expressed in 2 words: no change. He was so distressed that he asked to see the landlady, and tried in his own helpless, kind-hearted way to get a little hopeful information by asking questions, useless questions, repeated over and over again in futile changes of words. The landlady was patient. She respected the undisguised grief of the gentle, modest old man, but she held to the hard truth. The one possible answer was the answer which her servant had already given. When she followed him out to open the door, Mr. Gallilee requested permission to wait a moment in the hall. "If you will allow me, ma'am, I'll wipe my eyes before I go into the street." Arriving at the office without an appointment, he found the lawyer engaged. A clerk presented to him a slip of paper, with a line written by Mr. Moole. "Is it anything of importance?" Simple Mr. Gallilee wrote back, "Oh dear, no, it's only me. I'll call again." Besides his critical judgment in the matter of champagne, this excellent man possessed another accomplishment, a beautiful handwriting. Mr. Moole, discovering a crooked line and some ill-formed letters in the reply, drew his own conclusions. He sent word to his old friend to wait. In 10 minutes more they were together, and the lawyer was informed of the events that had followed the visit of Benjulia to Fairfield Gardens on the previous day. For a while the 2 men sat silently meditating, daunted by the prospect before them. When the time came for speaking, they exercised an influence over each other, of which both were alike unconscious. Out of their common horror of Mrs. Gallilee's conduct, and their common interest in Carmina, they innocently achieved between them the creation of one resolute man. "My dear Gallilee, this is a very serious thing." "My dear Moole, I feel it so, or I shouldn't have disturbed you." "Don't talk of disturbing me. I see so many complications ahead of us, I hardly know where to begin." "Just my case. It's a comfort to me that you feel it as I do." Mr. Moole rose and tried walking up and down his room as a means of stimulating his ingenuity. "There's this poor young lady," he resumed. "If she gets better—" "Don't put it that way," Mr. Gallilee interposed. "It sounds as if you doubted her ever getting well. You see it yourself in that light, don't you? Be a little more positive, Moole, in mercy to me." "By all means," Mr. Moole agreed. "Let us say when she gets better. But the difficulty meets us, all the same. If Mrs. Gallilee claims her right, what are we to do?" Mr. Gallilee rose in his turn, and took a walk up and down the room. That well-meant experiment only left him feebler than ever. "What possessed her brother to make her Carmina's guardian?" he asked, with the nearest approach to irritability of which he was capable. The lawyer was busy with his own thoughts. He only enlightened Mr. Gallilee after the question had been repeated. "I had the sincerest regard for Mr. Robert Graywell," he said. "A better husband and father, and don't let me forget it, a more charming artist, never lived. But," said Mr. Moole, with the air of one strong-minded man appealing to another, "weak, sadly weak. If you will allow me to say so, your wife's self-asserting way, well, it was so unlike her brother's way, that it had its effect on him. If Lady Northlake had been a little less quiet and retiring, the matter might have ended in a very different manner. As it was, I don't wish to put the case offensively, Mrs. Gallilee imposed on him, and there she is, in authority, under the will. Let that be. We must protect this poor girl. We must act," cried Mr. Moole, with a burst of energy. "We must act," Mr. Gallilee repeated, and feebly clenched his fist, and softly struck the table. "I think I have an idea," the lawyer proceeded, "suggested by something said to me by Miss Carmina herself. May I ask if you are in her confidence?" Mr. Gallilee's face brightened at this. "Certainly," he answered. "I always kiss her when we say good night, and kiss her again when we say good morning." This proof of his friend's claims as Carmina's chosen adviser seemed rather to surprise Mr. Moole. "Did she ever hint at an idea of hastening her marriage?" he inquired. Plainly as the question was put, it thoroughly puzzled Mr. Gallilee. His honest face answered for him. He was not in Carmina's confidence. Mr. Moole returned to his idea. "The one thing we can do," he said, "is to hasten Mr. Ovid's return. There is the only course to take, as I see it." "Let's do it at once!" cried Mr. Gallilee. "But tell me," Mr. Moole insisted, greedy for encouragement, "does my suggestion relieve your mind?" "It's the first happy moment I've had to-day." Mr. Gallilee's weak voice piped high. He was getting firmer and firmer with every word he uttered. One of them produced a telegraph form. The other seized a pen. "Shall we send the message in your name?" Mr. Moole asked. If Mr. Gallilee had possessed 100 names, he would have sent them, and paid for them, all. "John Gallilee, 14 Fairfield Gardens, London. 2." There the pen stopped. Ovid was still in the wilds of Canada. The one way of communicating with him was through the medium of the bankers at Quebec. To the bankers, accordingly, the message was sent. "Please telegraph Mr. Ovid Vera's address, the moment you know it." When the telegram had been sent to the office, an interval of inaction followed. Mr. Gallilee's fortitude suffered a relapse. "It's a long time to wait," he said. His friend agreed with him. Morally speaking, Mr. Moole's strength lay in points of law. No point of law appeared to be involved in the present conference. He shared Mr. Gallilee's depression of spirits. "We are quite helpless," he remarked, "till Mr. Ovid comes back. In the interval, I see no choice for Miss Carmina but to submit to her guardian. Unless—" He looked hard at Mr. Gallilee, before he finished his sentence. "Unless," he resumed, "you can get over your present feeling about your wife." "Get over it?" Mr. Gallilee repeated. "It seems quite impossible now, I dare say," the worthy lawyer admitted. "A very painful impression has been produced on you. Naturally. But the force of habit, a married life of many years, your own kind feeling—" "What do you mean?" asked Mr. Gallilee, bewildered, impatient, almost angry. A little persuasion on your part, my good friend, at the interesting moment of reconciliation, might be followed by excellent results. Mrs. Gallilee might not object to waive her claims until time has softened existing asperities. Surely a compromise is possible, if you could only prevail on yourself to forgive your wife." "Forgive her! I should be only too glad to forgive her," cried Mr. Gallilee, bursting into violent agitation. "How am I to do it? Good God, Mool, how am I to do it? You didn't hear those infamous words. You didn't see that dreadful death-struck look of the poor girl. I declare to you I turn cold when I think of my wife. I can't go to her when I ought to go. I send the servants into her room. My children, too, my dear good children, it's enough to break one's heart. Think of their being brought up by a mother who could say what she said, and do. What will they see? I ask you, what will they see if she gets Carmina back in the house, and treats that sweet young creature as she will treat her? There were times last night when I thought of going away for ever, Lord knows where, and taking the girls with me. What am I talking about? I had something to say, and I don't know what it is. I don't know my own self. There, there, I'll keep quiet. It's my poor stupid head, I suppose. Hot, Mool, burning hot. Let's be reasonable. Yes, let's be reasonable. You're a lawyer. I said to myself when I came here, I want Mool's advice. Be a dear good fellow. Set my mind at ease. Oh, my friend, my old friend, what can I do for my children?" Amazed and distressed, utterly at a loss how to interfere to any good purpose, Mr. Mool recovered his presence of mind, the moment Mr. Gallilee appealed to him in his legal capacity. "Don't distress yourself about your children," he said kindly. "Thank God, we stand on firm ground there." "Do you mean it, Mool?" "I mean it. Where your daughters are concerned, the authority is yours. Be firm, Gallilee, be firm." "I will. You set me the example, don't you? You're firm, eh?" "Firm as a rock. I agree with you. For the present at least, the children must be removed." "At once, Mool." "At once," the lawyer repeated. They had wrought each other up to the right pitch of resolution by this time. They were almost loud enough for the clerks to hear them in the office. "No matter what my wife may say," Mr. Gallilee stipulated. "No matter what she may say," Mr. Mool rejoined. "The father is master." "And you know the law." "And I know the law. You have only to assert yourself." "And you have only to back me. For your children's sake, Gallilee. Under my lawyer's advice, Mool." The one resolute man was produced at last, without a flaw in him anywhere. They were both exhausted by the effort. Mr. Mool suggested a glass of wine. Mr. Gallilee ventured on a hint. "You don't happen to have a drop of champagne handy?" he said. The lawyer rang for his housekeeper. In 5 minutes they were pledging each other in foaming tumblers. In 5 minutes more they plunged back into business. The question of the best place to which the children could be removed was easily settled. Mr. Mool offered his own house, acknowledging modestly that it had perhaps one drawback: it was within easy reach of Mrs. Gallilee. The statement of this objection stimulated his friend's memory. Lady Northlake was in Scotland. Lady Northlake had invited Maria and Zo over and over again to pass the autumn with their cousins, but Mrs. Gallilee's jealousy had always contrived to find some plausible reason for refusal. "Write at once," Mr. Mool advised. "You may do it in 2 lines. Your wife is ill. Miss Carmina is ill. You are not able to leave London, and the children are pining for fresh air." In this sense Mr. Gallilee wrote. He insisted on having the letter sent to the post immediately. "I know it's long before post time," he explained, "but I want to compose my mind." The lawyer paused, with his glass of wine at his lips. "I say, you are not hesitating already?" "No more than you are," Mr. Gallilee answered. "You will really send the girls away?" "The girls shall go, on the day when Lady Northlake invites them." "I'll make a note of that," said Mr. Mool. He made the note, and they rose to say good bye. Faithful Mr. Gallilee still thought of Carmina. "Do consider it again," he said at parting. "Are you sure the law won't help her?" "I might look at her father's will," Mr. Mool replied. Mr. Gallilee saw the hopeful side of this suggestion in the brightest colours. "Why didn't you think of it before?" he asked. Mr. Mool gently remonstrated. "Don't forget how many things I have on my mind," he said. "It only occurs to me now that the will may give us a remedy. If there is any open opposition to the ward's marriage engagement on the guardian's part—" There he stopped, knowing Mrs. Gallilee's methods of opposition too well to reckon hopefully on such a result as this. But he was a merciful man, and he kept his misgivings to himself. On the way home, Mr. Gallilee encountered his wife's maid. Marceline was dropping a letter into the pillar post box at the corner of the square. She changed colour on seeing her master. Corresponding with her sweetheart, Mr. Gallilee concluded. Entering the house with an unfinished cigar in his mouth, he made straight for the smoking room, and passed his youngest daughter below him, waiting out of sight on the kitchen stairs. "Have you done it?" Zo whispered, when Marceline returned by the servant's entrance. "It's safe in the post, dear. Now tell me what you saw yesterday when you were hidden in Miss Carmina's bedroom." The tone in which she spoke implied a confidential agreement. With honourable promptitude, Zo, perched on her friend's knee, exerted her memory, and rewarded Marceline for posting her letter to Ovid. Chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 49. It was past the middle of the day before Mr. Le Frank paid his promised visit to Mrs. Gallilee. He entered the room with gloomy looks, and made his polite inquiries, as became a depressed musician, in the minor key. "I'm so sorry, madam, to find you still on the sofa. Is there no improvement in your health?" "None whatever." "Does your medical attendant give you any hope?" "He does what they all do. He preaches patience." "No more of myself." "You appear to be in depressed spirits." Mr. Le Frank admitted with a sigh that appearances had not misrepresented him. "I have been bitterly disappointed," he said. "My feelings as an artist are wounded to the quick. But why do I trouble you with my poor little personal affairs? I humbly beg your pardon." His eyes accompanied this modest apology with a look of uneasy anticipation. He evidently expected to be asked to explain himself. Events had followed her instructions to Mr. Null, which left Mrs. Gallilee in need of employing her music master's services. She felt the necessity of exerting herself, and did it with an effort. "You have no reason, I hope, to complain of your pupils?" she said. "At this time of year, madam, I have no pupils. They are all out of town." She was too deeply preoccupied by her own affairs to trouble herself any further. The direct way was the easy way. She said wearily, "Well, what is it?" He answered in plain terms this time. "A bitter humiliation, Mrs. Gallilee. I have been made to regret that I asked you to honour me by accepting the dedication of my song. The music sellers, on whom the sale depends, have not taken a 10th part of the number of copies for which we expected them to subscribe. Has some extraordinary change come over the public taste? My composition has been carefully based on fashionable principles, that is to say, on the principles of the modern German school. As little tune as possible, and that little strictly confined to the accompaniment. And what is the result? Loss confronts me. Instead of profit, my agreement makes me liable for half the expenses of publication. And what is far more serious in my estimation, your honoured name is associated with a failure. Don't notice me, the artist nature. I shall be better in a minute." He took out a profusely scented handkerchief, and buried his face in it with a groan. Mrs. Gallilee's hard common sense understood the heart-broken composer to perfection. "Stupid of me not to have offered him money yesterday," she thought. "This waste of time need never have happened." She set her mistake right with admirable brevity and directness. "Don't distress yourself, Mr. Le Frank. Now my name is on it, the song is mine. If your publisher's account is not satisfactory, be so good as to send it to me." Mr. Le Frank dropped his dry handkerchief, and sprang theatrically to his feet. His indulgent patroness refused to hear him. To this admirable woman the dignity of art was a sacred thing. "Not a word more on that subject," she said. "Tell me how you prospered last night. Your investigations cannot have been interrupted, or I should have heard of it. Come to the result. Have you found anything of importance in my niece's room?" Mr. Le Frank had again been baffled, so far as the confirmation of his own suspicions was concerned. But the time was not favourable to a confession of personal disappointment. He understood the situation, and made himself the hero of it in 3 words. "Judge for yourself," he said, and held out the letter of warning from Father Patrizio. In silence Mrs. Gallilee read the words which declared her to be the object of Teresa's inveterate resentment, and which charged Carmina with the serious duty of keeping the peace. "Does it alarm you?" Mr. Le Frank asked. "I hardly know what I feel," she answered. "Give me time to think." Mr. Le Frank went back to his chair. He had reason to congratulate himself already. He had shifted to other shoulders the pecuniary responsibility involved in the failure of his song. Observing Mrs. Gallilee, he began to see possibilities of a brighter prospect still. Thus far she had kept him at a certain distance. Was the change of mind coming which would admit him to the position, with all its solid advantages, of a confidential friend? She suddenly took up Father Patrizio's letter, and showed it to him. "What impression does it produce on you?" she asked, "knowing no more than you know now?" "The priest's cautious language, madam, speaks for itself. You have an enemy who will stick at nothing." She still hesitated to trust him. "You see me here," she went on, "confined to my room, likely perhaps to be in this helpless condition for some time to come. How would you protect yourself against that woman in my place?" "I should wait." "For what purpose?" "If you will allow me to use the language of the card table, I should wait till the woman shows her hand." "She has shown it." "May I ask when?" "This morning." Mr. Le Frank said no more. If he was really wanted, Mrs. Gallilee had only to speak. After a last moment of hesitation, the pitiless necessities of her position decided her once more. "You see me too ill to move," she said. "The first thing to do is to tell you why." She related the plain facts, without a word of comment, without a sign of emotion. But her husband's horror of her had left an impression which neither pride nor contempt had been strong enough to resist. She allowed the music master to infer that contending claims to authority over Carmina had led to a quarrel which provoked the assault. The secret of the words that she had spoken was the one secret that she kept from Mr. Le Frank. "While I was insensible," she proceeded, "my niece was taken away from me. She has been suffering from nervous illness. She was naturally terrified, and she is now at the nurse's lodgings, too ill to be moved. There, you have the state of affairs up to last night." "Some people might think," Mr. Le Frank remarked, "that the easiest way out of it so far would be to summon the nurse for the assault." "The easiest way compels me to face a public exposure," Mrs. Gallilee answered. "In my position that is impossible." Mr. Le Frank accepted this view of the case as a matter of course. "Under the circumstances," he said, "it's not easy to advise you. How can you make the woman submit to your authority while you are lying here?" "My lawyers have made her submit this morning." In the extremity of his surprise, Mr. Le Frank forgot himself. "The devil they have!" he exclaimed. "They have forbidden her, in my name," Mrs. Gallilee continued, "to act as nurse to my niece. They have informed her that Miss Carmina will be restored to my care the moment she can be moved, and they have sent me her unconditional submission in writing, signed by herself." She took it from the desk at her side, and read it to him in these words: "I humbly ask pardon of Mrs. Gallilee for the violent and unlawful acts of which I have been guilty. I acknowledge and submit to her authority as guardian of Miss Carmina Graywell, and I appeal to her mercy, which I own I have not deserved, to spare me the misery of separation from Miss Carmina, on any condition which it may be her good will and pleasure to impose. Now," Mrs. Gallilee concluded, "what do you say?" Speaking sincerely for once, Mr. Le Frank made a startling reply. "Submit on your side," he said. "Do what she asks of you, and when you are well enough to go to her lodgings, decline with thanks if she offers you anything to eat or drink." Mrs. Gallilee raised herself on the sofa. "Are you insulting me, sir," she asked, "by making this serious emergency the subject of a joke?" "I never was more in earnest, madam, in my life." You really think that she is capable of trying to poison me?" "Most assuredly I do." Mrs. Gallilee sank back on the pillow. Mr. Le Frank stated his reasons, checking them off one by one on his fingers. "Who is she?" he began. "She is an Italian woman of the lower orders. The virtues of the people among whom she had been born and bred are not generally considered to include respect for the sanctity of human life. What do we know already that she has done? She has alarmed the priest, who keeps her conscience and knows her well, and she has attacked you with such murderous ferocity that it is a wonder you have escaped with your life. What sort of message have you sent to her after this experience of her temper? You have told the tigress that you have the power to separate her from her cub, and that you mean to use it. On those plain facts, as they stare us in the face, which is the soundest conclusion? To believe that she really submits, or to believe that she is only gaining time, and is capable, if she sees no other alternative, of trying to poison you? What would you advise me to do?" In those words Mrs. Gallilee, never before reduced to ask advice of anybody, owned that sound reasoning was not thrown away on her. Mr. Le Frank answered the demand made on him without hesitation. "The nurse has not signed that act of submission," he said, without having her own private reasons for appearing to give way. Rely on it, she is prepared for you, and there is at least a chance that some proof of it may be found. Have all her movements privately watched, and search the room she lives in, as I searched Miss Carmina's room last night." "Well?" said Mrs. Gallilee. "Well?" Mr. Le Frank repeated. She angrily gave way. "Say at once that you are the man to do it for me," she answered, "and say next, if you can, how it is to be done." Mr. Le Frank's manner softened to an air of gentle gallantry. "Pray compose yourself," he said. "I am so glad to be of service to you, and it is so easily done." "Easily?" "Dear madam, quite easily. Isn't the house a lodging house? And at this time of year have I anything to do?" He rose and took his hat. "Surely you see me in my new character now. A single gentleman wants a bedroom. His habits are quiet, and he gives excellent references. The address, Mrs. Gallilee. May I trouble you for the address?" End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 50. Towards 7 o'clock on the evening of Thursday, Carmina recognized Teresa for the first time. Her half-closed eyes opened, as if from a long sleep. They rested on the old nurse without any appearance of surprise. "I am so glad to see you, my dear," she said faintly. "Are you very tired after your journey?" None of the inquiries, which might have been anticipated, followed those first words. Not the slightest allusion to Mrs. Gallilee escaped her. She expressed no anxiety about Miss Minerva. No sign of uneasiness at finding herself in a strange room disturbed her quiet face. Contentedly reposing, she looked at Teresa from time to time, and said, "You will stay with me, won't you?" Now and then she confessed that her head felt dull and heavy, and asked Teresa to take her hand. "I feel as if I was sinking away from you," she said. "Keep hold of my hand, and I shan't be afraid to go to sleep." The words were hardly spoken before she sank into slumber. Occasionally Teresa felt her hand tremble, and kissed it. She seemed to be conscious of the kiss without waking. She smiled in her sleep. But when the first hours of the morning came, this state of passive repose was disturbed. A violent attack of sickness came on. It was repeated again and again. Teresa sent for Mr. Null. He did what he could to relieve the new symptom, and he dispatched a messenger to his illustrious colleague. Benjulia lost no time in answering personally the appeal that had been made to him. Mr. Null said, "Serious derangement of the stomach, sir." Benjulia agreed with him. Mr. Null showed his prescription. Benjulia sanctioned the prescription. Mr. Null said, "Is there anything you wish to suggest, sir?" Benjulia had nothing to suggest. He waited, nevertheless, until Carmina was able to speak to him. Teresa and Mr. Null wondered what he would say to her. He only said, "Do you remember when you last saw me?" After a little consideration, she answered, "Yes, Zo was with us. Zo brought in your big stick, and we talked." She tried to rouse her memory. "What did we talk about?" she asked. A momentary agitation brought a flush to her face. "I can't remember it," she said. "I can't remember when you went away. Does it matter?" Benjulia replied, "Not the least in the world. Go to sleep." But he still remained in the room, watching her as she grew drowsy. "Great weakness," Mr. Null whispered, and Benjulia answered, "Yes, I'll call again." On his way out he took Teresa aside. "No more questions," he said, "and don't help her memory if she asks you." "Will she remember when she gets better?" Teresa inquired. "Impossible to say yet. Wait and see." He left her in a hurry. His experiments were waiting for him. On the way home his mind dwelt on Carmina's case. Some hidden process was at work there. Give it time, and it would show itself. "I hope that ass won't want me," he said, thinking of his medical colleague, "for at least a week to come." The week passed, and the physiologist was not disturbed. During that interval Mr. Null succeeded in partially overcoming the attacks of sickness. They were less violent, and they were succeeded by longer intervals of repose. In other respects there seemed, as Teresa persisted in thinking, to be some little promise of improvement. A certain mental advance was unquestionably noticeable in Carmina. It first showed itself in an interesting way. She began to speak of Ovid. Her great anxiety was, that he should know nothing of her illness. She forbade Teresa to write to him. She sent messages to Mr. and Mrs. Gallilee, and even to Mr. Moole, entreating them to preserve silence. The nurse engaged to deliver the messages, and failed to keep her word. This breach of promise, as events had ordered it, proved to be harmless. Mrs. Gallilee had good intentions for not writing. Her husband and Mr. Moole had decided on sending their telegram to the bankers. As for Teresa herself, she had no desire to communicate with Ovid. His absence remained inexcusable from her point of view. Well or ill, with or without reason, it was the nurse's opinion that he ought to have remained at home in Carmina's interests. No other persons were in the least likely to write to Ovid. Nobody thought of Zo as a correspondent. Carmina was pacified. Once or twice at this later time the languid efforts of her memory took a wider range. She wondered why Mrs. Gallilee never came near her. Owning that her aunt's absence was a relief to her, but not feeling interest enough in the subject to ask for information. She also mentioned Miss Minerva. "Do you know where she has gone? Don't you think she ought to write to me?" Teresa offered to make inquiries. She turned her head wearily on the pillow and said, "Never mind." On another occasion she asked for Zo, and said it would be pleasant if Mr. Gallilee would call and bring her with him. But she soon dropped the subject, not to return to it again. The only remembrance which seemed to dwell on her mind for more than a few minutes was her remembrance of the last letter which she had written to Ovid. She pleased herself with imagining his surprise when he received it. She grew impatient under her continued illness, because it delayed her in escaping to Canada. She talked to Teresa of the clever manner in which the flight had been planned, with this strange failure of memory, that she attributed the various arrangements for setting discovery at defiance, not to Miss Minerva, but to the nurse. Here, for the first time, her mind was approaching dangerous ground. The stealing of the letter, and the events that had followed it, stood next in the order of remembrance, if she was capable of a continued effort. Her weakness saved her. Beyond the writing of the letter, her recollections were unable to advance. Not the faintest allusion to any later circumstances escaped her. The poor stricken brain still sought its rest in frequent intervals of sleep. Sometimes she drifted back into partial unconsciousness. Sometimes the attacks of sickness returned. Mr. Null set an excellent example of patience and resignation. He believed as devoutly as ever in his prescriptions. He placed the greatest reliance on time and care. The derangement of the stomach, as he called it, presented something positive and tangible to treat. He had got over the doubts and anxieties that troubled him when Carmina was first removed to the lodgings. Looking confidently at the surface, without an idea of what was going on below it, he could tell Teresa, with a safe conscience, that he understood the case. He was always ready to comfort her when her excitable Italian nature passed from the extreme of hope to the extreme of despair. "My good woman, we see our way now. It's a great point gained, I assure you, to see our way." "What do you mean by seeing your way?" said the downright nurse. "Tell me when Carmina will be well again." Mr. Null's medical knowledge was not yet equal to this demand on it. "The progress is slow," he admitted. "Still, Miss Carmina is getting on." "Is her aunt getting on?" Teresa asked abruptly. "When is Mistress Gallilee likely to come here?" "In a few days," Mr. Null was about to add, "I hope." But he thought of what might happen when the two women met. As it was, Teresa's face showed signs of serious disturbance. Her mind was plainly not prepared for this speedy prospect of a visit from Mrs. Gallilee. She took a letter out of her pocket. "I find a good deal of sly prudence in you," she said to Mr. Null. "You must have seen something, in your time, of the ways of deceitful Englishwomen. What does that palaver mean in plain words?" She handed the letter to him. With some reluctance he read it. "Mrs. Gallilee declines to contract any engagement with the person formerly employed as nurse in the household of the late Mr. Robert Graywell. Mrs. Gallilee so far recognises the apology and submission offered to her, as to abstain from taking immediate proceedings. In arriving at this decision, she is also influenced by the necessity of sparing her niece any agitation which might interfere with the medical treatment. When the circumstances appear to require it, she will not hesitate to exert her authority." The handwriting told Mr. Null that this manifesto had not been written by Mrs. Gallilee herself. The person who had succeeded him, in the capacity of that lady's amanuensis, had been evidently capable of giving sound advice. Little did he suspect that this mysterious secretary was identical with an enterprising pianist, who had once prevailed on him to take a seat at a concert, price 5 shillings. "Well?" said Teresa. Mr. Null hesitated. The nurse stamped impatiently on the floor. "Tell me this. When does she come here? Will she part me from Carmina? Is that what she means?" "Possibly," said prudent Mr. Null. Teresa pointed to the door. "Good morning. I want nothing more of you. Oh, man, man, leave me by myself." The moment she was alone, she fell on her knees. Fiercely whispering, she repeated over and over the words of the Lord's Prayer: "Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." "Christ, hear me! Mother of Christ, hear me! Oh, Carmina, Carmina!" She rose and opened the door which communicated with the bedroom. Trembling pitiably, she looked for a while at Carmina, peacefully asleep, then turned away to a corner of the room, in which stood an old packing-case, fitted with a lock. She took it up, and returning with it to the sitting-room, softly closed the bedroom door again. After some hesitation, she decided to open the case. In the terror and confusion that possessed her, she tried the wrong key. Setting this mistake right, she disclosed, strangely mingled with the lighter articles of her own dress, a heap of papers, some of them letters and bills, some of them faded instructions in writing for the preparation of artists' colours. She recoiled from the objects which her own act had disclosed. Why had she not taken Father Patrizio's advice? If only she had waited another day! If she had only sorted her husband's papers before she threw the things that her trunk was too full to hold into that half-empty case, what torment might have been spared to her! Her eyes turned mournfully to the bedroom door. "Oh, my darling, I was in such a hurry to get to you." At last she controlled herself, and put her hand into the case. Searching it in one corner, she produced a little tin canister. A dirty label was pasted on the canister, bearing this quaint inscription in the Italian language: "If there is any of the powder we employ in making some of our prettiest colours left in here, I request my good wife, or any other trustworthy person in her place, to put a seal on it, and take it directly to the manufactory, with the late foreman's best respects. It looks like nice sugar. Beware of looks, or you may taste poison." On the point of opening the canister, she hesitated. Under some strange impulse, she did what a child might have done. She shook it, and listened. The rustle of the rising and falling powder, renewing her terror, seemed to exercise some irresistible fascination over her. "The devil's dance," she said to herself with a ghastly smile. "Softly up and softly down, and tempting me to take off the cover all the time. Why don't I get rid of it?" That question set her thinking of Carmina's guardian. If Mr. Null was right, in a day or two Mrs. Gallilee might come to the house. After the lawyers had threatened Teresa with the prospect of separation from Carmina, she had opened the packing case for the first time since she had left Rome, intending to sort her husband's papers as a means of relief from her own thoughts. In this way she had discovered the canister. The sight of the deadly powder had tempted her. There were the horrid means of setting Mrs. Gallilee's authority at defiance. Some women in her place would use them. Though she was not looking into the canister now, she felt that thought stealing back into her mind. There was but one hope for her. She resolved to get rid of the poison. How? At that period of the year there was no fire in the grate. Within the limits of the room, the means of certain destruction were slow to present themselves. Her own morbid horror of the canister made her suspicious of the curiosity of other people, who might see it in her hand if she showed herself on the stairs. But she was determined, if she lit a fire for the purpose, to find the way to her end. The firmness of her resolution expressed itself by locking the case again, without restoring the canister to its hiding place. Providing herself next with a knife, she sat down in a corner, between the bedroom door on one side and a cupboard in an angle of the wall on the other, and began the work of destruction by scraping off the paper label. The fragments might be burnt, and the powder, if she made a vow to the Virgin to do it, might be thrown into the fire next, and then the empty canister would be harmless. She made but little progress in the work of scraping, when it occurred to her that the lighting of a fire on that warm autumn day might look suspicious if the landlady or Mr. Null happened to come in. It would be safer to wait till night time, when everybody would be in bed. Arriving at this conclusion, she mechanically suspended the use of her knife. In the moment of silence that followed, she heard someone enter the bedroom by the door which opened on the stairs. Immediately afterwards, the person turned the handle of the second door at her side. She had barely time enough to open the cupboard and hide the canister in it, when the landlady came in. Teresa looked at her wildly. The landlady looked at the cupboard. She was proud of her cupboard. "Plenty of room there," she said boastfully. "Not another house in the neighbourhood could offer you such accommodation as that. Yes, the lock is out of order, I don't deny it. The last lodger's doings. She spoilt my tablecloth, and put the inkstand over it to hide the place. Beast! That's her character in one word. You didn't hear me knock at the bedroom door? I am so glad to see her sleeping nicely, poor dear. Her chicken broth is ready when she wakes. I'm late to-day in making my inquiries after our young lady. You see, we have been hard at work upstairs, getting the bedroom ready for a new lodger. Such a contrast to the person who has just left. A perfect gentleman, this time, and so kind in waiting a week till I was able to accommodate him. My ground floor rooms were vacant, as you know, but he said the terms were too high for him. Oh, I didn't forget to mention that we had an invalid in the house. Quiet habits, I said, are indeed an essential qualification of any new inmate, at such a time as this. He understood. "I've been an invalid myself," he said, "and the very reason I am leaving my present lodgings is that they are not quiet enough." Isn't that just the sort of man we want? And let me tell you, a handsome man too, with a drawback, I must own, in the shape of a bald head. But such a beard, and such a thrilling voice. Hush! Did I hear her calling? At last the landlady permitted other sounds to be audible besides the sound of her own voice. It became possible to discover that Carmina was now awake. Teresa hurried into the bedroom. Left by herself in the sitting room, the landlady, purely out of curiosity, as she afterwards said, in conversation with her new lodger, opened the cupboard and looked in. The canister stood straight before her, on an upper shelf. Did Miss Carmina's nurse take snuff? She examined the canister. There was a white powder inside. The mutilated label spoke in an unknown tongue. She wetted her finger and tasted the powder. The result was so disagreeable that she was obliged to use her handkerchief. She put the canister back, and closed the cupboard. Medicine, undoubtedly, the landlady said to herself. Why should she hurry to put it away when I came in? End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 51. In 8 days from the date of his second interview with Mrs. Gallilee, Mr. Lefrank took possession of his new bedroom. He had arranged to report his proceedings in writing. In Teresa's state of mind, she would certainly distrust a fellow lodger, discovered in personal communication with Mrs. Gallilee. Mr. Lefrank employed the first day after his arrival in collecting the materials for a report. In the evening he wrote to Mrs. Gallilee, under cover to a friend who was instructed to forward the letter. Private and confidential. Dear Madam, I have not wasted my time and my opportunities, as you will presently see. My bedroom is immediately above the floor of the house, which is occupied by Miss Carmina and her nurse. Having some little matters of my own to settle, I was late in taking possession of my room. Before the lights on the staircase were put out, I took the liberty of looking down at the next landing. Do you remember when you were a child learning to write, that one of the lines in your copybooks was, "Virtue is its own reward"? This ridiculous assertion was actually verified in my case. Before I had been 5 minutes at my post, I saw the nurse open her door. She looked up the staircase, without discovering me, it is needless to say, and she looked down the staircase, and seeing nobody about, returned to her rooms. Waiting till I heard her lock the door, I stole downstairs and listened outside. One of my 2 fellow lodgers, you know that I don't believe in Miss Carmina's illness, was lighting a fire, on such a warm autumn night that the staircase window was left open. I am absolutely sure of what I say. I heard the crackle of burning wood. I smelt coal smoke. The motive of this secret proceeding it seems impossible to guess at. If they were burning documents of a dangerous and compromising kind, a candle would have answered their purpose. If they wanted hot water, surely a tin kettle and a spirit lamp must have been at hand in an invalid's bedroom. Perhaps your superior penetration may be able to read the riddle which baffles my ingenuity. So much for the first night. This afternoon I had some talk with the landlady. My professional avocations having trained me in the art of making myself agreeable to the sex, I may say without vanity that I produced a favorable impression. In other words, I contrived to set my fair friend talking freely about the old nurse and the interesting invalid. Out of the flow of words poured on me, one fact of very serious importance has risen to the surface. There is a suspicious canister in the nurse's possession. The landlady calls the powder inside medicine. I say poison. Am I rushing at a fanciful conclusion? Please wait a little. During the week of delay which elapsed before the lodger in possession vacated my room, you kindly admitted me to an interview. I ventured to put some questions relating to Teresa's life in Italy and to the persons with whom she associated. Do you remember telling me when I asked what you knew of her husband, that he was foreman in a manufactory of artists' colors, and that you had your information from Miss Carmina herself after she had shown you the telegram announcing his death? A lady possessed of your scientific knowledge does not require to be told that poisons are employed in making artists' colors. Remember what the priest's letter says of Teresa's feelings towards you, and then say, is it so very unlikely that she has brought with her to England one of the poisons used by her husband in his trade? And is it quite unreasonable to suppose, when she looks at her canister, that she may be thinking of you? I may be right, or I may be wrong. Thanks to the dilapidated condition of a lock, I can decide the question at the first opportunity offered to me by the nurse's absence from the room. My next report shall tell you that I have contrived to provide myself with a sample of the powder, leaving the canister undisturbed. The sample shall be tested by a chemist. If he pronounces it to be poison, I have a bold course of action to propose. As soon as you are well enough to go to the house, give the nurse her chance of poisoning you. Dear madam, don't be alarmed. I will accompany you, and I will answer for the result. We will pay our visit at tea time. Let her offer you a cup, and let me, under pretense of handing it, get possession of the poisoned drink. Before she can cry, stop, I shall be on my way to the chemist. The penalty for attempted murder is penal servitude. If you still object to a public exposure, we have the chemist report, together with your own evidence, ready for your son on his return. How will he feel about his marriage engagement when he finds that Miss Carmina's dearest friend and companion has tried, perhaps with her young lady's knowledge, to poison his mother? Before concluding, I may mention that I had a narrow escape only 2 hours since of being seen by Teresa on the stairs. I was of course prepared for this sort of meeting when I engaged my room, and I have therefore not been foolish enough to enter the house under an assumed name. On the contrary, I propose, in your interests, to establish a neighborly acquaintance, with time to help me. But the matter of the poison admits of no delay. My chance of getting at it unobserved may be seriously compromised if the nurse remembers that she first met with me in your house, and distrusts me accordingly. Your devoted servant, L.F. Having completed his letter, he rang for the maid and gave it to her to post. On her way downstairs, she was stopped on the next landing by Mr. Null. He too had a letter ready, addressed to Dr. Benjulia. The fierce old nurse followed him out and said, "Post it instantly." The civil maid asked if Miss Carmina was better. "Worse," was all the rude foreigner said. She looked at poor Mr. Null as if it was his fault. Left in the retirement of his room, Mr. Lefrank sat at the writing table, frowning and biting his nails. Were these evidences of a troubled mind connected with the infamous proposal which he had addressed to Mrs. Gallilee? Nothing of the sort. Having sent away his letter, he was now at leisure to let his personal anxieties absorb him without restraint. He was thinking of Carmina. The oftener his efforts were baffled, the more resolute he became to discover the secret of her behavior to him. For the 100th time he said to himself, "Her devilish malice reviles me behind my back, and asks me before my face to shake hands and be friends." The more outrageously unreasonable his suspicions became, under the exasperating influence of suspense, the more inveterately his vindictive nature held to its delusion. After meeting her in the hall at Fairfield Gardens, he really believed Carmina's illness to have been assumed as a means of keeping out of his way. If a friend had said to him, "But what reason have you to think so?" he would have smiled compassionately, and have given that friend up for a shallow-minded man. He stole out again and listened, undetected, at their door. Carmina was speaking, but the words in those faint tones were inaudible. Teresa's stronger voice easily reached his ears. "My darling, talking is not good for you. I'll light the night lamp. Try to sleep." Hearing this, he went back to his bedroom to wait a little. Teresa's vigilance might relax if Carmina fell asleep. She might go downstairs for a gossip with the landlady. After smoking a cigar, he tried again. The lights on the staircase were now put out. It was 11 o'clock. She was not asleep. The nurse was reading to her from some devotional book. He gave it up for that night. His head ached. The ferment of his own abominable thoughts had fevered him. A cowardly dread of the slightest signs of illness was one of his special weaknesses. The whole day tomorrow was before him. He felt his own pulse, and determined, in justice to himself, to go to bed. 10 minutes later, the landlady, on her way to bed, ascended the stairs. She too heard the voice still reading aloud and tapped softly at the door. Teresa opened it. "Is the poor thing not asleep yet?" "No." "Has she been disturbed in some way?" "Somebody has been walking about overhead," Teresa answered. "That's the new lodger," exclaimed the landlady. "I'll speak to Mr. Lefrank." On the point of closing the door and saying good night, Teresa stopped and considered for a moment. "Is he your new lodger?" she said. "Yes. Do you know him?" "I saw him when I was last in England." "Well?" "Nothing more," Teresa answered. "Good night." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Heart and Science, a Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a Story of the Present Time by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 52. Watching through the night by Carmina's bedside, Teresa found herself thinking of Mr. Lefrank. It was one way of getting through the weary time, to guess at the motive which had led him to become a lodger in the house. Common probabilities pointed to the inference that he might have reasons for changing his residence which only concerned himself. But common probabilities, from Teresa's point of view, did not apply to Mr. Lefrank. On meeting him at the time of her last visit to England, his personal appearance had produced such a disagreeable impression on her, that she had even told Carmina the music master looked like a rogue. With her former prejudice against him now revived, and with her serious present reasons for distrusting Mrs. Gallilee, she rejected the idea of his accidental presence under her landlady's roof. To her mind, the business of the new lodger in the house was, in all likelihood, the business of a spy. While Mr. Lefrank was warily laying his plans for the next day, he had himself become an object of suspicion to the very woman whose secrets he was plotting to surprise. This was the longest and saddest night which the faithful old nurse had passed at her darling's bedside. For the first time Carmina was fretful, and hard to please. Patient persuasion was needed to induce her to take her medicine. Even when she was thirsty, she had an irritable objection to being disturbed, if the lemonade was offered to her which she had relished at other times. Once or twice, when she drowsily stirred in her bed, she showed symptoms of delusion. The poor girl supposed it was the eve or her wedding day, and eagerly asked what Teresa had done with her new dress. A little later, when she had perhaps been dreaming, she fancied that her mother was still alive, and repeated the long-forgotten talk of her childhood. "What have I said to distress you?" she asked wonderingly, when she found Teresa crying. Soon after sunrise there came a long interval of repose. At the later time, when Benjulia arrived, she was quiet and uncomplaining. The change for the worse which had induced Teresa to insist on sending for him was perversely absent. Mr. Null expected to be roughly rebuked for having disturbed the great man by a false alarm. He attempted to explain, and Teresa attempted to explain. Benjulia paid not the slightest attention to either of them. He made no angry remarks, and he showed, in his own impenetrable way, as gratifying an interest in the case as ever. "Draw up the blind," he said. "I want to have a good look at her." Mr. Null waited respectfully, and imposed strict silence on Teresa, while the investigation was going on. It lasted so long that he ventured to say, "Do you see anything particular, sir?" Benjulia saw his doubts cleared up. Time, as he had anticipated, had brought development with it, and had enabled him to arrive at a conclusion. The shock that had struck Carmina had produced complicated hysterical disturbance, which was now beginning to simulate paralysis. Benjulia's profound and practised observation detected a trifling inequality in the size of the pupils of the eyes, and a slightly unequal action on either side of the face, delicately presented in the eyelids, the nostrils, and the lips. Here was no common affection of the brain, which even Mr. Null could understand. Here, at last, was Benjulia's reward for sacrificing the precious hours which might otherwise have been employed in the laboratory. From that day, Carmina was destined to receive unknown honour. She was to take her place, along with the other animals, in his notebook of experiments. He turned quietly to Mr. Null and finished the consultation in 2 words. "All right." "Have you nothing to suggest, sir?" Mr. Null inquired. "Go on with the treatment, and draw down the blind if she complains of the light. Good day." "Are you sure he's a great doctor?" said Teresa when the door had closed on him. "The greatest we have," cried Mr. Null with enthusiasm. "Is he a good man?" "Why do you ask?" "I want to know if we can trust him to tell us the truth?" "Not a doubt of it." Who could doubt it, indeed, after he had approved of Mr. Null's medical treatment? "There's one thing you have forgotten," Teresa persisted. "You haven't asked him when Carmina can be moved." "My good woman, if I had put such a question, he would have set me down as a fool. Nobody can say when she will be well enough to be moved." He took his hat. The nurse followed him out. "Are you going to Mrs. Gallilee, sir?" "Not to-day." "Is she better?" "She is almost well again." End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 53. Left alone, Teresa went into the sitting room. She was afraid to show herself at the bedside. Mr. Null had destroyed the one hope which had supported her thus far, the hope of escaping from England with Carmina before Mrs. Gallilee could interfere. Looking steadfastly at that inspiriting prospect, she had forced herself to sign the humble apology and submission which the lawyers had dictated. What was the prospect now? Heavily had the merciless hand of calamity fallen on that brave old soul, and at last it had beaten her down. While she stood at the window, mechanically looking out, the dreary view of the back street trembled and disappeared. Teresa was crying. Happily for herself, she was unable to control her own weakness. The tears lightened her heavy heart. She waited a little, in the fear that her eyes might betray her, before she returned to Carmina. In that interval she heard the sound of a closing door on the floor above. "The music master!" she said to herself. In an instant she was at the sitting-room door, looking through the keyhole. It was the one safe way of watching him, and that was enough for Teresa. His figure appeared suddenly within her narrow range of view, on the mat outside the door. If her distrust of him was without foundation, he would go on downstairs. No! He stopped on the mat to listen. He stooped. His eye would have been at the keyhole in another moment. She seized a chair and moved it. The sound instantly drove him away. He went on, down the stairs. Teresa considered with herself what safest means of protection, and if possible of punishment as well, lay within her reach. How and where could the trap be set that might catch him? She was still puzzled by that question when the landlady made her appearance, politely anxious to hear what the doctors thought of their patient. Satisfied so far, the wearisome woman had her apologies to make next, for not having yet cautioned Mr. Le Frank. "Thinking over it since last night," she said confidentially, "I cannot imagine how you heard him walking overhead. He has such a soft step that he positively takes me by surprise when he comes into my room. He has gone out for an hour, and I have done him a little favour which I am not in the habit of conferring on ordinary lodgers. I have lent him my umbrella, as it threatens rain. In his absence, I will ask you to listen while I walk about in his room. One can't be too particular, when rest is of such importance to your young lady, and it has struck me as just possible that the floor of his room may be in fault. My dear, the boards may creak. I'm a sad fidget, I know, but if the carpenter can set things right, without any horrid hammering, of course, the sooner he is sent for, the more relieved I shall feel." Through this harangue the nurse had waited, with a patience far from characteristic of her, for an opportunity of saying a timely word. By some tortuous mental process that she was quite unable to trace, the landlady's allusion to Mr. Le Frank had suggested the very idea of which, In her undisturbed solitude, she had been vainly in search. Never before had the mistress of the house appeared to Teresa in such a favourable light. "You needn't trouble yourself, ma'am," she said, as soon as she could make herself heard. "It was the creaking of the boards that told me somebody was moving overhead. Then I'm not a fidget after all? Oh, how you relieve me! Whatever the servants may have to do, one of them shall be sent instantly to the carpenter. So glad to be of any service to that sweet young creature." Teresa consulted her watch before she returned to the bedroom. The improvement in Carmina still continued. She was able to take some of the light nourishment that was waiting for her. As Benjulia had anticipated, she asked to have the blind lowered a little. Teresa drew it completely over the window. She had her own reasons for tempting Carmina to repose. In half an hour more the weary girl was sleeping, and the nurse was at liberty to set her trap for Mr. Le Frank. Her first proceeding was to dip the end of a quill pen into her bottle of salad oil, and to lubricate the lock and key of the door that gave access to the bedroom from the stairs. Having satisfied herself that the key could now be used without making the slightest sound, she turned to the door of communication with the sitting room next. This door was covered with green baize. It had handles but no lock, and it swung inwards, so as to allow the door of the cupboard, situated in the angle of the sitting room wall, to open towards the bedroom freely. Teresa oiled the hinges, and the brass bolt and staple which protected the baize door on the side of the bedroom. That done, she looked again at her watch. Mr. Le Frank's absence was expected to last for an hour. In 5 minutes more the hour would expire. After bolting the door of communication, she paused in the bedroom and wafted a kiss to Carmina, still at rest. She left the room by the door which opened on the stairs, and locked it, taking away the key with her. Having gone down the first flight of stairs, she stopped and went back. The one unsecured door was the door which led into the sitting room from the staircase. She opened it, and left it invitingly ajar. "Now," she said to herself, "the trap will catch him." The hall clock struck the hour when she entered the landlady's room. The woman of many words was at once charmed and annoyed. Charmed to hear that the dear invalid was resting, and to receive a visit from the nurse. Annoyed by the absence of the carpenter, at work somewhere else for the whole of the day. "If my dear husband had been alive, we should have been independent of carpenters. He could turn his hand to anything. Now do sit down. I want you to taste some cherry brandy of my own making." As Teresa took a chair, Mr. Le Frank returned. The two secret adversaries met, face to face. "Surely I remember this lady?" he said. Teresa encountered him on his own ground. She made her best curtsy, and reminded him of the circumstances under which they had formerly met. The hospitable landlady produced her cherry brandy. "We are going to have a nice little chat. Do sit down, sir, and join us." Mr. Le Frank made his apologies. The umbrella which had been so kindly lent to him had not protected his shoes, his feet were wet, and he was so sadly liable to take cold that he must beg permission to put on his dry things immediately. Having bowed himself out, he stopped in the passage, and standing on tiptoe peeped through a window in the wall, by which light was conveyed to the landlady's little room. The two women were comfortably seated together, with the cherry brandy and a plate of biscuits on a table between them. "In for a good long gossip," thought Mr. Le Frank. "Now is my time." Not 5 minutes more had passed, before Teresa made an excuse for running upstairs again. She had forgotten to leave the bell rope in case Carmina awoke within the reach of her hand. The excellent heart of the hostess made allowance for natural anxiety. "Do it, you good soul," she said, "and come back directly." Left by herself, she filled her glass again, and smiled. Sweetness of temper, encouraged by cherry brandy, can even smile at a glass, unless it happens to be empty. Approaching her own rooms, Teresa waited, and listened, before she showed herself. No sound reached her through the half-open sitting-room door. She noiselessly entered the bedroom, and then locked the door again. Once more she listened, and once more there was nothing to be heard. Had he seen her on the stairs? As the doubt crossed her mind, she heard the boards creak on the floor above. Mr. Le Frank was in his room. Did this mean that her well-laid plan had failed? Or did it mean that he was really changing his shoes and stockings? The last inference was the right one. He had made no mere excuse downstairs. The serious interests that he had at stake were not important enough to make him forget his precious health. His chest was delicate, a cold might settle on his lungs. The temptation of the half-open door had its due effect on this prudent man, but it failed to make him forget that his feet were wet. The boards creaked again. The door of his room was softly closed. Then there was silence. Teresa only knew when he had entered the sitting room by hearing him try the bolted baize door. After that he must have stepped out again. He next tried the door of the bedchamber from the stairs. There was a quiet interval once more. Teresa noiselessly drew back the bolt, and opening the baize door by a mere hair's breadth, admitted sound from the sitting room. She now heard him turning the key in a chiffonier, which only contained tradesmen's circulars, receipted bills, and a few books. Even with the canister in the cupboard waiting to be opened, his uppermost idea was to discover Carmina's vindictive motive in Carmina's papers. The contents of the chiffonier disappointed him, judging by the tone in which he muttered to himself. The next sound startled Teresa. It was a tap against the lintel of the door behind which she was standing. He had thrown open the cupboard. The rasping of the cover as he took it off told her that he was examining the canister. She had put it back on the shelf, a harmless thing now, the poison and the label having been both destroyed by fire. Nevertheless, his choosing the canister, from dozens of other things scattered invitingly about it, inspired her with a feeling of distrustful surprise. She was no longer content to find out what he was doing by means of her ears. Determined to see him, and to catch him in the fact, she pulled open the baize door at the moment when he must have discovered that the canister was empty. A faint thump told her he had thrown it on the floor. The view of the sitting room was still hidden from her. She had forgotten the cupboard door. Now that it was wide open, it covered the entrance to the bedroom, and completely screened them one from the other. For the moment she was startled, and hesitated whether to show herself or not. His voice stopped her. "Is there another canister?" he said to himself. "The dirty old savage may have hidden it." Teresa heard no more. The dirty old savage was an insult not to be endured. She forgot her intention of stealing on him unobserved. She forgot her resolution to do nothing that could awaken Carmina. Her fierce temper urged her into furious action. With both hands outspread, she flew at the cupboard door, and banged it to in an instant. A shriek of agony rang through the house. The swiftly closing door had caught and crushed the fingers of Lefrank's right hand at the moment when he was putting it into the cupboard again. Without stopping to help him, without even looking at him, she ran back to Carmina. The swinging baize door fell to and closed of itself. No second cry was heard. Nothing happened to falsify her desperate assertion that the shriek was the delusion of a vivid dream. She took Carmina in her arms, and patted and fondled her like a child. "See, my darling, I'm with you as usual, and I have heard nothing. Don't tremble in that way. There, I'll wrap you up in my shawl and read to you. No, let's talk of Ovid." Her efforts to compose Carmina were interrupted by a muffled sound of men's footsteps and women's voices in the next room. She hurriedly opened the door, and entreated them to whisper and be quiet. In the instant before she closed it again, she saw and heard. Lefrank lay in a swoon on the floor. The landlady was kneeling by him, looking at his injured hand, and the lodgers were saying, "Send him to the hospital." End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 54. On Monday morning, the strain on Mrs. Gallilee's powers of patient endurance came to an end. With the help of Mr. Null's arm, she was able to get downstairs to the library. On Tuesday, there would be no objection to her going out for a drive. Mr. Null left her, restored to her equable flow of spirits. He had asked if she wished to have somebody to keep her company, and she had answered briskly, "Not on any account. I prefer being alone." On the morning of Saturday she had received Mr. Lefrank's letter, but she had not then recovered sufficiently to be able to read it through. She could now take it up again and get to the end. Other women might have been alarmed by the atrocious wickedness of the conspiracy which the music master had planned. Mrs. Gallilee was only offended. That he should think her capable, in her social position, of favouring such a plot as he had suggested, was an insult which she was determined neither to forgive nor forget. Fortunately, she had not committed herself in writing. He could produce no proof of the relations that had existed between them. The first and best use to make of her recovery would be to dismiss him, after paying his expenses, privately and prudently, in money instead of by cheque. In the meantime, the man's insolence had left its revolting impression on her mind. The one way to remove it was to find some agreeable occupation for her thoughts. Look at your library table, learned lady, and take the appropriate means of relief that it offers. See the lively modern parasites that infest science, eager to invite your attention to their little crawling selves. Follow scientific inquiry, rushing into print to proclaim its own importance, and to declare any human being who ventures to doubt or differ a fanatic or a fool. Respect the leaders of public opinion, writing notices of professors who have made discoveries not yet tried by time, not yet universally accepted even by their brethren, in terms which would be exaggerated if they were applied to Newton or to Bacon. Submit to lectures and addresses by dozens which, if they prove nothing else, prove that what was scientific knowledge some years since is scientific ignorance now, and that what is scientific knowledge now may be scientific ignorance in some years more. Absorb your mind in controversies and discussions in which Mr. Always Right and Mr. Never Wrong exhibit the natural tendency of man to believe in himself in the most rampant stage of development that the world has yet seen. And when you have done all this, doubt not that you have made a good use of your time. You have discovered what the gentle wisdom of Faraday saw and deplored, when he warned the science of his day in words which should live forever. The first and last step in the education of the judgment is humility. Having agreeably occupied her mind with subjects that were worthy of it, Mrs. Gallilee rose to seek a little physical relief by walking up and down the room. Passing and repassing the bookcases, she noticed a remote corner devoted to miscellaneous literature. A volume in faded binding of sky blue had been placed upside down. She looked at the book before she put it in its right position. The title was Gallery of British Beauty. Among the illustrations, long since forgotten, appeared her own portrait when she was a girl of Carmina's age. A faintly contemptuous smile parted her hard lips, provoked by the recollections of her youth. What a fool she had been at that early period of her life! In those days she had trembled with pleasure at the singing of a famous Italian tenor. She had flown into a passion when a new dress proved to be a misfit on the evening of a ball. She had given money to beggars in the street. She had fallen in love with a poor young man, and had terrified her weak-minded, hysterical mother by threatening to commit suicide when the beloved object was forbidden the house. Comparing the girl of 17 with the matured and cultivated woman of later years, what a matchless example Mrs. Gallilee presented of the healthy influence of education, directed to scientific pursuits. "Ah," she thought, as she put the book back in its place, "my girls will have reason to thank me when they grow up. They have had a mother who has done her duty." She took a few more turns up and down the room. The sky had cleared again. A golden gleam of sunlight drew her to the window. The next moment she regretted even this concession to human weakness. A disagreeable association presented itself and arrested the pleasant flow of her thoughts. Mr. Gallilee appeared on the doorstep, leaving the house on foot and carrying a large brown paper parcel under his arm. With servants at his disposal, why was he carrying the parcel himself? The time had been when Mrs. Gallilee would have tapped at the window, and would have insisted on his instantly returning and answering the question. but his conduct since the catastrophe in Carmina's room had produced a complete estrangement between the married pair. All his inquiries after his wife's health had been made by deputy. When he was not in the schoolroom with the children, he was at his club. Until he came to his senses and made humble apology, no earthly consideration would induce Mrs. Gallilee to take the slightest notice of him. She returned to her reading. The footman came in with 2 letters, one arriving by post, the other having been dropped into the box by private messenger. Communications of this latter sort proceeded, not infrequently, from creditors. Mrs. Gallilee opened the stamped letter first. It contained nothing more important than a few lines from a daily governess, whom she had engaged until a successor to Miss Minerva could be found. In obedience to Mrs. Gallilee's instructions, the governess would begin her attendance at 10 o'clock on the next morning. The second letter was of a very different kind. It related the disaster which had befallen Mr. Le Frank. Mr. Null was the writer. As Miss Carmina's medical attendant, it was his duty to inform her guardian that her health had been unfavourably affected by an alarm in the house. Having described the nature of the alarm, he proceeded in these words: "You will, I fear, lose the services of your present music master. Inquiries made this morning at the hospital, and reported to me, appear to suggest serious results. The wounded man's constitution is in an unhealthy state. The surgeons are not sure of being able to save 2 of the fingers. I will do myself the honour of calling to-morrow, before you go out for your drive." The impression produced by this intelligence on the lady to whom it was addressed can only be reported in her own words. She, who knew on the best scientific authority that the world had created itself, completely lost her head, and actually said, "Thank God!" For weeks to come, perhaps for months if the surgeon's forebodings were fulfilled, Mrs. Gallilee had got rid of Mr. Le Frank. In that moment of infinite relief, if her husband had presented himself, it is even possible that he might have been forgiven. As it was, Mr. Gallilee returned late in the afternoon, entered his own domain of the smoking room, and left the house again 5 minutes afterwards. Joseph officiously opened the door for him, and Joseph was surprised, precisely as his mistress had been surprised. Mr. Gallilee had a large brown paper parcel under his arm, the second which he had taken out of the house with his own hands. Moreover, he looked excessively confused when the footman discovered him. That night he was late in returning from the club. Joseph, now on the watch, observed that he was not steady on his legs, and drew his own conclusions accordingly. Punctual to her time, on the next morning, the new governess arrived. Mrs. Gallilee received her, and sent for the children. The maid in charge of them appeared alone. She had no doubt that the young ladies would be back directly. The master had taken them out for a little walk before they began their lessons. He had been informed that the lady who had been appointed to teach them would arrive at 10 o'clock. And what had he said? He had said, "Very good." The half-hour struck. 11 o'clock struck, and neither the father nor the children returned. 10 minutes later, someone rang the doorbell. The door being duly opened, nobody appeared on the house step. Joseph looked into the letter-box, and found a note addressed to his mistress in his master's handwriting. He immediately delivered it. Hitherto Mrs. Gallilee had only been anxious. Joseph, waiting for events outside the door, heard the bell rung furiously, and found his mistress, as he forcibly described it, like a woman gone distracted. Not without reason, to do her justice. Mr. Gallilee's method of relieving his wife's anxiety was remarkable by its brevity. In one sentence he assured her that there was no need to feel alarmed. In another he mentioned that he had taken the girls away with him for a change of air, and then he signed his initials, J.G. Every servant in the house was summoned to the library, when Mrs. Gallilee had in some degree recovered herself. One after another they were strictly examined, and one after another they had no evidence to give, excepting the maid who had been present when the master took the young ladies away. The little she had to tell pointed to the inference that he had not admitted the girls to his confidence before they left the house. Maria had submitted without appearing to be particularly pleased at the prospect of so early a walk. Zoe, never ready to exert either her intelligence or her legs, had openly declared that she would rather stay at home. To this the master had answered, "Get your things on directly," and had said it so sharply that Miss Zoe stared at him in astonishment. Had they taken anything with them? A traveling bag, for instance? They had taken nothing except Mr. Gallilee's umbrella. Who had seen Mr. Gallilee last on the previous night? Joseph had seen him last. The lower classes in England have one, and but one, true feeling of sympathy with the higher classes. The man above them appeals to their hearts, and merits their true service when he is unsteady on his legs. Joseph nobly confined his evidence to what he had observed some hours previously. He mentioned the parcel. Mrs. Gallilee's keen perception, quickened by her own experience at the window, arrived at the truth. Those two bulky packages must have contained clothes, left in anticipation of the journey under the care of an accomplice. It was impossible that Mr. Gallilee could have got at the girls' dresses and linen, and have made the necessary selections from them without a woman's assistance. The female servants were examined again. Each one of them positively asserted her innocence. Mrs. Gallilee threatened to send for the police. The indignant women all cried in chorus, "Search our boxes!" Mrs. Gallilee took a wiser course. She sent to the lawyers who had been recommended to her by Mr. Null. The messenger had just been dispatched when Mr. Null himself, in performance of yesterday's engagement, called at the house. He too was agitated. It was impossible that he could have heard what had happened. Was he the bearer of bad news? Mrs. Gallilee thought of Carmina first, and then of Mr. Le Frank. "Prepare for a surprise," Mr. Null began. "A joyful surprise, Mrs. Gallilee. I have received a telegram from your son." He handed it to her as he spoke. "September 6th. Arrived at Quebec, and received information of Carmina's illness. Shall catch the Boston steamer, and sail to-morrow for Liverpool. Break the news gently to C. For God's sake, send telegram to meet me at Queenstown." It was then the 7th of September. If all went well, Ovid might be in London in 10 days more. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 55. Mrs. Gallilee read the telegram, paused, and read it again. She let it drop on her lap, but her eyes still rested mechanically on the slip of paper. When she spoke, her voice startled Mr. Null. Usually loud and hard, her tones were strangely subdued. If his back had been turned towards her, he would hardly have known who was speaking to him. "I must ask you to make allowances for me," she began abruptly. "I hardly know what to say. This surprise comes at a time when I am badly prepared for it. I am getting well, but, you see, I am not quite so strong as I was before that woman attacked me. My husband has gone away, I don't know where, and has taken my children with him. Read his note, but don't say anything. You must let me be quiet, or I can't think." She handed the letter to Mr. Null. He looked at her, read the few words submitted to him, and looked at her again. For once, his stock of conventional phrases failed him. Who could have anticipated such conduct on the part of her husband? Who could have supposed that she herself would have been affected in this way by the return of her son? Mrs. Gallilee drew a long, heavy breath. "I have got it now," she said. "My son is coming home in a hurry because of Carmina's illness. Has Carmina written to him?" Mr. Null was in his element again. This question appealed to his knowledge of his patient. "Impossible, Mrs. Gallilee, in her present state of health." "In her present state of health? I forgot that. There was something else. Oh, yes. Has Carmina seen the telegram?" Mr. Null explained. He had just come from Carmina. In his medical capacity, he had thought it judicious to try the moral effect on his patient of a first allusion to the good news. He had only ventured to say that Mr. Ovid's agents in Canada had heard from him on his travels, and had reason to believe that he would shortly return to Quebec. Upon the whole, the impression produced on the young lady. It was useless to go on. Mrs. Gallilee was pursuing her own thoughts, without even the pretence of listening to him. "I want to know who wrote to my son," she persisted. "Was it the nurse?" Mr. Null considered this to be in the last degree unlikely. The nurse's language showed a hostile feeling towards Mr. Ovid, in consequence of his absence. Mrs. Gallilee looked once more at the telegram. "Why," she asked, "does Ovid telegraph to you?" Mr. Null answered with his customary sense of what was due to himself. "As the medical attendant of the family, your son naturally supposed, madam, that Miss Carmina was under my care." The implied reproof produced no effect. "I wonder whether my son was afraid to trust us," was all Mrs. Gallilee said. It was the chance guess of a wandering mind, but it had hit the truth. Kept in ignorance of Carmina's illness by the elder members of the family, at what other conclusion could Ovid arrive, with Zo's letter before him? After a momentary pause, Mrs. Gallilee went on. "I suppose I may keep the telegram?" she said. Prudent Mr. Null offered a copy, and made the copy then and there. The original, he explained, was his authority for acting on Mr. Ovid's behalf, and he must therefore beg leave to keep it. Mrs. Gallilee permitted him to exchange the two papers. "Is there anything more?" she asked. "Your time is valuable, of course. Don't let me detain you." "May I feel your pulse before I go?" She held out her arm to him in silence. The carriage came to the door while he was counting the beat of the pulse. She glanced at the window, and said, "Send it away." Mr. Null remonstrated. "My dear lady, the air will do you good." She answered obstinately and quietly, "No," and once more became absorbed in thought. It had been her intention to combine her first day of carriage exercise with a visit to Teresa's lodgings, and a personal exertion of her authority. The news of Ovid's impending return made it a matter of serious importance to consider this resolution under a new light. She had now not only to reckon with Teresa, but with her son. With this burden on her enfeebled mind, heavily laden by the sense of injury which her husband's flight had aroused, she had not even reserves enough of energy to spare for the trifling effort of dressing to go out. She broke into irritability for the first time. "I am trying to find out who has written to my son. How can I do it when you are worrying me about the carriage? Have you ever held a full glass in your hand and been afraid of letting it overflow? That's what I'm afraid of, in my mind. I don't mean that my mind is a glass. I mean—" Her forehead turned red. "Will you leave me?" she cried. He left her instantly. The change in her manner, the difficulty she found in expressing her thoughts, had even startled stupid Mr. Null. She had herself alluded to results of the murderous attack made on her by Teresa, which had not perhaps hitherto sufficiently impressed him. In the shock inflicted on the patient's body, had there been involved some subtly working influence that had disturbed the steady balance of her mind? Pondering uneasily on that question, he spoke to Joseph in the hall. "Do you know about your master and the children?" he said. "Yes, sir." "I wish you had told me of it, when you let me in." "Have I done any harm, sir?" "I don't know yet. If you want me, I shall be at home to dinner at 7. The next visitor was one of the partners in the legal firm to which Mrs. Gallilee had applied for advice. After what Mr. Null had said, Joseph hesitated to conduct this gentleman into the presence of his mistress. He left the lawyer in the waiting room, and took his card. Mrs. Gallilee's attitude had not changed. She sat looking down at the copied telegram and the letter from her husband, lying together on her lap. Joseph was obliged to speak twice before he could rouse her. "Tomorrow," was all she said. "What time shall I say, ma'am?" She put her hand to her head, and broke into anger against Joseph. "Settle it yourself, you wretch!" Her head drooped again over the papers. Joseph returned to the lawyer. "My mistress is not very well, sir. She will be obliged if you will call tomorrow at your own time." About an hour later she rang her bell, rang it unintermittingly, until Joseph appeared. "I'm famished," she said. "Something to eat. I never was so hungry in my life. At once! I can't wait." The cook sent up a cold fowl and a ham. Her eyes devoured the food while the footman was carving it for her. Her bad temper seemed to have completely disappeared. She said, "What a delicious dinner! Just the very things I like." She lifted the first morsel to her mouth, and laid the fork down again with a weary sigh. "No, I can't eat. What has come to me?" With those words, she pushed her chair away from the table and looked slowly all round her. "I want the telegram and the letter." Joseph found them. "Can you help me?" she said. "I am trying to find out who wrote my son. Say yes or no at once. I hate waiting." Joseph left her in her old posture, with her head down and the papers on her lap. The appearance of the uneaten dinner in the kitchen produced a discussion, followed by a quarrel. Joseph was of the opinion that the mistress had got more upon her mind than her mind could well bear. It was useless to send for Mr. Null. He had already mentioned that he would not be home until 7 o'clock. There was no superior person in the house to consult. It was not for the servants to take responsibility on themselves. Fetch the nearest doctor, and let him be answerable if anything serious happens. Such was Joseph's advice. The women, angrily remembering that Mrs. Gallilee had spoken of sending for the police, ridiculed the footman's cautious proposal, with one exception. When the others ironically asked him if he was not accustomed to the mistress's temper yet, Mrs. Gallilee's own maid, Marceline, said, "What do we know about it? Joseph is the only one of us who has seen her since the morning." This perfectly sensible remark had the effect of a breath of wind on a smouldering fire. The female servants, all equally suspected of having assisted Mr. Gallilee in making up his parcels, were all equally assured that there was a traitress among them, and that Marceline was the woman. Hitherto suppressed, this feeling now openly found its way to expression. Marceline lost her temper and betrayed herself as her master's guilty confederate. "I'm a mean mongrel, am I?" cried the angry maid, repeating the cook's allusion to her birthplace in the Channel Islands. "The mistress shall know this minute that I'm the woman who did it." "Why didn't you say so before?" the cook retorted. "Because I promised my master not to tell on him till he got to his journey's end." "Who'll lay a wager?" asked the cook. "I bet 50 she changes her mind before she gets to the top of the stairs." "Perhaps she thinks the mistress will forgive her," the parlour maid suggested ironically. "Or perhaps," the housemaid added, "she means to give the mistress notice to leave." "That's exactly what I'm going to do," said Marceline. The women all declined to believe her. She appealed to Joseph. "What did I tell you when the mistress first sent me out in the carriage with poor Miss Carmina? Didn't I say that I was no spy, and that I wouldn't submit to be made one? I would have left the house, I would, but for Miss Carmina's kindness. Any other young lady would have made me feel my mean position. She treated me like a friend, and I don't forget it. I'll go straight from this place and help to nurse her." With that declaration, Marceline left the kitchen. Arrived at the library door, she paused. Not, as the cook had suggested, to change her mind, but to consider beforehand how much she should confess to her mistress, and how much she should hold in reserve. Zoe's narrative of what had happened on the evening of Teresa's arrival had produced its inevitable effect on the maid's mind. Strengthening by the sympathy which it excited her grateful attachment to Carmina, it had necessarily intensified her dislike of Mrs. Gallilee, and Mrs. Gallilee's innocent husband had profited by that circumstance. Unexpectedly tried by time, Mr. Gallilee's resolution to assert his paternal authority, in spite of his wife, had failed him. The same timidity which invents a lie in a hurry can construct a stratagem at leisure. Marceline had discovered her master putting a plan of escape, devised by himself, to its first practical trial before the open wardrobe of his daughters, and had asked slyly if she could be of any use. Never remarkable for presence of mind in emergencies, Mr. Gallilee had helplessly admitted to his confidence the last person in the house whom anyone else in his position would have trusted. "My good soul, I want to take the girls away quietly for a change of air. You have got little secrets of your own like me, haven't you? And the fact is, I don't quite know how many petticoats—" There, He checked himself, conscious, when it was too late, that he was asking his wife's maid to help him in deceiving his wife. The ready Marceline helped him through the difficulty. "I understand, sir. My mistress's mind is much occupied, and you don't want to trouble her about this little journey." Mr. Gallilee, at a loss for any other answer, pulled out his purse. Marceline modestly drew back at the sight of it. "My mistress pays me, sir. I serve you for nothing." In those words she would have informed any other man of the place which Mrs. Gallilee held in her estimation. Her master simply considered her to be the most disinterested woman he had ever met with. If she lost her situation through helping him, he engaged to pay her wages until she found another place. The maid set his mind at rest on that subject. "A woman who understands hairdressing as I do, sir, can refer to other ladies besides Mrs. Gallilee, and can get a place whenever she wants one." Having decided on what she should confess and on what she should conceal, Marceline knocked at the library door. Receiving no answer, she went in. Mrs. Gallilee was leaning back in her chair. Her hands hung down on either side of her. Her eyes looked up drowsily at the ceiling. Prepared to see a person with an overburdened mind, the maid, without sympathy to quicken her perceptions, saw nothing but a person on the point of taking a nap. "Can I speak a word, ma'am?" Mrs. Gallilee's eyes remained fixed on the ceiling. "Is that my maid?" she asked. Treated to all appearance with marked contempt, Marceline no longer cared to assume the forms of respect either in language or manner. "I wish to give you notice to leave," she said abruptly. "I find I can't get on with my fellow servants." Mrs. Gallilee slowly raised her head and looked at her maid, and said nothing. "And while I'm about it," the angry woman proceeded, "I may as well own the truth. You suspect one of us of helping my master to take away the young lady's things. I mean some few of their things. Well, you needn't blame innocent people. I'm the person." Mrs. Gallilee laid her head back again on the chair, and burst out laughing. For one moment Marceline looked at her mistress in blank surprise. Then the terrible truth burst on her. She ran into the hall and called for Joseph. He hurried up the stairs. The instant he presented himself at the open door, Mrs. Gallilee rose to her feet. "My medical attendant," she said, with an assumption of dignity. "I must explain myself." She held up one hand, outstretched, and counted her fingers with the other. "First my husband, then my son, now my maid. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Null, do you know the proverb? It's the last hair that breaks the camel's back." She suddenly dropped on her knees. "Will somebody pray for me?" she cried piteously. "I don't know how to pray for myself. Where is God?" Bareheaded as he was, Joseph ran out. The nearest doctor lived on the opposite side of the square. He happened to be at home. When he reached the house, the women servants were holding their mistress down by main force. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 56. On the next day, Mr. Moole, returning from a legal consultation to an appointment at his office, found a gentleman whom he knew by sight walking up and down before his door, apparently bent on intercepting him. "Mr. Null, I believe," he said, with his customary politeness. Mr. Null answered to his name, and asked for a moment of Mr. Moole's time. Mr. Moole looked grave, and said he was late for an appointment already. Mr. Null admitted that the clerks in the office had told him so, and said at last what he ought to have said at first. "I am Mrs. Gallilee's medical attendant. There is serious necessity for communicating with her husband." Mr. Moole instantly led the way into the office. The chief clerk approached his employer with some severity of manner. "The parties have been waiting, sir, for more than a quarter of an hour." Mr. Moole's attention wandered. He was thinking of Mrs. Gallilee. "Is she dying?" he asked. "She is out of her mind," Mr. Null answered. Those words petrified the lawyer. He looked helplessly at the clerk, who in his turn looked indignantly at the office clock. Mr. Moole recovered himself. "Say I am detained by a most distressing circumstance. I will call on the parties later in the day at their own hour." Giving those directions to the clerk, he hurried Mr. Null upstairs into a private room. "Tell me about it. Pray tell me about it. Stop! Perhaps there is not time enough. What can I do?" Mr. Null put the question which he ought to have asked when they met at the house door. "Can you tell me Mr. Gallilee's address?" "Certainly. Care of the Earl of Northlake." "Will you please write it in my pocket book? I am so upset by this dreadful affair that I can't trust my memory." Such a confession of helplessness as this was all that was wanted to rouse Mr. Moole. He rejected the pocket book, and wrote the address on a telegram. "Return directly. Your wife is seriously ill." In 5 minutes more the message was on its way to Scotland, and Mr. Null was at liberty to tell his melancholy story, if he could. With assistance from Mr. Moole he got through it. "This morning," he proceeded, "I have had the 2 best opinions in London. Assuming that there is no hereditary taint, the doctors think favourably of Mrs. Gallilee's chances of recovery." "Is it violent madness?" Mr. Moole asked. Mr. Null admitted that 2 nurses were required. "The doctors don't look on her violence as a discouraging symptom," he said. "They are inclined to attribute it to the strength of her constitution. I felt it my duty to place my own knowledge of the case before them, without mentioning painful family circumstances." "I happen to be acquainted with the circumstances," Mr. Moole interposed. "Are they in any way connected with his dreadful state of things?" He put that question eagerly, as if he had some strong personal interest in hearing the reply. Mr. Null blundered on steadily with his story. "I thought it right, with all due reserve, to mention that Mrs. Gallilee had been subjected to, I won't trouble you with medical language, let us say to a severe shock, involving mental disturbance as well as bodily injury, before her reason gave way." "And they considered that to be the cause?" Mr. Null asserted his dignity. "The doctors agreed with me that it had shaken her power of self-control." "You relieve me, Mr. Null. You infinitely relieve me. If our way of removing the children had done the mischief, I should never have forgiven myself." He blushed, and said no more. Had Mr. Null noticed the slip of the tongue into which his agitation had betrayed him? Mr. Null did certainly look as if he was going to put a question. The lawyer desperately forestalled him. "May I ask how you came to apply to me for Mr. Gallilee's address? Did you think of it yourself?" Mr. Null had never had an idea of his own, from the day of his birth downward. "A very intelligent man," he answered, "reminded me that you were an old friend of Mr. Gallilee. In short, it was Joseph, the footman at Fairfield Gardens." Joseph's good opinion was of no importance to Mr. Moole's professional interests. He could gratify Mr. Null's curiosity without fear of lowering himself in the estimation of a client. "I had better perhaps explain that chance allusion of mine to the children," he began. "My good friend, Mr. Gallilee, had his own reasons for removing his daughters from home for a time. Reasons, I am bound to add, in which I concur. The children were to be placed under the care of their aunt, Lady Northlake. Unfortunately, her ladyship was away with my lord, cruising in their yacht. They were not able to receive Maria and Zoe at once. In the interval that elapsed, excuse my entering into particulars, our excellent friend had his own domestic reasons for arranging the sort of clandestine departure which did in fact take place. It was perhaps unwise on my part to consent. In short, I permitted some of the necessary clothing to be privately deposited here, and called for on the way to the station. Very unprofessional, I am aware. I did it for the best, and allowed my friendly feeling to mislead me. Can I be of any use? How is poor Miss Carmina? No better? Oh, dear, dear! Mr. Ovid will hear dreadful news when he comes home. Can't we prepare him for it in any way?" Mr. Null announced that a telegram would meet Ovid at Queenstown, with the air of a man who had removed every obstacle that could be suggested to him. The kind-hearted lawyer shook his head. "Is there no friend who can meet him there?" Mr. Moole suggested. "I have clients depending on me, cases in which property is concerned and reputation is at stake, or I would gladly go myself. You, with your patients, are as little at liberty as I am. Can't you think of some other friend?" Mr. Null could think of nobody, and had nothing to propose. Of the 3 weak men now brought into association by the influence of domestic calamity, he was the feeblest beyond all doubt. Mr. Moole had knowledge of law, and could on occasion be incited to energy. Mr. Gallilee had warm affections, which being stimulated could at least assert themselves. Mr. Null, professionally and personally, was incapable of stepping beyond his own narrow limits, under any provocation whatever. He submitted to the force of events as a cabbage leaf submits to the teeth of a rabbit. After leaving the office, Carmina's medical attendant had his patient to see. Since the unfortunate alarm in the house, he had begun to feel doubtful and anxious about her again. In the sitting room he found Teresa and the landlady in consultation. In her own abrupt way, the nurse made him acquainted with the nature of the conference. "We have 2 worries to bother us," she said, "and the music master is the worst of the 2. There's a notion at the hospital set a-going, I don't doubt, by the man himself that I crushed his fingers on purpose. That's a lie. With the open cupboard door between us, how could I see him, or he see me? When I gave it a push to, I no more knew where his hand was than you do. If I meant anything, I meant to slap his face for prying about in my room. We've made out a writing between us to show to the doctors. You shall have a copy in case you're asked about it. Now for the other matter. You keep on telling me I shall fall ill myself if I don't get a person to help me with Carmina. Make your mind easy. The person has come." "Where is she?" Teresa pointed to the bedroom. "Recommended by me?" Mr. Null inquired. "Recommended by herself. And we don't like her. That's the other worry." Mr. Null's dignity declined to attach any importance to the other worry. "No nurse has any business here without my sanction. I'll send her away directly." He pushed open the baize door. A lady was sitting by Carmina's bedside. Even in the dim light there was no mistaking that face. Mr. Null recognized Miss Minerva. She rose and bowed to him. He returned the bow stiffly. Nature's protecting care of fools supplies them with an instinct which distrusts ability. Mr. Null never liked Miss Minerva. At the same time, he was a little afraid of her. This was not the sort of nurse who could be ordered to retire at a moment's notice. "I have been waiting anxiously to see you," she said, and led the way to the farther end of the room. "Carmina terrifies me," she added, in a whisper. "I have been here for an hour. When I entered the room, her face, poor dear, seemed to come to life again. She was able to express her joy at seeing me. Even the jealous old nurse noticed the change for the better. Why didn't it last? Look at her! Oh, look at her!" The melancholy relapse that had followed the short interval of excitement was visible to anyone now. There was the simulated paralysis, showing itself plainly in every part of the face. She lay still as death, looking vacantly at the foot of the bed. Mr. Null was inclined to resent the interference of a meddling woman in the discharge of his duty. He felt Carmina's pulse in sulky silence. Her eyes never moved, her hand showed no consciousness of his touch. Teresa opened the door and looked in, impatiently eager to see the intruding nurse sent away. Miss Minerva invited her to return to her place at the bedside. "I only asked to occupy it," she said considerately, "when you want rest." Teresa was ready with an ungracious reply, but found no opportunity of putting it into words. Miss Minerva turned quickly to Mr. Null. "I must ask you to let me say a few words more," she continued. "I will wait for you in the next room." Her resolute eyes rested on him with a look which said plainly, "I mean to be heard." He followed her into the sitting room, and waited in sullen submission to hear what she had to say. "I must not trouble you by entering into my own affairs," she began. "I will only say that I have obtained an engagement much sooner than I had anticipated, and that the convenience of my employers made it necessary for me to meet them in Paris. I owed Carmina a letter, but I had reasons for not writing until I knew whether she had or had not left London. With that object, I called this morning at her aunt's house. You now see me here, after what I have heard from the servants. I make no comment, and I ask for no explanations. One thing only I must know. Teresa refers me to you. Is Carmina attended by any other medical man?" Mr. Null answered stiffly, "I am in consultation with Dr. Benjulia, and I expect him to-day." The reply startled her. "Dr. Benjulia?" she repeated. "The greatest man we have. Mr. Null asserted in his most positive manner. She silently determined to wait until Dr. Benjulia arrived. "What is the last news of Mr. Ovid?" she said to him, after an interval of consideration. He told her the news in the fewest words possible. Even he observed that it seemed to excite her. "Oh, Mr. Null, who is to prepare him for what he will see in that room? Who is to tell him what he must hear of his mother?" There was a certain familiarity in the language of this appeal, which Mr. Null felt it necessary to discourage. "The matter is left in my hands," he announced. "I shall telegraph to him at Queenstown. When he comes home, he will find my prescriptions on the table. Being a medical man himself, my treatment of the case will tell Mr. Ovid Vere everything." The obstinate insensibility of his tone stopped her on the point of saying what Mr. Moole had said already. She too felt for Ovid, when she thought of the cruel brevity of a telegram. "At what date will the vessel reach Queenstown?" she asked. "By way of making sure," said Mr. Null, "I shall telegraph in a week's time." She troubled him with no more inquiries. He had purposely remained standing in the expectation that she would take the hint and go, and he now walked to the window and looked out. She remained in her chair, thinking. In a few minutes more there was a heavy step on the stairs. Benjulia had arrived. He looked hard at Miss Minerva, in unconcealed surprise at finding her in the house. She rose and made an effort to propitiate him by shaking hands. "I am very anxious," she said gently, "to hear your opinion." "Your hand tells me that," he answered. "It's a cold hand, on a warm day. You're an excitable woman." He looked at Mr. Null, and led the way into the bedroom. Left by herself, Miss Minerva discovered writing materials, placed ready for Mr. Null's next prescription, on a side table. She made use of them at once to write to her employer: "A dear friend of mine is seriously ill, and in urgent need of all that my devotion can do for her. If you are willing to release me from my duties for a short time, your sympathy and indulgence will not be thrown away on an ungrateful woman. If you cannot do me this favour, I ask your pardon for putting you to inconvenience, and leave some other person whose mind is at ease to occupy the place which I am for the present unfit to fill." Having completed her letter in those terms, she waited Benjulia's return. There was sadness in her face, but no agitation, as she looked patiently towards the bedroom door. At last, in her inmost heart, she knew it. The victory over herself was a victory won. Carmina could trust her now, and Ovid himself should see it. Mr. Null returned to the sitting room alone. Dr. Benjulia had no time to spare. He had left the bedroom by the other door. "I may say, as you seem anxious, that my colleague approves of a proposal on my part to slightly modify the last prescription. We recognize the new symptoms without feeling alarm." Having issued this bulletin, Mr. Null sat down to make his feeble treatment of his patient feebler still. When he looked up again, the room was empty. Had she left the house? No, her travelling hat and her gloves were on the other table. Had she boldly confronted Teresa on her own ground? He took his modified prescription into the bedroom. There she was, and there sat the implacable nurse, already persuaded into listening to her. What conceivable subject could there be which offered two such women neutral ground to meet on? Mr. Null left the house without the faintest suspicion that Carmina might be the subject. "May I try to rouse her?" Teresa answered by silently resigning her place at the bedside. Miss Minerva touched Carmina's hand and spoke. "Have you heard the good news, dear? Ovid is coming back in little more than a week." Carmina reluctantly looked at her friend, and said with an effort, "I am glad." "You will be better," Miss Minerva continued, "the moment you see him." Her face became faintly animated. "I shall be able to say good-bye," she answered. "Not good-bye, darling. He is returning to you after a long journey." "I am going, Frances, on a longer journey still." She closed her eyes, too weary or too indifferent to say more. Miss Minerva drew back, struggling against the tears that fell fast over her face. The jealous old nurse quietly moved nearer to her, and kissed her hand. "I've been a brute and a fool," said Teresa. "You're almost as fond of her as I am." A week later, Miss Minerva left London to wait for Ovid at Queenstown. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 57. Mr. Moole was in attendance at Fairfield Gardens when his old friend arrived from Scotland to tell him what the cautiously expressed message in the telegram really meant. But one idea seemed to be impressed on Mr. Gallilee's mind, the idea of reconciliation. He insisted on seeing his wife. It was in vain to tell him that she was utterly incapable of reciprocating or even of understanding his wishes. Absolute resistance was the one alternative left, and it was followed by distressing results. The kind-hearted old man burst into a fit of crying, which even shook the resolution of the doctors. One of them went upstairs to warn the nurses. The other said, "Let him see her." The instant he showed himself in the room, Mrs. Gallilee recognized him with a shriek of fury. The nurses held her back, while Mr. Moole dragged him out again and shut the door. The object of the doctors had been gained. His own eyes had convinced him of the terrible necessity of placing his wife under restraint. She was removed to a private asylum. Maria and Zoe had been left in Scotland, as perfectly happy as girls could be in the society of their cousins, and under the affectionate care of their aunt. Mr. Gallilee remained in London, but he was not left alone in the deserted house. The good lawyer had a spare room at his disposal, and Mrs. Moole and her daughters received him with true sympathy. Coming events helped to steady his mind. He was comforted in the anticipation of Ovid's return, and interested in hearing of the generous motive which had led Miss Minerva to meet his stepson. "I never agreed with the others when they used to abuse our governess," he said. "She might have been quick-tempered, and she might have been ugly. I suppose I saw her in some other light myself." He had truly seen her under another light. In his simple, affectionate nature, there had been instinctive recognition of that great heart. He was allowed to see Carmina, in the hope that pleasant associations connected with him might have a favorable influence. She smiled faintly and gave him her hand when she saw him at the bedside, but that was all. Too deeply distressed to ask to see her again, he made his inquiries for the future at the door. Day after day the answer was always the same. Before she left London, Miss Minerva had taken it on herself to engage the vacant rooms on the ground floor of the lodging-house for Ovid. She knew his heart as she knew her own heart. Once under the same roof with Carmina, he would leave it no more, until life gave her back to him, or death took her away. Hearing of what had been done, Mr. Gallilee removed to Ovid's rooms the writing-desk and the books, the favourite music and the faded flowers, left by Carmina at Fairfield Gardens. "Anything that belongs to her," he thought, "will surely be welcome to the poor fellow when he comes back." On one afternoon, never afterwards to be forgotten, he had only begun to make his daily inquiry, when the door on the ground floor was opened, and Miss Minerva beckoned to him. Her face daunted Mr. Gallilee. He asked in a whisper if Ovid had returned. She pointed upwards and answered, "He is with her now." "How did he bear it?" "We don't know. We were afraid to follow him into the room." She turned towards the window as she spoke. Teresa was sitting there, vacantly looking out. Mr. Gallilee spoke to her kindly. She made no answer. She never even moved. "Worn out," Miss Minerva whispered to him. "When she thinks of Carmina now, she thinks without hope." He shuddered. The expression of his own fear was in those words, and he shrank from it. Miss Minerva took his hand and led him to a chair. "Ovid will know best," she reminded him. "Let us wait for what Ovid will say." "Did you meet him on board the vessel?" Mr. Gallilee asked. "Yes." "How did he look?" "So well and so strong that you would hardly have known him again, till he asked about Carmina. Then he turned pale. I knew that I must tell him the truth, but I was afraid to take it entirely on myself. Something Mr. Null said to me before I left London suggested that I might help Ovid to understand me if I took the prescriptions to Queenstown. I had not noticed that they were signed by Dr. Benjulia, as well as by Mr. Null. Don't ask me what effect the discovery had on him. I bore it at the time. I can't speak of it now. You good creature, you dear good creature, forgive me if I have distressed you. I didn't mean it. You have not distressed me. Is there anything else I can tell you? Mr. Gallilee hesitated. There is one thing more, he said. It isn't about Carmina this time. He hesitated again. Miss Minerva understood. Yes, she answered. I spoke to Ovid of his mother. In mercy to himself and to me, he would hear no details. I know enough, he said, if I know that she is the person to blame. I was prepared to hear it. My mother's silence could only be accounted for in one way, when I had read Zoe's letter. Don't you know, Mr. Gallilee, that the child wrote to Ovid? The surprise and delight of Zoe's fond old father when he heard the story of the letter forced a smile from Miss Minerva, even at that time of doubt and sorrow. He declared that he would have returned to his daughter by the mail train of that night, but for two considerations. He must see his stepson before he went back to Scotland, and he must search all the toy shops in London for the most magnificent present that could be offered to a young person of 10 years old. Tell Ovid with my love I'll call again tomorrow, he said, looking at his watch. I have just time to write to Zoe by today's post. He went to his club for the first time since he had returned to London. Miss Minerva thought of bygone days and wondered if he would enjoy his champagne. A little later Mr. Null called, anxious to know if Ovid had arrived. Other women in the position of Miss Minerva and Teresa might have hesitated to keep the patient's room closed to the doctor. These two were resolved. They refused to disturb Ovid, even by sending up a message. Mr. Null took offence. Understand, both of you, he said, when I call tomorrow morning, I shall insist on going upstairs, and if I find this incivility repeated, I shall throw up the case. He left the room triumphing in his fool's paradise of aggressive self-conceit. They waited for some time longer, and still no message reached them from upstairs. We may be wrong in staying here, Miss Minerva suggested. He may want to be alone when he leaves her. Let us go. She rose to return to the house of her new employers. They respected her and felt for her. While Carmina's illness continued, she had the entire disposal of her time. The nurse accompanied her to the door, resigned to take refuge in the landlady's room. I'm afraid to be by myself, Teresa said. Even that woman's chatter is better for me than my own thoughts. Before parting for the night, they waited in the hall, looking towards the stairs and listening anxiously. Not a sound disturbed the melancholy silence. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Heart and Science, a Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a Story of the Present Time, by Wilkie Collins, Chapter 58. Among many vain hopes, one hope had been realized. They had met again. In the darkened room, her weary eyes could hardly have seen the betrayal of what he suffered, even if she had looked up in his face. She was content to rest her head on his breast and to feel his arm round her. I am glad, dear, she said, to have lived long enough for this. Those were her first words, after the first kiss. She had trembled and sighed when he ran to her and bent over her. It was the one expression left of all her joy and all her love. But it passed away as other lesser agitations had passed away. One last reserve of energy obeyed the gentle persuasion of love. Silent towards all other friends, she was able to speak to Ovid. "You used to breathe so lightly," she said. "How is it that I hear you now? Oh, Ovid, don't cry. I couldn't bear that." He answered her quietly. "Don't be afraid, darling. I won't distress you." "And you will let me say what I want to say?" "Oh, yes." This satisfied her. "I may rest a little now," she said. He too was silent, held down by the heavy hand of despair. The time had been in the days of his failing health, when the solemn shadows of evening falling over the fields, the soaring song of the lark in the bright heights of the midday sky, the dear lost remembrances that the divine touch of music finds again, brought tears into his eyes. They were dry eyes now. Those once tremulous nerves had gathered steady strength on the broad prairies and in the roving life. Could trembling sorrow, seeking its way to the sources of tears, overbear the robust vitality that rioted in his blood, whether she lived or whether she died? In those deep breathings that had alarmed her, she had indeed heard the struggle of grief, vainly urging its way to expression against the masterful health and strength that set moral weakness at defiance. Nature had remade this man, and nature never pities. It was an effort to her to collect her thoughts, but she did collect them. She was able to tell him what was in her mind. "Do you think, Ovid, your mother will care much what becomes of me when I die?" He started at those dreadful words, so softly, so patiently spoken. "You will live," he said. "My Carmina, what am I here for but to bring you back to life?" She made no attempt to dispute with him. Quietly, persistently, she returned to the thought that was in her. "Say that I forgive your mother, Ovid, and that I only ask one thing in return. I ask her to leave me to you when the end has come. My dear, there is a feeling in me that I can't get over. Don't let me be buried in a great place all crowded with the dead. I once saw a picture. It was at home in Italy, I think. An English picture of a quiet little churchyard in the country. The shadows of the trees rested on the lonely graves, and some great poet had written, oh, such beautiful words about it. The redbreast loves to build and warble there, and little footsteps lightly print the ground. Promise, Ovid, you will take me to some place, far from crowds and noise, where children may gather the flowers on my grave." He promised, and she thanked him and rested again. "There was something else," she said, when the interval had passed. "My head is so sleepy. I wonder whether I can think of it." After a while she did think of it. "I want to make you a little farewell present. Will you undo my gold chain? Don't cry, Ovid, oh, don't cry." He obeyed her. The gold chain held the two lockets, the treasured portraits of her father and her mother. "Wear them for my sake," she murmured. "Lift me up. I want to put them round your neck myself." She vainly tried to clasp the chain. Her head fell back on his breast. "Too sleepy," she said, "always too sleepy now. Say you love me, Ovid." He said it. "Kiss me, dear." He kissed her. "Now lay me down on the pillow. I'm not 18 yet, and I feel as old as 80. Rest, all I want is rest." Looking at him fondly, her eyes closed little by little, then softly opened again. "Don't wait in this dull room, darling. I will send for you if I wake." It was the only wish of hers that he disobeyed. From time to time his fingers touched her pulse and felt its feeble beat. From time to time he stooped and let the faint coming and going of her breath flutter on his cheek. The twilight fell, and darkness began to gather over the room. Still he kept his place by her like a man entranced. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 59. The first trivial sound that broke the spell was the sound of a match struck in the next room. He rose and groped his way to the door. Teresa had ventured upstairs and had kindled a light. Some momentary doubt of him kept the nurse silent when he looked at her. He stammered and stared about him confusedly when he spoke. Where? He seemed to have lost his hold on his thoughts. He gave it up and tried again. "I want to be alone," he said. recovering for the moment some power of expressing himself. Teresa's first fear of him vanished. She took him by the hand like a child and led him downstairs to his rooms. He stood silently watching her while she lit the candles. "When Carmina sleeps now," he asked, "does it last long?" "Often for hours together," the nurse answered. He said no more. He seemed to have forgotten that there was another person in the room. She found courage in her pity for him. "Try to pray," she said, and left him. He fell on his knees, but still the words failed him. He tried to quiet his mind by holy thoughts. No, the dumb agony in him was powerless to find relief. Only the shadows of thoughts crossed his mind. His eyes ached with a burning heat. He began to be afraid of himself. The active habits of the life that he had left drove him out, with the instincts of an animal, into space and air. Neither knowing nor caring in what direction he turned his steps, he walked on at the top of his speed. On and on, till the crowded houses began to grow more rare, till there were gaps of open ground, and on either side of him, till the moon rose behind a plantation of trees, and bathed in its melancholy light a lonely high road. He followed the road till he was tired of it, and turned aside into a winding lane. The lights and shadows, alternating with each other, soothed and pleased him. He had got the relief and exercise that had been denied him while he was in repose. He could think again. He could feel the resolution stirring in him to save that dear one, or to die with her. Now, at last, he was man enough to face the terrible necessity that confronted him, and fight the battle of art and love against death. He stopped and looked round, eager to return and be ready for her waking. In that solitary place there was no hope of finding a person to direct him. He turned to go back to the high road. At that same moment he became conscious of the odor of tobacco wafted towards him on the calm night air. Someone was smoking in the lane. He retraced his steps until he reached a gate, with a barren field behind it. There was the man whose tobacco smoke he had smelt, leaning on the gate with his pipe in his mouth. The moonlight fell full on Ovid's face as he approached to ask his way. The man suddenly stood up, stared at him, and said, "Hello, is it you or your ghost?" His face was in shadow, but his voice answered for him. The man was Benjulia. "Have you come to see me?" he asked. "No." "Won't you shake hands?" "No." "What's wrong?" Ovid waited to answer until he had steadied his temper. "I have seen Carmina," he said. Benjulia went on with his smoking. "An interesting case, isn't it?" he remarked. "You were called into consultation by Mr. Null," Ovid continued, "and you approved of his ignorant treatment, you who knew better." "I should think I did," Benjulia rejoined. "You deliberately encouraged an incompetent man. You let that poor girl go on from bad to worse, for some vile end of your own." Benjulia good-naturedly corrected him. "No, no, for an excellent end, for knowledge." "If I fail to remedy the mischief, which is your doing and yours alone." Benjulia took his pipe out of his mouth. "How do you mean to cure her?" he eagerly interposed. "Have you got a new idea?" "If I fail," Ovid repeated, "her death lies at your door. You merciless villain! As certainly as that moon is now shining over us, your life shall answer for hers." Astonishment, immeasurable astonishment, sealed Benjulia's lips. He looked down the lane when Ovid left him, completely stupefied. The one imaginable way of accounting for such language as he had heard, spoken by a competent member of his own profession, presented the old familiar alternative. Drunk or mad, he wondered, while he lit his pipe again. Walking back to the house, his old distrust of Ovid troubled him once more. He decided to call at Teresa's lodgings in a day or two, and ascertain from the landlady and the chemist how Carmina was being cured. Returning to the high road, Ovid was passed by a tradesman, driving his cart towards London. The man civilly offered to take him as far as the nearest outlying cab-stand. Neither the landlady nor Teresa had gone to their beds when he returned. Their account of Carmina during his absence contained nothing to alarm him. He bade them good night, eager to be left alone in his room. In the house and out of the house there was now the perfect silence that helps a man to think. His mind was clear, his memory answered, when he called on it to review that part of his own medical practice which might help him by experience in his present need. But he shrank, with Carmina's life in his hands, from trusting wholly to himself. A higher authority than his was waiting to be consulted. He took from his portmanteau the manuscript presented to him by the poor wretch whose last hours he had soothed in the garret at Montreal. The work opened with a declaration which gave it a special value in Ovid's estimation. If this imperfect record of experience is ever read by other eyes than mine, I wish to make one plain statement at the outset. The information which is presented in these pages is wholly derived from the results of bedside practice, pursued under miserable obstacles and interruptions, and spread over a period of many years. Whatever faults and failings I may have been guilty of as a man, I am innocent in my professional capacity of ever having perpetrated the useless and detestable cruelties which go by the name of vivisection. Without entering into any of the disputes on either side, which this practice has provoked, I declare my conviction that no asserted usefulness in the end can justify deliberate cruelty in the means. The man who seriously maintains that any pursuit in which he can engage is independent of moral restraint, is a man in a state of revolt against God. I refuse to hear him in his own defense on that ground. Ovid turned next to the section of the work which was entitled Brain Disease. The writer introduced his observations in these prefatory words. A celebrated physiologist, plainly avowing the ignorance of doctors in the matter of the brain and its diseases, and alluding to appearances presented by post-mortem examination, concludes his confession thus: "We cannot even be sure whether many of the changes discovered are the cause or the result of the disease, or whether the two are the conjoint results of a common cause." So this man writes after experience in vivisection. Let my different experience be heard next. Not knowing into what hands this manuscript may fall, or what unexpected opportunities of usefulness it may encounter after my death, I purposely abstain from using technical language in the statement which I have now to make. In medical investigations, as in all other forms of human inquiry, the result in view is not infrequently obtained by indirect and unexpected means. What I have to say here on the subject of brain disease was first suggested by experience of two cases, which seemed in the last degree unlikely to help me. They were both cases of young women, each one having been hysterically affected by a serious moral shock, terminating after a longer or shorter interval in simulated paralysis. One of these cases I treated successfully. While I was still in attendance on the other, pursuing the same course of treatment which events had already proved to be right, a fatal accident terminated my patient's life, and rendered a post-mortem examination necessary. From those starting points I arrived, by devious ways which I am now to relate, at deductions and discoveries that threw a new light on the nature and treatment of brain disease. Hour by hour Ovid studied the pages that followed, until his mind and the mind of the writer were one. He then returned to certain preliminary allusions to the medical treatment of the two girls, inexpressibly precious to him in Carmina's present interests. The dawn of day found him prepared at all points, and only waiting until the lapse of the next few hours placed the means of action in his hands. But there was one anxiety still to be relieved before he lay down to rest. He took off his shoes and stole upstairs to Carmina's door. The faithful Teresa was astir, earnestly persuading her to take some nourishment. The little that he could hear of her voice as she answered made his heart ache. It was so faint and so low. Still she could speak, and still there was the old saying to remember, which has comforted so many and deceived so many: while there's life, there's hope. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Heart and Science, a Story of the Present Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, A Story of the Present Time by Wilkie Collins, Chapter 60. After a brief interview with his stepson, Mr. Gallilee returned to his daughters in Scotland. Touched by his fatherly interest in Carmina, Ovid engaged to keep him informed of her progress towards recovery. If the anticipation of saving her proved to be the sad delusion of love and hope, silence would signify what no words could say. In 10 days' time there was a happy end to suspense. The slow process of recovery might extend perhaps to the end of the year, but if no accident happened, Ovid had the best reasons for believing that Carmina's life was safe. Freed from the terrible anxieties that had oppressed him, he was able to write again a few days later in a cheerful tone, and to occupy his pen at Mr. Gallilee's express request with such an apparently trifling subject as the conduct of Mr. Null. Your old medical adviser was quite right in informing you that I had relieved him from any further attendance on Carmina. But his lively imagination, or perhaps I ought to say, his sense of his own consequence, has misled you when he also declares that I purposely insulted him. I took the greatest pains not to wound his self-esteem. He left me in anger nevertheless. A day or two afterwards I received a note from him, addressing me as Sir, and asking ironically if I had any objection to his looking at the copies of my prescriptions in the chemist's book. Though he was old enough to be my father, he remarked, it seemed that experience counted for nothing. He had still something to learn from his junior in the treatment of disease, and so on. At that miserable time of doubt and anxiety, I could only send a verbal reply, leaving him to do what he liked. Before I tell you of the use that he made of his liberty of action, I must confess something relating to the prescriptions themselves. Don't be afraid of long and learned words, and don't suppose that I am occupying your attention in this way without a serious reason for it which you will presently understand. A note in the manuscript, to my study of which I owe, under God, the preservation of Carmina's life, warned me that chemists in the writer's country had either refused to make up certain prescriptions given in the work, or had taken the liberty of altering the new quantities and combinations of some of the drugs prescribed. Precisely the same thing happened here, in the case of the first chemist to whom I sent. He refused to make up the medicine, unless I provided him with a signed statement taking the whole responsibility on myself. Having ascertained the exact nature of his objection, I dismissed him without his guarantee, and employed another chemist, taking care, in the interests of my time and my temper, to write my more important prescriptions under reserve. That is to say, I followed the conventional rules as to quantities and combinations, and made the necessary additions or changes from my own private stores when the medicine was sent home. Poor foolish Mr. Null, finding nothing to astonish him in my course of medicine, as represented by the chemist, appears by his own confession to have copied the prescriptions with a malicious object in view. I have sent them, he informs me, in a second letter, to Dr. Benjulia, in order that he too may learn something in his profession from the master who has dispensed with our services. This new effort of irony means that I stand self-condemned of vanity, in presuming to rely on my own commonplace resources, represented by the deceitful evidence of the chemist's book. But I am grateful to Mr. Null notwithstanding. He has done me a service in meaning to do me an injury. My imperfect prescriptions have quieted the mind of the man to whom he sent them. This wretch's distrust has long since falsely suspected me of some professional rivalry pursued in secret. The feeling showed itself again when I met with him by accident on the night of my return to London. Since Mr. Null has communicated with him, the landlady is no longer insulted by his visits, and offended by his questions, all relating to the course of treatment which I was pursuing upstairs. You now understand why I have ventured to trouble you on a purely professional topic. To turn to matters of more interest, our dear Carmina is well enough to remember you, and to send her love to you and the girls, but even this little effort is followed by fatigue. I don't mean only fatigue of body. That is now a question of time and care. I mean fatigue of mind. expressing itself by defect of memory. On the morning when the first positive change for the better appeared, I was at her bedside when she woke. She looked at me in amazement. "Why didn't you warn me of your sudden return?" she asked. "I have only written to you today, to your bankers at Quebec. What does it mean?" I did my best to soothe her and succeeded. There is a complete lapse in her memory. I am only too sure of it. She has no recollection of anything that has happened since she wrote her last letter to me, a letter which must have been lost, perhaps intercepted, or I should have received it before I left Quebec. This forgetfulness of the dreadful trials through which my poor darling has passed is in itself a circumstance which we must all rejoice over for her sake. But I am discouraged by it at the same time, fearing it may indicate some more serious injury than I have yet discovered. Miss Minerva, what should I do without the help and sympathy of that best of true women? Miss Minerva has cautiously tested her memory in other directions, with encouraging results so far. But I shall not feel easy until I have tried further experiments, by means of some person who does not exercise a powerful influence over her, and whose memory is naturally occupied with what we older people call trifles. When you all leave Scotland next month, bring Zoe here with you. My dear little correspondent is just the sort of quaint child I want for the purpose. Kiss her for me till she is out of breath, and say that is what I mean to do when we meet. The return to London took place in the last week in October. Lord and Lady Northlake went to their town residence, taking Maria and Zoe with them. There were associations connected with Fairfield Gardens, which made the prospect of living there, without even the society of his children, unendurable to Mr. Gallilee. Ovid's house, still waiting the return of its master, was open to his stepfather. The poor man was only too glad, in his own simple language, to keep the nest warm for his son. The latest inquiries made at the asylum were hopefully answered. Thus far, the measures taken to restore Mrs. Gallilee to herself had succeeded beyond expectation. But one unfavorable symptom remained. She was habitually silent. When she did speak, her mind seemed to be occupied with scientific subjects. She never mentioned her husband or any other member of the family. Time and attention would remove this drawback. In 2 or 3 months more, perhaps, if all went well, she might return to her family and her friends as sane a woman as ever. Calling at Fairfield Gardens for any letters that might be waiting there, Mr. Gallilee received a circular in lithographed writing, accompanied by a roll of thick white paper. The signature revealed the familiar name of Mr. Lefrank. The circular set forth that the writer had won renown and a moderate income as pianist and teacher of music. A terrible accident, ladies and gentlemen, has injured my right hand, and has rendered amputation of 2 of my fingers necessary. Deprived for life of my professional resources, I have but one means of substance left, viz., collecting subscriptions for a song of my own composition. N.B. The mutilated musician leaves a question of terms in the hands of the art-loving public, and will do himself the honor of calling tomorrow. Good-natured Mr. Gallilee left a sovereign to be given to the victim of circumstances, and then set forth for Lord Northlake's house. He and Ovid had arranged that Zoe was to be taken to see Carmina that day. On his way through the streets, he was met by Mr. Moole. The lawyer looked at the song under his friend's arm. "What's that you're taking such care of?" he asked. "It looks like music. A new piece for the young ladies, eh?" Mr. Gallilee explained. Mr. Moole struck his stick on the pavement as the nearest available means of expressing indignation. "Never let another farthing of your money get into that rascal's pockets. It's no merit of his that the poor old Italian nurse has not made her appearance in the police reports." With this preface, Mr. Moole related the circumstances under which Mr. Lefrank had met with his accident. "His first proceeding when they discharged him from the hospital," continued the lawyer, "was to summon Teresa before a magistrate. Fortunately, she showed the summons to me. I appeared for her, provided with the plan of the rooms which spoke for itself, and I put 2 questions to the complainant. What business had he in another person's room? And why was his hand in that other person's cupboard? The reporter kindly left the case unrecorded, and when the fellow ended by threatening the poor woman outside the court, we bound him over to keep the peace. I have my eye on him, and I'll catch him yet under the Vagrant Act." End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 61. Aided by time, care, and skill, Carmina had gained strength enough to pass some hours of the day in the sitting room, reclining in an invalid chair invented for her by Ovid. The welcome sight of Zoe, brightened and developed by happy autumn days passed in Scotland, brought a deep flush to her face and quickened the pulse which Ovid was touching under pretence of holding her hand. These signs of excessive nervous sensibility warned him to limit the child's visit to a short space of time. Neither Miss Minerva nor Teresa were in the room. Carmina could have Zoe all to herself. "Now, my dear," she said in a kiss, "tell me about Scotland." "Scotland," Zoe answered with dignity, "belongs to Uncle Northlake. He pays for everything, and I'm Mrs." "It's true," said Mr. Gallilee, bursting with pride. "My lord says it's no use having a will of your own where Zoe is. When he introduces her to anybody on the estate, he says, 'Here's the missus.'" Mr. Gallilee's youngest daughter listened critically to the parental testimony. "You see, he knows," she said to Ovid. "There's nothing to laugh at." Carmina tried another question. "Did you think of me, dear, when you were far away?" "Think of you," Zoe repeated. "You're to sleep in my bedroom when we go back to Scotland, and I'm to be out of bed in one of 'em when you eat your first Scotch dinner. Shall I tell you what you'll see on the table? You'll see a big brown steaming bag in a dish, and you'll see me slit it with a knife, and the bag's fat inside will tumble out, all smoking hot and stinking. That's a Scotch dinner. Oh!" she cried, losing her dignity in the sudden interest of a new idea. "Oh, Carmina, do you remember the Italian boy and his song?" Here was one of those tests of her memory for trifles, applied with a child's happy abruptness, for which Ovid had been waiting. He listened eagerly. To his unutterable relief, Carmina laughed. "Of course I remember it," she said. "Who could forget the boy who sings and grins and says, 'Gimme ha'penny'?" "That's it!" cried Zoe. "The boy's song was a good one in its way. I've learnt it better in Scotland. You've heard of Donald, haven't you?" "No." Zoe turned indignantly to her father. "Why didn't you tell her of Donald?" Mr. Gallilee humbly admitted that he was in fault. Carmina asked who Donald was, and what he was like. Zoe unconsciously tested her memory for the second time. "You know that day," she said, "when Joseph had an errand at the grocer's, and I went along with him, and Miss Minerva said I was a vulgar child?" Carmina's memory recalled this new trifle without an effort. "I know," she answered. "You told me Joseph and the grocer weighed you in the great scales." Zoe delighted Ovid by trying her again. "When they put me into the scales, Carmina, what did I weigh?" "Nearly 4 stone, dear." "Quite 4 stone. Donald weighs 14. What do you think of that?" Mr. Gallilee once more offered his testimony. "The biggest piper on my lord's estate," he began, "comes of a Highland family, and was removed to the Lowlands by my lord's father, a great player. And my friend," Zoe explained, stopping her father in full career. "He takes snuff out of a cow's horn. He shovels it up his fat nose with his spoon like this. His nose wags. He says, 'Try my sneeshin'.' Sneeshin's Scotch for snuff. He boos till he's nearly double when Uncle Northlake speaks to him. Boos is Scotch for bows. He skirls on the pipes. Skirls mean screeches. When you first hear him, he'll make your stomach ache. You'll get used to that, and you'll find you like him. He wears a purse and a petticoat. He never had a pair of trousers on in his life. There's no pride about him. Say you're my friend, and he'll let you smack his legs." Here Ovid was obliged to bring the biography of Donald to a close. Carmina's enjoyment of Zoe was becoming too keen for her strength. Her bursts of laughter grew louder and louder. The wholesome limit of excitement was being rapidly passed. "Tell us about your cousins," he said, by way of effecting a diversion. "The big ones?" Zoe asked. "No, the little ones, like you." "Nice girls. They play at everything I tell them. Jolly boys, when they knock a girl down, they pick her up again and clean her. Carmina was once more in danger of passing the limit. Ovid made another attempt to effect a diversion. Singing would be comparatively harmless in its effect, as he rashly supposed. "What's that song you learnt in Scotland?" he asked. "It's Donald's song," Zoe replied. "He taught me." At the sound of Donald's dreadful name, Ovid looked at his watch and said there was no time for the song. Mr. Gallilee suddenly and seriously sided with his stepson. "How she got among the men after dinner," he said, "nobody knows. Lady Northlake has forbidden Donald to teach her any more songs, and I have requested him, as a favour to me, not to let her smack his legs. Come, my dear, it's time we were home again." Well intended by both gentlemen, but too late. Zoe was ready for the performance. Her hat was cocked on one side, her plump little arms were set akimbo, her round eyes opened and closed facetiously in winks worthy of a low comedian. "I'm Donald," she announced, and burst out with the song. "We're gaily yet, we're gaily yet, we're not very foul, but we're gaily yet. There sit you a while and tipple a bit, for we're not very foul, but we're gaily yet." She snatched up Carmina's medicine glass, and waved it over her head with a bacchanalian screech. "Fill a brimmer, Tammy! Here's to Redshanks!" "And pray who is Redshanks?" asked a lady standing in the doorway. Zoe turned round and instantly collapsed. A terrible figure associated with lessons and punishments stood before her. The convivial friend of Donald, the established misses of Lord Northlake, disappeared, and a polite pupil took their place. "If you please, Miss Minerva, Redshanks is nickname for a Highlander." Who would have recognized the singer of "We're Gaily Yet" in the subdued young person who made that reply? The door opened again. Another disastrous intrusion? Yes, another. Teresa appeared this time, caught Zoe up in her arms, and gave the child a kiss that was heard all over the room. "Ah, mia Giacosa!" cried the old nurse, too happy to speak in any language but her own. "What does that mean?" Zoe asked, settling her ruffled petticoats. "It means," said Teresa, who prided herself on her English, "Ah, my jolly." This to a young lady who could slit a haggis. This to the only person in Scotland privileged to smack Donald's legs. Zoe turned to her father and recovered her dignity. Maria herself could hardly have spoken with more severe propriety. "I wish to go home," said Zoe. Ovid had only to look at Carmina, and to see the necessity of immediate compliance with his little sister's wishes. No more laughing, no more excitement for that day. He led Zoe out himself, and resigned her to her father at the door of his rooms on the ground floor. Cheered already by having got away from Miss Minerva and the nurse, Zoe desired to know who lived downstairs, and hearing that these were Ovid's rooms, insisted on seeing them. The three went in together. Ovid drew Mr. Gallilee into a corner. "I'm easier about Carmina now," he said. "The failure of her memory doesn't extend backwards. It begins with the shock to her brain on the day when Teresa removed her to this house, and it will end, I feel confident, with the end of her illness." Mr. Gallilee's attention suddenly wandered. "Zoe!" he called out, "don't touch your brother's papers." The one object that had excited the child's curiosity was the writing table. Dozens of sheets of paper were scattered over it, covered with writing, blotted and interlined. Some of these leaves had overflowed the table, and found a resting place on the floor. Zoe was amusing herself by picking them up. "Well," she said, handing them obediently to Ovid, "I've had many a rap on the knuckles for writing not half as bad as yours." Hearing his daughter's remark, Mr. Gallilee became interested in looking at the fragments of manuscript. "What an awful mess!" he exclaimed. "May I try if I can read a bit?" Ovid smiled. "Try by all means. You will make one useful discovery at least. You will see that the most patient men on the face of the civilized earth are printers." Mr. Gallilee tried a page, and gave it up before he turned giddy. "Is it fair to ask what this is?" "Something easy to feel and hard to express," Ovid answered. "These ill-written lines are my offering of gratitude to the memory of an unknown and unhappy man." "The man you told me of, who died at Montreal?" "Yes." "You never mentioned his name." "His last wishes forbade me to mention it to any living creature. God knows there were pitiable, most pitiable reasons for his dying unknown. The stone over his grave only bears his initials and the date of his death. But," said Ovid, kindling with enthusiasm, as he laid his hand on his manuscript, The discoveries of this great physician shall benefit humanity, and my debt to him shall be acknowledged with the admiration and the devotion that I truly feel. In a book?" asked Mr. Gallilee. "In a book that is now being printed. You will see it before the new year." Finding nothing to amuse her in the sitting room, Zoe had tried the bedroom next. She now returned to Ovid, dragging after her a long white staff that looked like an alpenstock. "What's this?" she asked. "A broomstick?" "A specimen of rare Canadian wood, my dear. Would you like to have it?" Zoe took the offer quite seriously. She looked with longing eyes at the specimen, 3 times as tall as herself, and shook her head. "I'm not big enough for it yet," she said. "Look at it, papa. Benjulia's stick is nothing to this." That name on the child's lips had a sound revolting to Ovid. "Don't speak of him," he said irritably. "Mustn't I speak of him," Zoe asked, "when I want him to tickle me?" Ovid beckoned to her father. "Take her away now," he whispered, "and never let her see that man again." The warning was needless. The man's destiny had decreed that he and Zoe were never more to meet. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Heart and Science, a story of the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart and Science, a story of the present time, by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 62. Benjulia's servants had but a dull time of it, poor souls, in the lonely house. Towards the end of December, they subscribed among themselves to buy one of those wonderful Christmas numbers, presenting year after year the same large-eyed ladies, long-legged lovers, corpulent children, snow landscapes, and gluttonous merrymakings, which have become a national institution, say the pictorial plum puddings of the English nation. The servants had plenty of time to enjoy their genial newspaper before the dining-room bell disturbed them. For some weeks past, the master had again begun to spend the whole of his time in the mysterious laboratory. On the rare occasions when he returned to the house, he was always out of temper. If the servants knew nothing else, they knew what these signs meant. The great man was harder at work than ever, and in spite of his industry, he was not getting on so well as usual. On this particular evening, the bell rang at the customary time, and the cook, successor to the unfortunate creature with pretensions to beauty and sentiment, hastened to get the dinner ready. The footman turned to the dresser and took from it a little heap of newspapers, carefully counting them before he ventured to carry them upstairs. This was Dr. Benjulia's regular weekly supply of medical literature. And here again the mysterious man presented an incomprehensible problem to his fellow creatures. He subscribed to every medical publication in England, and he never read one of them. The footman cut the leaves, and the master, with his forefinger to help him, ran his eye up and down the pages, apparently in search of some announcement that he never found, and still more extraordinary, without showing the faintest sign of disappointment when he had done. Every week he briskly shoved his unread periodicals into a huge basket and sent them downstairs as waste paper. The footman took up the newspapers and the dinner together, and was received with frowns and curses. He was abused for everything that he did in his own department, and for everything that the cook had done besides. "Whatever the master's working at," he announced, on returning to the kitchen, "he's farther away from hitting the right nail on the head than ever. Upon my soul, I think I shall have to give warning. Let's relieve our minds. Where's the Christmas number?" Half an hour later, the servants were startled by a tremendous bang of the house door, which shook the whole building. The footman ran upstairs. The dining room was empty. The master's hat was not on its peg in the hall, and the medical newspapers were scattered about in the wildest confusion. Close to the fender lay a crumpled leaf, torn out. Its position suggested that it had narrowly missed being thrown into the fire. The footman smoothed it out and looked at it. One side of the leaf contained a report of a lecture. This was dry reading. The footman tried the other side, and found a review of a new medical work. This would have been dull reading too, but for an extract from a preface stating how the book came to be published, and what wonderful discoveries relating to people's brains it contained. There were some curious things said here, especially about a melancholy deathbed at a place called Montreal, which made the preface almost as interesting as a story. But what was there in this to hurry the master out of the house, as if the devil had been at his heels? Dr. Benjulia's nearest neighbor was a small farmer named Gregg. He was taking a nap that evening, when his wife bounced into the room and said, "Here's the big doctor gone mad!" And there he was truly at Mrs. Gregg's heels, clamoring to have the horse put to in the gig, and to be driven to London instantly. He said, "Pay yourself what you please," and opened his pocket-book full of banknotes. Mr. Gregg said, "It seems, sir, this is a matter of life or death." Whereupon he looked at Mr. Gregg, and considered a little, and becoming quiet on a sudden, answered, "Yes, it is." On the road to London he never once spoke, except to himself, and then only from time to time. It seemed, judging by what fell from him now and then, that he was troubled about a man and a letter. He had suspected the man all along, but he had nevertheless given him the letter, and now it had ended in the letter turning out badly for Dr. Benjulia himself. Where he went to in London, it was not possible to say. Mr. Gregg's horse was not fast enough for him. As soon as he could find one, he took a cab. The shopman of Mr. Barrable, the famous publisher of medical works, had just put up the shutters, and was going downstairs to his tea, when he heard a knocking at the shop door. The person proved to be a very tall man, in a violent hurry to buy Mr. Ovid Vere's new book. He said, by way of apology, that he was in that line himself, and that his name was Benjulia. The shopman knew him by reputation, and sold him the book. He was in such a hurry to read it that he actually began in the shop. It was necessary to tell him that business hours were over. Hearing this, he ran out, and told the cabman to drive as fast as possible to Pall Mall. The library waiter at Dr. Benjulia's club found him in the library, busy with a book. He was quite alone, the members at that hour of the evening being generally at dinner, or in the smoking room. The man whose business it was to attend to the fires went in during the night from time to time, and always found him in the same corner. It began to get late. He finished his reading, but it seemed to make no difference. There he sat wide awake, holding his closed book on his knee, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. This went on till it was time to close the club. They were obliged to disturb him. He said nothing, and went slowly down into the hall, leaving his book behind him. It was an awful night, raining and sleeting, but he took no notice of the weather. When they fetched a cab, the driver refused to take him to where he lived on such a night as that. He only said, "Very well, go to the nearest hotel." The night porter at the hotel let in a tall gentleman, and showed him into one of the bedrooms kept ready for persons arriving late. Having no luggage, he paid the charges beforehand. About 8 o'clock in the morning he rang for the waiter, who observed that his bed had not been slept in. All he wanted for breakfast was the strongest coffee that could be made. It was not strong enough to please him when he tasted it, and he had some brandy put in. He paid, and was liberal to the waiter, and went away. The policeman on duty that day, whose beat included the streets at the back of Fairfield Gardens, noticed in one of them a tall gentleman walking backwards and forwards, and looking from time to time at one particular house. When he passed that way again, there was the gentleman still patrolling the street, and still looking towards the same house. The policeman waited a little and watched. The place was a respectable lodging-house, and the stranger was certainly a gentleman, though a queer one to look at. It was not the policeman's business to interfere on suspicion, except in the case of notoriously bad characters. So, though he did think it odd, he went on again. Between 12 and 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ovid left his lodgings to go to the neighboring livery stables, and choose an open carriage. The sun was shining, and the air was brisk and dry after the stormy night. It was just the day when he might venture to take Carmina out for a drive. On his way down the street, he heard footsteps behind him and felt himself touched on the shoulder. He turned and discovered Benjulia. On the point of speaking resentfully, he restrained himself. There was something in the wretch's face that struck him with horror. Benjulia said, "I won't keep you long. I want to know one thing. Will she live or die? Her life is safe, I hope. Through your new mode of treatment?" His eyes and his voice said more than his words. Ovid instantly knew that he had seen the book, and that the book had forestalled him in the discovery to which he had devoted his life. Was it possible to pity a man whose hardened nature never pitied others? All things are possible to a large heart. Ovid shrank from answering him. Benjulia spoke again. "When we met that night at my garden gate," he said, "you told me my life should answer for her life if she died. My neglect has not killed her, and you have no need to keep your word. But I don't get off, Mr. Ovid Vere, without paying the penalty. You have taken something from me which was dearer than life. I wish to tell you that. I have no more to say." Ovid silently offered his hand. Benjulia's head drooped in thought. The generous protest of the man whom he had injured spoke in that outstretched hand. He looked at Ovid. "No," he said, and walked away. Leaving the street, he went round to Fairfield Gardens and rang the bell at Mr. Gallilee's door. The bell was answered by a polite old woman, a stranger to him among the servants. "Is Zoe in the house?" he inquired. "Nobody's in the house, sir. It's to be let, if you please, as soon as the furniture can be moved." "Do you know where Zoe is? I mean Mr. Gallilee's youngest child." "I'm sorry to say, sir, I'm not acquainted with the family." He waited at the door, apparently hesitating what to do next. "I'll go upstairs," he said suddenly. "I want to look at the house. You needn't go with me. I know my way." "Thank you kindly, sir." He went straight to the schoolroom. The repellent melancholy of an uninhabited place had fallen on it already. The plain furniture was not worth taking care of. It was battered and old, and left to dust and neglect. There were 2 common deal writing desks, formerly used by the 2 girls. One of them was covered with splashes of ink, varied here and there by barbarous caricatures of faces, in which dots and strokes represented eyes and noses and mouths. He knew whose desk this was, and opened the cover of it. In the recess beneath were soiled tables of figures, torn maps, and dog's-eared writing books. The ragged paper cover of one of these last bore on its inner side a grotesquely imperfect inscription: "My cop book, Zoe." He tore off the cover and put it in the breast pocket of his coat. "I should have liked to tickle her once more," he thought, as he went downstairs again. The polite old woman opened the door, curtsying deferentially. He gave her half a crown. "God bless you, sir!" she burst out in a gush of gratitude. He checked himself on the point of stepping into the street, and looked at her with some curiosity. "Do you believe in God?" he asked. The old woman was even capable of making a confession of faith politely. "Yes, sir," she said, "if you have no objection." He stepped into the street. "I wonder whether she is right," he thought. "It doesn't matter. I shall soon know." The servants were honestly glad to see him when he got home. They had taken it in turn to sit up through the night, knowing his regular habits, and feeling the dread that some accident had happened. Never before had they seen him so fatigued. He dropped helplessly into his chair. His gigantic body shook with shivering fits. The footman begged him to take some refreshment. "Brandy and raw eggs," he said. These being brought to him, he told them to wait until he rang, and locked the door when they went out. After waiting until the short winter daylight was at an end, the footman ventured to knock and ask if the master wanted lights. He replied that he had lit the candles for himself. No smell of tobacco smoke came from the room, and he had let the day pass without going to the laboratory. These were portentous signs. The footman said to his fellow servants, "There's something wrong." The women looked at each other in vague terror. One of them said, "Hadn't we better give notice to leave?" And the other whispered a question. Do you think he's committed a crime?" Towards 10 o'clock, the bell rang at last. Immediately afterwards, they heard him calling to them from the hall, "I want you, all three, up here." They went up together, the two women anticipating a sight of horror, and keeping close to the footman. The master was walking quietly backwards and forwards in the room. The table had pen and ink on it, and was covered with writings. He spoke to them in his customary tones. There was not the slightest appearance of agitation in his manner. "I mean to leave this house, and go away," he began. "You are dismissed from my service for that reason only. Take your written characters from the table. Read them, and say if there is anything to complain of." There was nothing to complain of. On another part of the table there were 3 little heaps of money. "A month's wages for each of you," he explained, "in place of a month's warning. I wish you good luck." One of the women, the one who had suggested giving notice to leave, began to cry. He took no notice of this demonstration, and went on. "I want 2 of you to do me a favor before we part. You will please witness the signature of my will." The sensitive servant drew back directly. "No," she said, "I couldn't do it. I never heard the death watch before in winter time. I heard it all last night." The other 2 witnessed the signature. They observed that the will was a very short one. It was impossible not to notice the only legacy left. The words crossed the paper just above the signatures, and only occupied 2 lines. "I leave to Zoe, youngest daughter of Mr. John Gallilee, of Fairfield Gardens, London, everything absolutely of which I die possessed." Excepting the formal introductory phrases, and the statement relating to the witnesses, both copied from a handy book of law lying open on the table, this was the will. The female servants were allowed to go downstairs, after having been informed that they were to leave the next morning. The footman was detained in the dining room. "I am going to the laboratory," the master said, "and I want a few things carried to the door." The big basket for waste paper, 3 times filled with letters and manuscripts, the books, the medicine chest, and the stone jar of oil from the kitchen. These the master and the man removed together, setting them down at the laboratory door. It was a still, cold, starlight winter's night. The intermittent shriek of a railway whistle in the distance was the only sound that disturbed the quiet of the time. "Good night," said the master. The man returned the salute, and walked back to the house, closing the front door. He was now more firmly persuaded than ever that something was wrong. In the hall the women were waiting for him. "What does it mean?" they asked. "Keep quiet," he said. "I'm going to see." In another minute he was posted at the back of the house, behind the edge of the wall. Looking out from this place, he could see the light of the lamps in the laboratory streaming through the open door, and the dark figure of the master coming and going, as he removed the objects left outside into the building. Then the door was shut, and nothing was visible but the dim glow that found its way to the skylight through the white blind inside. He boldly crossed the open space of ground, resolved to try what his ears might discover, now that his eyes were useless. He posted himself at the back of the laboratory, close to one of the side walls. Now and then he heard what had reached his ears when he had been listening on former occasions: the faint whining cries of animals. These were followed by new sounds. 3 smothered shrieks, succeeding each other at irregular intervals, made his blood run cold. Had 3 death strokes been dealt on some suffering creatures with the same sudden and terrible certainty? Silence, horrible silence, was all that answered. In the distant railway there was an interval of peace. The door was opened again. The flood of light streamed out on the darkness. Suddenly the yellow glow was spotted by the black figures of small, swiftly running creatures, perhaps cats, perhaps rabbits, escaping from the laboratory. The tall form of the master followed slowly, and stood revealed, watching the flight of the animals. In a moment more the last of the liberated creatures came out. A large dog, limping as if one of its legs was injured. It stopped as it passed the master, and tried to fawn on him. He threatened it with his hand. "Be off with you, like the rest," he said. The dog slowly crossed the flow of light, and was swallowed up in darkness. The last of them that could move was gone. The death shrieks of the others had told their fate. But still there stood the master alone, a grand black figure with its head turned up to the stars. The minutes followed one another. The servant waited and watched him. The solitary man had a habit, well known to those about him, of speaking to himself. Not a word escaped him now. His upturned head never moved. The bright wintry heaven held him spellbound. At last the change came. Once more the silence was broken by the scream of the railway whistle. He started like a person suddenly roused from deep sleep and went back into the laboratory. The last sound then followed, the locking and bolting of the door. The servant left his hiding place. His master's secret was no secret now. He hated himself for eating that master's bread and earning that master's money. One of the ignorant masses, this man. Mere sentiment had a strange hold on his stupid mind. The remembrance of the poor wounded dog, companionable and forgiving under cruel injuries, cut into his heart like a knife. His thought at that moment was an act of treason to the royalty of knowledge. I wish to God I could lame him as he has lamed the dog. Another fanatic, another fool. Oh, science, be merciful to the fanatics and the fools. When he got back to the house, the women were still on the lookout for him. "Don't speak to me now," he said. "Get to your beds. And mind this, let's be off tomorrow morning before he can see us." There was no sleep for him when he went to his own bed. The remembrance of the dog tormented him. The other lesser animals were active, capable of enjoying their liberty and finding shelter for themselves. Where had the maimed creature found a refuge on that bitter night? Again and again and again the question forced its way into his mind. He could endure it no longer. Cautiously and quickly, in dread of his extraordinary conduct being perhaps discovered by the women, he dressed himself and opened the house door to look for the dog. Out of the darkness on the step there rose something dark. He put out his hand. A persuasive tongue, gently licking it, pleaded for a word of welcome. The crippled animal could only have got to the door in one way. The gate which protected the house enclosure must have been left open. First giving the dog a refuge in the kitchen, the footman, rigidly performing his last duties, went to close the gate. At his first step into the enclosure, he stopped, panic-stricken. The starlit sky over the laboratory was veiled in murky red. Roaring flame and spouting showers of sparks poured through the broken skylight. Voices from the farm raised the first cry, "Fire! Fire!" At the inquest, the evidence suggested suspicion of incendiarism and suicide. The papers, the books, the oil betrayed themselves as combustible materials, carried into the place for a purpose. The medicine chest was known, by its use in cases of illness among the servants, to contain opium. Adjourned inquiry elicited that the laboratory was not insured, and that the deceased was in comfortable circumstances. Where were the motives? One intelligent man who had drifted into the jury was satisfied with the evidence. He held that the desperate wretch had some reason of his own for first poisoning himself and then setting fire to the scene of his labors. Having a majority of 11 against him, the wise juryman consented to a merciful verdict of death by misadventure. The hideous remains of what had once been Benjulia found Christian burial. His brethren of the torture table attended the funeral in large numbers. Vivisection had been beaten on its own field of discovery. They honored the martyr who had fallen in their cause. End of chapter 62.